Port City University's 3 campus beauties, all surrounding me right now. There's Xia Lunyu from the management department, with her waist-length glossy hair and an icy cold aura like a snow-capped mountain. Lu Na from the computer science department, with her stunning curves and those foxy, enticing eyes. And Song Ji from the music department, dressed in a crop top and tiny shorts, exuding a sweet yet mesmerizing presence. I stood frozen, staring blankly at this surreal scene, when suddenly, a chilling mechanical voice boomed in our heads. Survivor, island escape has begun. For people to a team. Initial starting island size, for square meters. Every 6 days, the sea freezes. Every 7 days, natural disasters occur. Be wary of sea creatures. Day 1 is a newbie protection period. You have 30 seconds to input an ID. My brain buzzed in shock, and almost on impulse, I raised my hand and typed 2 characters onto the air panel display. Xiatian, summer. ID confirmed. Best of luck. The next second, I opened my eyes to a blinding sunlight that made me squint in pain. Where am I? How did I end up being stranded on a tiny island with the 3 campus beauties from Port City University? Is my luck insanely good, or ridiculously bad? Hey, it's you. I've seen you around. Luna spoke up first. I nodded, introducing myself briefly. I'm Mark, sophomore student. Same university. Song Ji greeted me politely before introducing herself and the other 2 ladies. Then the 3 of them immediately huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. So what now? He looks so skinny. Still better than us 3 girls. The rules say after 6 days the sea freezes. We just need to survive until then and join a stronger team. With their looks, who wouldn't scramble to recruit them? Luna nudged my arm and warned me. Just because you're the only guy here doesn't mean you can get funny ideas. Don't forget, I can use a chokehold. Lingyu will kickbox you into oblivion, and Song Ji knows judo. Song Ji blinked, confused. Wait, since when do I know judo? Luna whispered, shoo. I'm just bluffing to scare him. This island is no bigger than a handkerchief. Where's the privacy for whispering? I heard everything, rolling my eyes internally. What kind of sketchy plans do they think I could even pull here? Peeing would probably end up splashing all over myself in this cramped place. So I coldly cut the banter short. If you girls plan to leave after 6 days, fine by me. Let's make it clear now. Until then, we rely on our own skills and mind our own business. Luna froze for a second, then quickly retorted, don't be mad. Be a good little junior, and Big Sis might just take you under her wing. I wasn't interested in playing along. Not worth the effort. Suddenly, the notification blared again. Talent Awakening feature enabled. Treasure chests can be obtained through fishing. Rated from level 1 to mythical level 8. Leaderboard, marketplace, and chat features activated. Talent Awakening. I immediately brought up my status panel. Mark Strength, 5 Agility, 5 Stamina. For talent, pending activation. Awaken talents. Boom. A golden ray of light burst down from the heavens. The sandy island shook violently beneath our feet. SSS rank universal talent unlocked. Save the goddesses. My eyes widened. To sum up the talent's effect in one sentence. For every goddess on my team with a personal rating of 90 or above, the worse their talent, the more resources I'll earn in return. B rank goddess, 2 resource points per second. C rank, 3 points. D rank, 5 points. E rank, directly absorb their properties. F rank, copy and combine their talents. Synergy perfected. A universal talent? That's absurd. Almost broke out laughing on the spot. I turned to the shell-shocked trio, still paralyzed from the golden light. Ladies, I beg you, be absolutely useless wherever possible. What was that just now? Even the cold, unflappable Xia Lungyu stared in shock, wide-eyed. Seconds later, Song Ji's own panel lit up, and she wailed. Why am I only B rank? Xia Lingyu frowned. What's your effect? Plant growth boost. But it's useless on a barren island like this. Useless? Useless. No. That's incredible, goddess. B rank means double resources. My heart was practically bursting into confetti behind my calm exterior. Luna suddenly grabbed my arm, shaking it anxiously. Junior, what's your awakening? SSS rank. Spill it. I brushed her off dismissively. Classified. Ugh, whatever. She pouted, finally letting go. I discreetly checked my panel again. Song Ji B rank generates 2 units of wood per second. Backpack. Plus 2 wood. Plus 2 wood. Plus 2 wood. Within seconds, I had over 20 wood. At this rate, that's 7,200 units of wood per hour. Who needs treasure chests when I could outright buy anything on offer? I'll give it a shot. Xia Lingyu spoke calmly, activating hers. Dear gods, please let her talent be mediocre. Xia Lingyu C rank generates 3 units of stone per second. Overall rating, 92. Success. Fighting back an urge to cheer, I almost jumped for joy. But Xia Lingyu just let out a self-deprecating laugh. Guess I'm not even as lucky as Songji. What's your ability, Lingyu? Luna asked impatiently. Xia Lingyu touched Luna's cheek lightly. I can summon icy coldness. A freezing sensation shot through Luna's skin, making her flinch. It was like being touched by a literal block of ice. Luna quickly peeled Xia's hand off her, now pale-faced. That's crazy. One of you's a plant fertilizer, and the other's practically a walking fridge. 6 days of this. Heck, 1 day sounds impossible. The sweltering sun was already sucking the moisture out of them. Thirst gnawed away at their energy, and in the suffocating heat, Luna buried herself into Xia's icy arms, muttering, "We're doomed." Songji patted her shoulder encouragingly. "Hey, you're our last hope. Maybe your talent will save us." Striking a dramatic pose with one hand pointed heavenward, she declared, "Oh, darkness and chaos, heed my call." Xia promptly brought her back to reality with a firm smack on the head. Seriously though, Songji switched tones with a playful cough. "Oh, great and merciful deities, bestow me the power to save these two." Luna awakens D-rank talent. Clay production, 5 units, /section. I nearly lost it. That's perfect. D-rank means 5 whole clay units per second. Meanwhile, Luna was on the verge of a breakdown. She angrily slammed her fists into the sand in frustration. Why D? And why clay of all things? What? Is the system calling me dumb? Big-chested and empty-headed, the 3 campus beauties exchanged uneasy glances, a rare moment where they looked genuinely unsure of themselves. Moments ago, they'd smugly declared their intention to ditch me after 6 days. Now they seemed unsure if they'd even survive till tomorrow. Suddenly, all eyes fixed on me at once. Oh, why do I feel a chill down my spine? But deep down, I was ecstatic. They're all useless, in the best and most resource-generating way possible. Stone production, 10,800 hourly. Clay production, 18,000 hourly. And along with Songji's 7,200 wood, that's an insane inventory boost. Luna cut the silence grumbling. Fine, forget him. Let's fish ourselves. The 4 of us scattered across the edges of the tiny sandy hill, casting our fishing lines. An hour later, 0 bites. Under the scorching sun with the salty breeze drying out even their determination, the trio's lipstick-coated lips began cracking. Songji whispered, "I'm going to ask Lin Feng's team for water." Luna admitted sheepishly, "Maybe I should call Hu Ming." Even Xia Lingyu hesitated to seek her boyfriend's help. "Let's wait a little longer. Just 1 more hour. Sis, I'm seriously dying of thirst." Back in the day, when Luna was thirsty, a single look from her would summon a whole gang of guys delivering milk teas. Now, well, times have changed. "It's moving," Songji suddenly exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. My float moved. She yanked the fishing rod with all her might, and a wooden chest flew out of the water, landing with a thud. The 3 girls immediately gathered around, their Adam's apples bobbing in anticipation. Songji pushed the chest toward Luna. "You open it. You've got the best luck." Luna took a deep breath and lifted the lid of the chest. Obtained, 100 wood, 100 stone. Huh? That's it. The 3 of them stood there, utterly dumbfounded. After fishing under the blazing sun for an entire hour, this was all they got? Nothing to eat, nothing to drink. It was effectively garbage. If it hadn't been for Xia Lingyu stopping her, Luna would have kicked the chest right back into the ocean. Meanwhile, I was clutching my stomach, trying not to laugh too hard. That tiny amount of resources? It's just a fraction of what I can auto-gather in under a minute. Quietly, I opened my inventory. Wood, 7,242. Stone, 10,953. Clay, 18,135. The numbers were still skyrocketing, ticking up second by second. Over the top, right? It was time to make my move. I opened the trade market. Battle-damaged stockings, 99% new, previously owned by college girl, 100 wood. Maid outfit, 10,000 wood. Bottled water, 500 milliliters, 120 wood plus 80 stone. Battle-damaged stockings? Seriously? Who's selling this junk during times like this? But the bottled water? That might be a luxury for others, but to me, it's pocket change. Minus 120 wood, minus 80 stone. Acquired bottled water, X1. In my inventory, a cold bottle of water suddenly appeared, condensation dripping down the sides. Click. On this desolate, sun-scorched island, the sound of me twisting the bottle cap echoed as loudly as a gunshot. I tilted my head back. Gulp, gulp. Behind me, the 3 campus beauties had frozen in place, their eyes fixed on that bottle of water like starving wolves eyeing prey. I drank slowly, purposely letting the water trickle down the corner of my mouth and drip onto my chest. An entire bottle. Not a single drop left. I sighed, releasing a small burp before innocently turning around to face them. Why are you all staring at me? You. Luna's chest heaved with anger. She was on the brink of death from thirst, yet here I was, dramatically performing an exaggerated display of quenching my thirst, and not even leaving a single drop behind. At least spare half a bottle and share it with your sisters. We don't even care about germs at this point. With her long, stocking-clad legs taking quick strides, Luna marched over and started hitting me with her little pink fists, pounding weakly against my chest. Jerk. Spit it out and let me drink it. Her punches were soft as cotton, more like a massage than anything else. Holding her fuzzy little head with one hand, I easily stopped her in her tracks. I bought it from the trade market. Are you guys really that thirsty? I asked flatly. Obviously. My throat feels like it's on fire, she nearly shouted. Flipping my hand over, I made another chilled bottle of water materialize from thin air. Gulp. This time, even the usually aloof Xia Lingyu and the gentle Song Ji were visibly swallowing hard. The cold bottle rotated between my fingers while 3 pairs of hungry eyes followed its every movement. I do have water, I said, dragging out my words. And seeing how desperate you all are, I'm not an unreasonable guy. Luna's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. But we'll need to strike a little deal first. Knew it. Luna puffed out her chest and backed up a step. What kind of deal? We're broke. I don't want money, I said, scanning the 3 of them with my eyes. The cute innocence of Luna, the gentle demeanor of Song Ji, and the icy beauty of Xia Lingyu. The sheen of sweat on their foreheads shimmered under the sun, adding an extra, inexplicable allure. I shook the water bottle. You can stay here and work for me. Help me build the place up. The game clearly intended for the 4 of us to start on this island together, so it must have its reasons. Their talents would undoubtedly come into play, and even if they're unwilling, I could squeeze enough resources out of them in these 6 days to make it worthwhile. If they ended up stuck on the island after 6 days without access to resources, that would be the real pickle. This ability of theirs, it's as much a blessing as it is a nuisance. Not gonna lie, if it weren't for the rules of the game, I'd have built a basement, tied them all up, and locked them down there. Efficient. But I knew these 3 wouldn't agree to that. Not yet. So, I needed to leave the door open a bit, throw out an offer. When they'd had enough desperation and thought it through, they'd come knocking on their own. But as expected, their faces all changed when they heard my offer. Stay here? For how long? 6 days? 10 years. Sounds like forced captivity. If our boyfriends found out, wouldn't they come charging over here to kill him? More importantly, leaving 3 weak, helpless beauties alone on an island with a guy? What were his intentions? If he went full beast mode, the 3 of them combined wouldn't stand a chance against him. Biting her parched lips, Song Ji said nervously, Thanks, but we'll try our luck again. Luna drooped her head. Hey, could I just lick the bottle? I promise, just a lick. I won't drink a drop. The other 2 stared at her in shock. Blushing, Luna stammered. No, I mean I'll think about it, okay? I wasn't surprised. My gaze shifted to the icier, more composed Xia Lingyu, whose face betrayed just how much she was suffering. And you, Senior Lingyu? I heard. Things aren't that great between you and your boyfriend. She visibly stiffened. It was no secret around school about her and Xiao Shangnan's rocky relationship. But even so, she wasn't about to say yes to such a ridiculous condition just for a sip of water. Thanks. I need more time to think about it. Perfect. None of them accepted the offer. All right then, I said, the playful grin on my face gone as I turned around and walked back to my spot, opening the trade market. The trio stood frozen in place, watching me gulp down water while their throats dried up more by the second. Luna had half a mind to pick up the empty bottle I'd thrown away and lick it. Too bad for her. I didn't even leave the bottle behind. As for me, my mood had never been better. The priority now was expanding the island. First, I needed a shelter to block the sun. I searched the market for island expansion blueprints. Goods were all over the place, and prices varied wildly. Most offered in exchange for wood, my most depleted resource at the moment. Scrolling to the last page, I locked onto the priciest listing. Island expansion blueprint, 10 SQM. Price, 3,000 clay. 10 square meters? I sent the seller a direct message. Me, 2,000 clay, take it or leave it. Seller, Wu Yushan dude. 1 square meter is going for 1,000 right now. Mine's 10 meters. Me, 2,000 clay. Take it down for a private trade. The other side went silent for a while. Seller, you must have a ridiculous amount of clay, huh? Can you trade some extra? I'll sell the blueprint to you. Me how much? Seller, 1,000, 1-to-1 ratio. Me deal. Trade completed. An ancient-looking blueprint appeared in my inventory. It's time to start expanding. Expand island by 10 SQM. Requires 2,000 wood, 5,000 stone, 6,000 clay. Over 10,000 resources. No sane person would expand more than a square meter at a time. But me? My resources were auto-generating constantly. I didn't even blink. Expand. As soon as I spoke, the island beneath my feet trembled violently. The three girls screamed and fell to the ground, clinging to the hot sand. Facing the epic expansion unfolding in front of them, their shock was just beginning. Roaring, surging waters, boom. A brand new, square patch of land emerged from beneath the waves. The damp, sandy soil carried the earthy fragrance of mud mixed with the briny tang of seawater, seamlessly joining to the existing tiny island barely 4 square meters large. Before they could even process what had just happened, the system notification echoed. Congratulations, Player Summer. You are the first user in the port district to expand an island to 10 square meters. Reward: 1 epic treasure chest, 1 beginner water purifier, and 1 thermostat blueprint. The regional chat channel exploded immediately. What the heck? 10 square meters. That's gotta be hacks. Just a few hours since launch. Where'd they get the resources? I can't even afford to swallow my own spit, and they've expanded to 10 square meters? Water purifier, I want one too. Boss, do you need a male servant for your island? I glanced over casually and shut the chat window. My gaze shifted to the 3 stunned faces in front of me. The once haughty campus queens were now sprawled on the sandy ground, their petite mouths half open, and their jaws even dotted with sand without them realizing. Ladies, you can keep this classic spot to fish for treasure chests at your leisure. With that, I stepped onto the freshly expanded land. But just making an impression wasn't quite enough. It needed to escalate a little further. I opened the trading post. Blueprint: 5 square meter wooden cabin. Price: 500 wooden planks. I confirmed the purchase right away. The trio's eyes were glued to the new blueprint appearing in my hand. They held their breath. They sensed it. Something big was coming. The next second, hundreds of thick wooden planks floated above the new island. Like flocks of birds, they darted back and forth, interlocking and forming into shape. Clack, clack, clack. Within minutes, a small but exquisite wooden cabin materialized in midair. With the aroma of fresh pine, it slowly descended onto the land. Congratulations, Player Summer. You are the first user in the port district to construct a building. Reward: single bed blueprint, single sofa, 4-piece bedding set. The 3 girls stood stunned, their mouths dry. Songji scrambled to her feet, her brain in overdrive. Bottled water, island expansion, a wooden cabin. Where was he getting all these resources from? They had spent 2 hours fishing for chests, sunburned to the point of peeling, just to gather a measly few hundred resources. Meanwhile, his island expansion, that was astronomical. Freshman, where the heck do you get so many resources? Songji asked, her expression dubious. Luna couldn't hold back either. Seriously, how do you already have a house in this short time? I leaned back lazily against the wooden cabin door, offering a cryptic grin. Oh, must have been the wind that blew them in. Luna tilted her chin defiantly. Why don't you let that wind blow me some too? Songji hastily tugged at her, while Xia Lingyu shook her head silently. Those two understood perfectly. Crossing me right now was a dead end. Their survival until tomorrow was entirely in my hands. Luna huffed and returned to fishing for chests, but the wooden cabin had clearly shaken her. Even holding her fishing rod, her grip was unsteady. The sun scorched down relentlessly, but I wasn't in the mood for idle chatter. I pushed open the cabin door and stepped inside. Cool air greeted me. The sea breeze slipped in through the small gaps, offering a rare comfort. The 5 square meter cabin was cramped, barely spacious enough for the single bed, but the sofa I'd just earned fit perfectly. I dragged the sofa to the window and plopped down. The angle was perfect. I could see the 3 girls outside wilting under the sun's rays. I needed to keep an eye on them. No need to let them pass out from heatstroke just yet. After all, they were tasked with generating my wood, stone, and clay supplies. They could be pushed, but only so far. After cooling off, I pulled out the epic treasure chest. Fishing these things was pure luck, and the odds were abysmal. With my junk fishing rod, even hauling up a bronze chest was a miracle. Yet here I was with a crimson and gold one, its intricate carvings gleaming like a rare artifact. I rubbed my hands together eagerly and pried it open. Congratulations, Player Summer. You've obtained an epic seafaring pet. Be high. Seafaring pet ranking board unlocked. The announcement ricocheted through the air. Outside, The three sunburned heads all snapped toward my cabin at once. Songji managed a bitter smile. This guy was unreal. He'd spammed so many announcements. Her ears were practically buzzing nonstop. Inside, I was stunned. A seafaring pet? I opened my inventory. A shimmering card sat quietly in the corner. Seafaring pet. Beehai epic. Its rarity level directly affects the quality of the vessel it transforms into. Daily minimum feed. 5,000 basic resources. Transform. Into a ship? My heart lurched. If I could keep this thing fed, I'd have my own ship and be able to set sail. That meant I could proactively hunt down bountiful resources from other islands, effectively skyrocketing my progress. Feed at 5,000? With my resource production rate at over 10,000 units an hour, that's like pocket change. I held the card tightly. It felt warm, pulsating faintly with life. Bang! A pink flash of lightning struck the wooden floor. As the light dissipated, a palm-sized, pastel-pink octopus sat there, wobbling slightly. It squealed softly, barely louder than a mosquito, and struggled to lift its head with trembling tentacles. Weirdly cute. I picked it up, cradling it in my palm. Its cool, slippery texture reminded me of jelly. The little creature tilted its head up, big shiny eyes staring at me dumbly. Beehai, female level 1 strength, 1 agility, 1 stamina 1. All stats at 1. Quite underwhelming. Oh well, time to feed it. Clay was my largest resource stockpile, so I started there. Gave it 100 units. A soft white glow enveloped her, and she let out a dainty little burp. Beehai, level 2-1 free attribute point gained. I put the point into agility. All right, move for me. She squirmed awkwardly onto the floor, inching forward with the energy of someone crawling out of bed on a Monday morning. She looked painfully serious, but honestly, she moved slower than a lazy snail. This wasn't getting anywhere. Screw baby steps, let's go all out. I dumped enough clay to take her all the way to level 10. Clay cost, 44008 free attribute points gain species skill awakened. Abyssal fear. The glow faded. She'd grown from the size of my palm to about as big as a basketball. Rounder, bouncer, and even squeakier. She let out a satisfied burp. Bloop. Abyssal fear instills a deep-seated terror in creatures with lower levels than Beehai. The skill sounded terrifyingly powerful, but she still looked like something you'd cuddle rather than fear. It was hard to connect her with abyssal terror. I allocated 8 points, 5 into agility and 3 into stamina. All right, show me what you've got now. Zoom. A pink blur shot across the room so fast I almost couldn't follow it. Now we're talking. That was more like an epic grade pet. But she was still just basketball-sized. How was she supposed to carry anyone? As that thought crossed my mind. Bloop. She twirled rapidly in place, pink light swirling around her. A few moments later, she morphed into a small, adorable pink fishing boat, complete with matching oars on either side and a tiny octopus emblem on the bow. Transformed vessel. Pink mini fishing boat, low quality, top speed. 3 knots. I stared in disbelief. The design was ridiculously cute, sure, but this? This tiny thing was supposed to set sail? It guzzled thousands of resources, and for what? A fragile tub barely hitting 3 knots? One big wave, and it'd probably capsize. This thing wasn't seaworthy. No way was I risking my life out there with it. Leveling her up further would cost well over 1,000 resources per level. I'd hold off for now. All right, go entertain yourself. Beehai turned back into her octopus form and hopped onto the windowsill, staring out at the beachfront. I checked the newly unlocked leaderboard. Unsurprisingly, I was dominating as the sole player on it. Satisfied, I retrieved the beginner water purifier. Output, 500 ml/10 minutes. A bottle of water every 10 minutes. Unreal. This god-tier gadget is so sought after that on the trading platform, it's being priced at 200 to 300 pieces of timber with 0 availability. Just finished setting it up. SSS-level ability Goddess's Savior activated. Water purifier output increased 5x. Current output, 500 ml/10 minutes. PSHHH. Water gushed out of the spout like a broken fire hydrant, soaking me head to toe. Damn, I scrambled to block the spout, but the water pressure was insane. This wasn't just a purifier, it was a never-ending spring. Man, I seriously got everything I wished for. I opened the trading platform and instantly grabbed a storage barrel, 200 timber, complete with a lid and a hose. I hooked it up to the spout. The sound of fresh water rushing into the barrel was more satisfying than any music. Resources aren't an issue anymore, but fresh water? That's the rarest commodity. Bottled water listings on the trading platform could be counted on one hand. No amount of resources could buy it. This isn't just a water purifier, it's life itself. It would take about an hour to fill a 20-liter barrel, no rush. I sunk back onto the couch and pulled out one last item. Thermostat blueprint. 5x electronic components, 5x iron parts, 10x plastic parts. The materials weren't particularly exotic, but I had none of them. I opened the trading platform. Iron parts were there for sale, but at 2,000 planks each. Daylight robbery. As for electronic components and plastic, not even a trace. I scratched my head. It was over 30 degrees Celsius, 86 degrees Fahrenheit in here, and the sweat I worked up earlier had dried sticky and gross. If only I had a thermostat, just thinking about it felt like a cool breeze. If I wanted to live comfortably, step 1 had to be an air-conditioned space. I tapped into the regional chat room. Summer, buying electronic components, iron parts, and plastic. We'll trade water. DM me. My username. Everyone on the server knew it. Chaos ensued instantly. Mother cow, Summer. I don't have the goods, but I have private photos. Hi res. Forgot utensils at school. Big shots trading water? My lips are cracked from the dryness. Yearning for home all night. Need anyone, boss? I'll move bricks or warm your bed, just for a sip. Gender swap to woo the roommate, found out all were guys. Guys, chill. I'm a former streamer, can dance and sway my hips. My temple throbbed. This wasn't survival. It was like scrolling through an escort ad forum. I shut down the chat and glanced at the live stream option. But for a socially anxious person like me to go live, that'd be torture. Then, I thought of Luna outside. She was a virtual streamer with hundreds of thousands of fans. If she hosted a trade request stream, it'd be explosive. Too bad she wasn't exactly under my command. Ding. Private message from Wu Yushan. Boss. I've got electronic components. How many do you need? My eyes lit up. Summer, 5. Wu Yushan. Friendly price. 1 component for 1 bottle of water, 2.5 liters. Deal? A bottle each? Practically a giveaway. I glanced at my water barrel. 2.6 liters, just enough. Summer, deal. The trade was complete, 5 electronic components in hand. The next moment. Wu Yushan. Boss, need iron and plastic too? Shall we work another deal? He's got everything? This guy doesn't seem like a player, more like a businessman. Summer, how's it work? Wu Yushan. To be honest, one of my teammates has a material disassembly skill. They can break finished items down into raw materials. You provide the items, we disassemble, and all we ask is a small service charge. Disassembly. My eyes sparkled. Right now, everyone's dealing in end products, but raw materials are scarce. With this connection, I could have access to anything I wanted. Summer, what's the fee? Wu Yushan. 3 materials per 500 milliliters of water. Not bad. I didn't even bother negotiating. 5 iron parts and 10 pieces of plastic. 5 bottles of water would cover it. Summer, deal. What kind of items do you need? Wu Yushan. Iron axes, iron pots, plastic baskets, plastic stools. Any of those would work. I browsed the trading platform, swept up 5 iron axes and 10 plastic baskets for just under 1,500 resources. Water stocked. I sent them the coordinates, 30 nautical miles away. Wu Yushan on it. Half an hour delivery. I slouched back onto the couch, exhaling in relief. 2 out of 3 materials secured, just as I was about to browse for expansion blueprints. Yeah, what I asked this thing. Outside the wooden cabin, Luna let out a shriek. I pushed open the door, bracing for the hot air. In the distance, Luna stood wide-eyed, clutching a soft and squishy emerald green creature. Apparently, when it popped up, it startled her into thinking it was a mutated sea beast, but she soon realized it was harmless, and its enormous watery eyes and squishy pink body were just too cute to resist. Oh my gosh, how are you this adorable? Luna gushed, cradling it in her arms and rubbing her face against its head. The little creature seemed to enjoy the attention, using its tiny tentacle suckers to gently cling to her skin through her clothes. Yeah, Luna shivered with a soft squeal. Hey, check it out, Xiaoji, she called to Songji. Songji glanced over. This had to be Mark's navigational beast, right? It was admittedly pretty cute. Unable to resist, she reached out and gave it a little poke. It is adorable, she admitted. Just as she said that, her eyes drifted toward the wooden cabin. There I was, leaning lazily against the doorframe, smirking at them. Our gazes met, and Songji's heart skipped a beat. She yanked her hand back like it had been electrocuted, nervously hiding it behind her back. Desperately, she started elbowing Luna and giving her intense looks. Luna, still lost in her pet-cuddling trance, absent-mindedly looked up and saw me. She didn't flinch at all. Hey, Junior, is this little cutie yours? What's its name? It's adorable. I didn't answer. Instead, I lazily called down. Hey, little guy, come here. As soon as the words left my mouth, the creature wriggled free of Luna's arms and bounced over to my feet like it had just been summoned, letting out 2 cheerful squeaks. Scooping it up, I brought it close and sniffed it, then looked at Lu Na with a frown. Man, you sweat way too much. My little guy here reeks of you. Lu Na's excitement immediately evaporated. Sweat too much. Did she want to be this gross? No. She'd love to be clean and fresh. But in this hellish place, even drinking water was running out. Where the hell was she supposed to get water for a bath? You. Lu Na's face flushed a fiery red, her chest heaving with fury. What a jerk. She'd just started warming up to him, and the first thing he does is accuse her of dirtying up his pet. Back home, she was practically worshipped as the goddess of campus. Every guy around her would bend over backward to compliment her on how amazing she always smelled. She was about to start shouting when my voice drifted over again, slow and nonchalant. If you feel all sticky and gross and want a shower, you're welcome to use my place. Lu Na's mind went blank. A shower? A shower. The mere mention of those words was pure magic. Not just to her. Song Ji and Xia Lingyu both looked up, wide-eyed in disbelief. After being out in the blistering heat this long, their clothes were soaked through with sweat and clinging to their skin. The salty, sticky feeling mixed with sea breezes made it feel like their entire bodies were crawling with bugs. A chance to rinse off? Lu Na gulped. This. The words stung harder than being tickled by a feather on the soles of her feet. Instinctively, she wanted to take a step forward, but rationality held her back. She stole a glance at Song Ji and Xia Lingyu. All three of their expressions were the same. Hesitant, torn, practically drooling with longing. Song Ji cautiously spoke up. Really, we can't? Leaning against the door frame, I chuckled softly. Of course, as long as you agree to my terms. I lazily added, oh, and it's not just taking a bath. After you bathe, you can change into clean clothes too. As expected, their faces lit up in shock. Those nasty, sticky, and smelly clothes they've been wearing. Bet they've been dying to tear them off. This temptation was at least 10 times stronger than being offered a sip of water. But the catch? The same one as before. Stay on this island for the rest of their lives. TSK. Yeah, it's not an easy condition to accept. I took in their expressions of desire and internal conflict, savoring it all. No rush. These three, proud girls from noble backgrounds with their heads held high, they wouldn't cave so quickly. They needed to be worn down by reality a bit more. That's all I have to say. I shrugged. When you've made up your mind, knock on the door anytime. And with that, I picked up Bihue, or Bijui, and turned to head inside. Bang! The door shut firmly behind me. The coolness of the house wrapped around me, making me sigh in comfort. The three outside were probably staring at each other speechlessly right about now. Lying back lazily on the couch, I imagined their conversation. Xia Lingyu, with her sharp tongue, would probably crack first. Lu Na, if you can't take it, then just go. Song Ji, with her supportive nature, would likely nod in agreement. Lu Na, the weakest of the bunch, would be the first to collapse under the sun if they stayed out any longer. She was probably sitting on the beach, frustrated and stomping her feet by now. Here, family background and talents meant nothing. The only thing she had left to rely on was her face and her figure. But me? I wasn't going to rely on force. No, I wanted her to willingly say yes. I could compel them, sure. If I used force, there would probably be some resistance at first, but they'd reluctantly agree. Yet, that wasn't fun at all. The real satisfaction comes from her choosing to stay on her own accord. That's the game I'm playing. And right now, she's probably sending a message to that poor excuse of a boyfriend, Hu Ming. TSK, what use could that guy possibly be? Sure enough, not long after. Knock knock knock. Oh, here we go? I drawled casually. Which senior finally made up her mind? It's open, come on in. The door whipped open with a bang. A blast of cold air rushed out. Lu Na stepped in, shivering as every pore on her body tightened. Her expression was like dipping a red-hot iron into ice water. Easy. It was as if even her soul made a sound. She stood there with her arms wide open, basking in the coolness. Ah, this feels so good. From her dry throat came an uncontrollable moan of relief. I lifted my eyes and watched the school beauty, heavenly ecstatic in that moment. Internally, I cheered. Thank goodness Wu Yushan moved fast with the setup. This stark contrast is exactly what I needed. Only by letting them experience firsthand the difference between the outside and inside could they willingly choose to stay. Smirking, I teased, Senior, care to have a seat? She snapped out of her trance, shuddering. Her head turned to glance back at the heat outside. Just 10 steps away, and the distorted air warped in the summer sun. It was another world entirely, a world she couldn't stomach anymore. She closed the door behind her, retreating inside. Click, click. A thin door now separated two completely different worlds. I stretched out lazily on the couch, not inviting her to sit, nor saying another word. Instead, I fixed her with a steady gaze. one that wasn't exactly lecherous but deeply unsettling. Her cheeks flushed bright red, not from heat this time, but from embarrassment. Ultimately, she couldn't take it anymore. Clenching her fists, she summoned the courage to raise her head. I'll stay. Then she lowered her head again, voice even quieter. Whatever. Whatever you want me to do, just say it. Oh, prepared for the worst, are we? I had to bite back a laugh. What kind of ridiculous overthinking has she been doing? Oh, so straightforward. I sat up leisurely, resting my elbows on my knees, eyes still fixed on hers. All right then, come here. Her heart dropped like a stone. Could I maybe take a bath first? She pleaded, teary-eyed. I'm covered in sweat. I feel disgusting. Internally, I was laughing my head off. Girl, what in the world do you think is about to happen? But I kept my face neutral. Right now? Come here. My tone wasn't loud, but it brooked no argument. A teardrop slid down her cheek. With a soft sob, she took small, hesitant steps toward the couch, as though each step was across a bed of coals. She clutched the hem of her t-shirt like a lifeline, with her head so low it almost touched her chest. What are you waiting for? Do you need me to spell it out? She froze where she stood, trembling. My gaze flicked down to the spot in front of me. Hesitantly, she knelt. Ha ha ha. I could barely hold it together. See, could I please have a glass of water first? The sob in her voice made it all the richer. My amusement only grew as I watched her fumble between shame and fear. Compared to her usually spoiled and arrogant demeanor, this was downright adorable. Close your eyes. But, I'm really so. Her protest cut off as our eyes met, and the rest of her words lodged in her throat. Hopelessly, she shut her eyes, tears clinging to her lashes. Her face practically screamed, screw it. Whatever you're gonna do, just get it over with. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. I shoved the bikini into her hands. She kept her eyes shut, completely unmoving. Good grief, this girl really got deep into her own imagination. Senior, I couldn't hold back the grin anymore. Why's your face red enough to make a monkey jealous? Her eyes flew open, and she glared at me instantly. Why do you care? Since when have you even seen a monkey's butt? You just, oh my god, just. Mid-rant, her words cut off sharply. Her expression went from flushed to pale to flushed again in an instant. I nearly laughed out loud. What are you hurrying me for? I'm done already. Why don't you take a look at what's in your hand? With suspicion, she glanced down, then froze solid. Slowly, she looked back up at me. I hadn't moved an inch. The whole time, all I'd been offering was a fresh bathing suit and change of clothes, nothing more. Her kneeling, closing her eyes, and God knows what else she was expecting? All on her. She let out an anguished scream, slapping her cheeks hard. I don't know. I couldn't contain my laughter now, shoulders trembling. It felt like you were really looking forward to, something else happening. Go to hell. She flung the bikini at me with all her strength. How dare you talk in such a creepy tone? You totally misled me. Got it. Shouting that out loud, she instantly regretted it and quickly snatched the bikini back, clutching it tightly. She pouted and stole a quick glance at me. Hey, did it actually match her style? Her eyes narrowed accusingly, shooting a resentful look my way. Oh, I see. From that expression, she liked it for real. Do you have any water? I'm thirsty and kind of want to shower. I motioned toward the corner with a tilt of my head. She followed my gaze, and her eyes widened in complete disbelief. For wooden barrels, lined up neatly. 3 were filled to the brim with clear, clean water. The 4th one had a water purifier installed, filtering water with a steady whoosh. Her throat visibly moved as she swallowed hard, legs already twitching to sprint over. I grabbed her wrist just in time. That water's fine for bathing, I said slowly, casually. But if you're looking for a drink, I waved my free hand in the air. From seemingly out of nowhere, an ice-cold bottle of iced tea appeared, condensation clinging to it. I tossed it to her nonchalantly. This'll work better. She scrambled to catch the bottle, her brain clearly struggling to process everything. Where did this even come from? Summer rain. Lounging lazily back into the couch, I chuckled. Choose, lady. Are you looking for an answer, or do you want a drink? Can't have both. Not even pausing to think, she let out a satisfying pop as she twisted the cap open and took 2 big gulps. The coolness almost made her moan from relief. Pouting slightly, she grumbled. Fine. Keep your secrets, stingy jerk. She snuck another glance my way. Still not mad. In fact, I was smiling. She sighed in relief and finished the rest of the bottle in one long chug. Burp. The soft sound snuck out, and she slapped a hand over her mouth, her cheeks going red. Going from near dehydration to chugging a whole bottle in minutes was enough to make her legs feel like noodles. But that level of thirst, that borderline desperation, she muttered silently to herself. Never again, not in this lifetime. I opened my mouth again. Still thirsty. And no, she stammered. I'm fine now. Good. Then, back to the unfinished business from earlier. She sucked in a deep breath, realizing there was no escape. Fine, fine. You just stay seated. I'll take care of it myself. 15 minutes later. Her face flushed, she muttered, can I take a shower now? I didn't even lift an eyelid. Need help scrubbing your back? On reflex, she shot back. No, but caught herself halfway through. Her face turned beet red. Who said I need you to help scrub? I want you to leave. Stamping her foot, she glared at me. It was amusing how her wit completely melted away in my presence. Stretching lazily, I raised an eyebrow. Senior, careful with your words. Misunderstandings happen. Her face somehow got even redder as if recalling the scene from earlier, and she spun around in frustration. I wasn't genuinely planning to stick around. When the time's right, these seniors will practically beg me to pay attention. With an easy wave toward the side of the couch, I called out, all right, little buddy, let's go. A small, round, pink fluff ball of pure cuteness hopped out, biscuit. The moment she saw it, Luna was instantly smitten. Bending down, she cooed. Can she stay? I'll even help bathe her. You said she got my scent on her, right? Perfect chance to clean her up. Biscuit and I shared a knowing glance, and the little fluff ball happily hopped into her hands. I slipped out of the room, greeted by an oppressive wave of heat. Luckily, I had quickly rigged up a temperature regulator, or I'd be roasted alive. Far off in the distance, two wavering silhouettes, Song-ji and Summer Rain, stood proudly, refusing to come inside. Stubborn and too proud to admit weakness. Fine by me, they can enjoy their heat stroke if they want. It builds character. Leaning against the doorframe, I listened to the sound of running water and Bishui's playful splashes from inside. Way more soothing than any music. Time for some real business. I opened my friend list. That iced tea from earlier? Ordered 4. It came from a goddess who had, quite literally, stolen my heart. She listed it on the trade portal for 10k wood boards. Instead, I negotiated directly to exchange 5 liters of fresh water for it. At first glance, a bad trade, but my real target was her, the seller, by Jinxie. Overall rating, 92. Summer, how'd the iced tea taste by sis? Instant reply, crying like Dodgy, amazing. Sell to you again next time. Summer, forget selling. Why not come over to my island and drink it in person? I'll even come pick you up. Crying like Dodgy, couldn't be me. My boyfriend's here on my island too. Oh, that's the confirmation I needed. Her talents wouldn't be S rank or higher if her boyfriend's unimpressed. Time to dig deeper. Summer, didn't he say he didn't like your talent? What's yours anyway? I'll trade intel for 1 liter of water. 5 nautical miles away, perched on a dry, cracked little patch of land, Bai Jingxi shot a glance at her boyfriend, Lu Xiao, and their 2 party members. 3 grown men celebrated their win, 5 liters of water, as though they'd won the lottery. The loot was from the treasure she fished up. The water? Thanks to her chatting up the top-ranked guy in the whole server. But nope. When it came to dividing resources, her input didn't matter. Guy with the highest talent kept 2.5 liters to himself. Lu Xiao and the other teammate each got 1 liter. And her? A measly 500 milliliters. Lu Xiao hadn't even objected, didn't seem to think there was anything wrong. She chuckled bitterly, sighing as her fingers tapped out a reply. Crying like Dodgy, sure. My talent's F tier. Not even worth mentioning unless you want to roast me. F tier. My heart practically skipped out of my chest. Jackpot. An F tier ability she's ashamed of? One she's willing to leave behind if I play my cards right? Goldmine. With my talent upgrade ability, even trash tier skills could become game changers. Forget subtly. I'd spring a boat rescue immediately if the system allowed force. Too bad it didn't. She had to willingly step onto my island. Summer. Sounds like you're running dry over there. Crying like Dodgy, bone dry. Barely got 500 milliliters. Ridiculous. Summer. Doesn't sound like a happy life. Isn't your boyfriend stepping up? Crying like Dodgy, please. He thinks my only use is trading water. That's it. Bend away. The more frustration, the better for my plan. Summer. Sounds rough. Come chill on my island, then. Good food, cold drinks, whatever you need. Crying like Dodgy, dream on. What would happen to my teammates? And as if Lu Xiao'd agree. Summer. If he hesitates, tell him I've got 3 beauties here already and offer him 30 liters of clean water. Bet he'll reconsider. Summer. Oh right. Forgot to mention, I've got central cooling, too. You wouldn't have to sweat even a little. Halfway across the sea, Bai Jingxi froze mid-scroll. 30 liters of water. Just how much did this guy actually have? It was tempting even to her little weasel of a boyfriend. The air conditioning comment hit even harder. She hated the sweltering sun, the unrelenting sweat, the sarcastic side eyes from her so-called teammates, and, Most of all, the indifference from Lucio. Just 6 days. Cold drinks, cool air. It'd feel like a vacation, right? She bit her lip. Would Lucio even agree? In truth, the idea of him agreeing scared her just as much as the thought of him refusing. Crying like Dodgy. I'll see what I can do, okay? Summer, deal. Now for the finishing move. Summer, someone's showering here right now. Once they're done, I'll send their bathwater over if you want. The text lingered on her screen. Showering. Bai Jingxi sank into silence, her skin sticky under layers of sweat. She could practically smell herself at this point. Tears fell as I read the message. Little bro, stop teasing me. You're gonna make me lose my mind. I smiled contentedly. This was exactly the reaction I wanted. At that moment, I heard Luna's voice from the room. Hey, freshman, I'm done with my shower. I glanced at the two figures outside the door, their expressions motionless, and pushed open the door. A trail of wet, tiny footprints led to Luna, now a completely different person. Freshly showered skin that almost glowed white, a black bikini, water droplets sliding down her curves. A childlike face coupled with a figure that should be illegal. Noticing my gaze, she squirmed uncomfortably, clutching a pink plush octopus to her chest. I opened the marketplace on my device. White stockings. Maintains 73 degrees Fahrenheit, 500 units of stone. Purchased it immediately, then tossed it to her. Put these on. The cool texture startled her into curiosity. When she finished wearing them, she stammered, can I bring some water to the others outside? Without water soon, those two would probably end up in serious trouble. I raised an eyebrow, surprised. Didn't realize you were so kind-hearted? She quickly found an excuse. Two gorgeous women out there. Don't tell me you're okay with letting them die of thirst. Sending her to deliver water would be an indirect way to flaunt how well off she was compared to them. More telling than any words I could say. However, I wasn't about to agree so easily. So considerate of me, huh? But no. But why? Didn't you say you wanted them to stay on the island? They're the ones unwilling, not me. If they wanted to stay, they'd have joined you in taking the drinks already. Luna was struck speechless. Harsh words, but they weren't wrong. She had prepped herself for the worst-case scenario upon entering the house. Yet the reality turned out much better than she could have hoped. Meanwhile, those two outside were still holding out like damsels waiting for Prince Charming. But what if they really die? Just a bit of water, please. Water doesn't just fall from the sky. I countered, then added, here's an idea. Why don't you host a live stream, giving away water for free? You used to be a virtual streamer, right? Manage this, and I'll help you build some clout. Luna froze in place. Free water distribution? To everyone except those two outside? A glimmer of hope crossed her mind. If she were in charge, maybe she could sneak them some water on the sly. As if reading her thoughts, I cut her off smoothly. Excluding the two ladies outside, of course. Her fantasies shattered instantly. She clenched her fists. What exactly do you want from me in exchange for water? Just say it. Is that how you beg for help? Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to relent. Fine, consider this me begging you. I'll do whatever you want. Smile when you say that. Your expression is terrifying. Gives me the chills, I said mockingly. You, she exploded. You jerk. You're just messing with me for fun, huh? Instead of being mad, I chuckled. No wonder some folks enjoy seeing feisty little tsunderas. Tell you what, mop the floor. The bathroom floor's all wet since you came out. Wipe it dry, and then we'll talk. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Just mop the floor? She had braced herself for something far worse. What kind of crazy demand would he make? Yet all he asked was this. She sighed in relief, but simultaneously harbored annoyance. Grabbing her recently changed clothes, she crouched on the floor, wiping it square inch by square inch. Make sure it's thorough. You'll be staying in here later, after all, I commented lightly. It took less than 5 minutes, and the floor was spotless. I took a glance around the room. What about the walls? Can't leave water streaks up there either. Do it right. Her eyes burned with fury as she glared at me, but she obediently rose to tiptoes, trying to reach the streaks of water on the walls. Frustration filled her mind. Water had splattered to the walls during her shower. If she hadn't relented earlier, well, she'd have been sent flying back outside into that inferno of an environment. Realizing this, her face grew even redder, a mix of anger and embarrassment. All of this fuss, just because of those two fools outside. She mentally added it to her list of grievances. All right, I finally said, relenting. You get 1 cup for each of them. No extras. When she spotted the cups, she almost choked on her anger. They were so small, the size of teacups, barely enough for a sip. Why? Don't want them now. I reached out, as though to take them back. She fiercely snatched them away, glaring at me as though her eyes could pierce holes through me. Charging to the water bucket, she filled them to the brim, then sprinted outside without another word. The moment the door opened, the scorching heat slapped her in the face. She had forgotten, from being inside the temperature-regulated wooden house, what kind of hell it was outside. Her white-stockinged feet touched the burning sand, a sensation sharp enough to make her gasp out loud. The nearly full cups almost slipped from her hands. No, if she spilled a drop now, all the humiliation she suffered inside would have been for nothing. Biting her lip, she raced towards the two slouched, sun-dried shadows in the distance. Song Ji and Xia Lengyu leaned wearily against one another, looking like plants on the verge of dehydration. Hearing faint footsteps, Song Ji managed to weakly lift her head, her gaze landing on a clear silhouette growing nearer. The two were utterly stunned. How long had it been? In a shockingly short time, Luna had not only changed into a clean, sharp-looking bikini, but her skin glistened with moisture and vitality. Compared to their dusty, parched appearances, the difference resembled two different worlds. Luna shoved the tiny cups towards them. Here, got you some water, wet your throats at least. She was mad and heartbroken watching the once dazzling duo now sporting cracked lips, looking so defeated. Even now, their pride was annoyingly intact. Songji rasped hoarsely. Shaoli, Lin Feng contacted us just now. Gave us half a bottle of water. We've already had some. What? Luna's head buzzed as though struck. All that effort. Mopping floors, wiping walls, enduring his infuriating teasing. And for what? Her brows furrowed tightly. Then why didn't you say anything earlier? I went through all this, and... She couldn't bring herself to finish the sentence, her face erupting in a blush embarrassed beyond measure. No way. They had to drink this water. If not, wouldn't it all be for nothing? And worse, wouldn't that guy just get the last laugh? Drink it. Now, Luna pressed firmly. The two weary women exchanged a knowing glance, understanding everything from Luna's furious, flushed expression. Whatever small amount of water she brought took a toll on her pride. Clearly, the teasing inside managed to hit its mark. Neither wasted further words. Picking up the cups, they drained them in one go. Luna collected the empty cups, deciding to confront them head-on. So, what's your plan? Stick it out here 6 more days waiting for some night on a white horse. Songji nodded. Lin Feng's just 15 nautical miles away. He found a decent travel beast. He might even reach us in less than 6 days. Her tone turned cautious. If Mark gives you too hard of a time, come join us. Big deal, we leave together. Lin Feng's got an S-tier ability. Every day he can supply us with 2 bottles of water. Xia Lingyu clutched Luna's hand. Shaoli, don't suffer too much. 2 bottles of water? Luna laughed bitterly. In weather like this, that wouldn't even be enough to wet their whistles. Why were they suddenly so easily satisfied now? She gestured at her bikini. See this? He gave it to me. Then she grabbed Song Ji's hand, pressing it against her silky, white stocking-clad leg. Feel that? Cooling stockings. Just took a shower. Any idea how much water they used? What's the point of an S-tier ability? Could he give you these? Of course, Song Ji knew the answer. Lin Feng was already barely scraping by on his own. That half bottle of water cost him no small amount of sacrifice. Her face turned pale, but her words proved to sting even deeper. Even so, he's my boyfriend. I can't. Like you. Before she could finish her sentence, Xia Lingyu pinched her hard from behind. Luna froze and stared at her blankly, her barely recovered mood completely extinguished. Like me? She sneered. Are you saying I sold myself? And how about your ex-boyfriend of 2 years? Didn't you kick him to the curb because Lin Feng drives a Porsche? And now you're saying like me? You don't think that's hypocritical? Songji immediately realized she'd misspoken. Shaoli, I didn't mean it like that. Luna shook her head. To think I was still worrying about you two. Xia Lingyu tried to smooth things over. Shaoli, she just spoke without thinking. Luna scoffed. I don't have any hidden meanings here. I'm exactly what you think I am. But at least I own it. I admit it openly. What about you two? You really don't want to go into the cabin? Is it because you think Mark didn't bring a grand procession to invite you inside? It's laughable. With that, she slammed her cup down and walked away without looking back. When she reached the front of the cabin, she sat on the doorstep, red-eyed, dusting off the sand on her white stockings. Only when they were clean did she push the door open and step into my cool world. I was sprawled on the sofa teasing Bisui, the little octopus. When I noticed her dejected, beaten-down expression walk in, I raised an eyebrow and quipped, "What's this?" Failed to preach her sermon. She pouted, her eyes brimming with tears. Hugging her knees, she muttered sulkily, "I'm done dealing with their stupid drama. They didn't appreciate your concerns?" I asked. Fighting back her tears, she said, her boyfriend gave her half a bottle of water, and she had the nerve to accuse me of trading my body for dirty water. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Those two, judging Luna? Nah. Ridiculous. Out of the three most stunning women at Hong Kong University, Luna's boyfriend had the most modest background. And the other two? All dating famous rich and powerful men. Xia Lingyu's boyfriend was even the child of a government official. I exchanged a glance with Bisui. The little octopus flopped beside Luna's legs and gently nuzzled with its tiny head. Feeling the soft sensation against her leg, Luna finally looked down, her tear-streaked lashes trembling. Seeing the adorable little creature, she scooped it into her arms, feeling slightly better. I frowned. So, are you saying they don't need water anymore? She raised her sweaty face in irritation. How could they not need water? They're just not dying of thirst, yet. Good. As long as they weren't dying, that was enough for me. I hadn't expected Luna to fix everything in one go. Although, the fact that Lin Feng had any water to spare caught me off guard. It's not that he couldn't have water. It's that he actually chose to share it with Song Ji. Seems like there's something deeper between them. Amusing. Do you know where Lin Feng got his water from? I asked. Still holding Bisui, she grumbled into its tentacles. No idea. She just said Lin Feng has an S-level talent. S-level, huh? Generating water on his own is nearly impossible. So it's either from a treasure chest or purchased at the trading center. An idea struck me, and I immediately opened the trading center, switching to the freshwater section. 8 pages, 10 listings per page. 500 milliliters, 150 wood. Bought. 500 milliliters, 160 stone. Bought. With a calm expression, I began buying them all. One by one, bottles of mineral water clinked to the floor at my feet. Hearing the sound, Luna lifted her head, her pupils constricting in shock. Before her eyes, I was holding bottle after bottle, conjuring water endlessly. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. A growing mountain of water quickly piled up. Panicked, she opened the trading center only to see the available inventory of mineral water rapidly disappearing before her very eyes. With every refresh, fewer bottles remained. I had wiped out every last drop of water in the market. My plan: total control over the freshwater supply for the next phase of my strategy. I nudged the pile of 81 bottles of mineral water with my foot, glancing at Luna, who was dumbstruck and completely paralyzed. Right now, the Hong Kong district has no water left, except what I have. Let's see if Lin Feng's S-level talent can squeeze water out of sand. Luna's wide eyes brimmed with surprise. Was he avenging me? She had just opened her mouth to thank me when I added, "Don't waste the water. Stack them neatly by the window for our next live stream. Make it the backdrop. It should be, eye-catching. Let people add me as a friend if they want water. As for you, you don't have to do anything. Just be the mascot." Luna blinked in confusion. Huh, just pose, I replied. Then I added, technically, it's free, but we'll ask for 10 units of resources per person as a token of sincerity. You're the savior, not a pushover. I casually bought a long, milk-white sunscreen coat from the marketplace and tossed it to her. The bikini outfit? That's for my private viewing only. The lightweight fabric draped over her small frame, its hem falling to her knees. She twirled in place. Does it look good? The petite white-haired girl radiated pure vitality in her new outfit. Looks lovely, I quipped. Now get everything set up first. There'll be time for vanity later. The bottles of mineral water, stacked on the windowsill, sparkled like jewels under the sunlight. Luna dragged the sofa to the center of the window display and sat down, giving me a determined glance. I gave her an approving nod, signaling her to go live as I sent out a barrage of messages in the regional chat. Limited time free water giveaway. Livestream link. I spammed it 10 times in a row. In the blink of an eye, it was like tossing a match into an oil barrel. The place exploded. Luna's stream viewers skyrocketed like a rocket launch. From 0 to 999 plus in less than 5 seconds. That was the platform's cap. The comments poured in like a flood. Even with her years of live streaming experience, Luna had never seen anything like it. Welcome everyone. Today I'm giving away free water. Just add this ID as a friend, and you'll get some for only 10 units of resources. Immediately, the comments descended into chaos. Oh please, first monopolize all the water, then try to act charitable? Do you think we're idiots? People like this deserve to die in the apocalypse. Her too. This streamer is just an end times gold digger. She probably doesn't even realize she's being used as a tool by him. LOL. 2 trolls spammed malicious comments, successfully stirring the hate until the chat became utterly toxic. Luna tried to explain, but no one would listen. I ignored the barrage of insults and focused on the statistics. The number of people following the account was skyrocketing. Criticize all you want. The followers hit 10,000 within a minute. In 3 years of streaming, Luna had barely managed to accumulate 700,000 followers. But now, 5 minutes was all it took to surpass that. In 10 minutes, the engagement count finally settled at 1.82 million, all active users. However, the narrative in the stream shifted entirely. What was once a free water giveaway had snowballed into accusations of ruining the entire district. Desperate for guidance, Luna looked to me in confusion. I coldly typed and sent a single chat message. /@king of nitpicking @evil mindset. Anyone with their coordinates gets 2L of water in exchange. DM me. The chat paused briefly before detonating again. Boss, I just locked down their exact locations. Can I have the water now? The coordinates shared weren't far, 30 nautical miles. How'd you find them? I asked. It's my talent, they replied eagerly. Unexpected bonus. I rewarded them with an additional liter. This overwhelming display of control finally calmed Luna's nerves. Seeing the million-strong audience and those petty trolls about to disappear from the chat log, she couldn't help but laugh at how pathetic it all seemed. Behind her stood a man who now controlled the district's entire water supply. So why bother stooping to the level of maggots? Imitating a confident businesswoman, her voice turned icy as she re-entered the stream chat. Firstly, thanks to Mr. Summer for stepping in. If you don't like it, feel free to produce your own water from your own spit. Secondly, if you're unhappy about the modest sincerity fee, feel free to leave if midnight prices are too high. Not everyone qualifies to enjoy our generosity. If you wish to live, send a friend request. The hype-filled comments were drowned out by desperate water requests. The streamer is so adorable, yet has such a bad temper. Love this contrast. Why did those two idiots stop spamming? Scared. Luna slyly winked at me, seeking praise. I nodded approvingly. Good, just like that. I reopened the friend requests. Ping, ping, ping. Notifications flooded in. I spent 1,500 wood to purchase a blueprint for 200 milliliters wooden water cups. Each cup only cost 5 pieces of wood to make. Handing out free water served 2 purposes, creating buzz for Luna and another reason. While glancing through requests quickly, I noticed each female player's overall rating clearly displayed. Scores in the 70s and 80s were plentiful, but there wasn't a single goddess in the 90-plus range. High-quality players are as rare as unicorns. After delivering 200 cups, I made another batch of 200 and resumed my gacha-like journey. Over an hour later, a particular request caught my attention. Lin Feng the God. This is Lin Feng, Song Ji's boyfriend. A wealthy second-generation kid from Hong Kong University, driving a Porsche 911 and only showing up to classes for attendance. What do you want? I replied instantly. Can you lend me some water? It now made sense. I had cleaned out the marketplace, and Lin Feng was panicking. On this scorching day, Song Ji must have been pressuring him to figure something out. Why should I lend you any? Bro, weren't you handing out free water? Weary schoolmates da. Plus, Song Ji is on your island. Afraid I won't pay you back. I raised an eyebrow. That last sentence was the key. Oh, are you using Song Ji as collateral? There's no need to phrase it so harshly. The situation felt increasingly off. This seemed like a completely different person from the proud Lin Feng I knew. Willing to put his girlfriend on the line for a bit of water? Something strange was definitely going on. How much do you need? 5 liters. His audacity was outrageous. At most, I'll give you 500 milliliters. Take it or leave it. He stayed silent for a minute. Fine. I'll repay you within a week. And if you can't pay, how about this? Song Ji works on my island for a month. It took a long while before he sent 3 simple words. Deal with it. No shame left, huh? I grabbed a bottle from the water stack and sent it over immediately. Then I turned to glance out the window. On the beach, Song Ji and Xiaoling Yu were sitting side by side. In under 30 seconds, a water bottle appeared in Song Ji's hand out of nowhere. Seeing it, her initial shock quickly turned into joy. She twisted it open, taking a big gulp before stopping and carefully handing over half to Xiaoling Yu. My eyes narrowed. Lin Feng had given all the precious water to her, entirely. This behavior didn't align with someone who was apparently selling his girlfriend out of desperation for water. A reverse psychology ploy, demonstrating Song Ji's worth? Some hidden agenda? Intriguing. I went back to managing my water reserves, continuing to open the gacha. Right when I was about to doze off. User, Baby Whale. Overall rating, 90. A 90-point player. The second one after by Jingxi. I immediately accepted the request. Her avatar showed a woman in her early 20s with short black hair, a sharp jawline, and piercing eyes. But what mattered to me was her talent. Hello. No reply. Instead, she sent a blank trade request, cold and detached. I placed a 200 milliliters cup of water on the trade interface, instantly completing the transaction without waiting for payment. Showing goodwill first. May I ask you something? A dozen seconds later. Go ahead. Her tone was icy. What's your talent level? No response. Why do you want to know that? Just curious. It seemed like I hit a nerve. Hada. So this is the catch? Giving out free water just to interrogate people. Scouting for valuable allies. Ranking them. Putting a price tag on everything. In the apocalypse, starting a sort of survivor bachelor? Ugh. All men are the same. Disgusting. The user has removed you as a friend. I was baffled. What on earth? If you don't want to answer, just decline politely. Was the fiery AoE rant necessary? She got free water and still lashed out. All right, fine. If you won't tell me, I'll come find out myself. I immediately messaged our tracker. Can you locate this person for me? Boss, talent detection has a cooldown period. The moment it's ready, inform me. Yikes. Is this a woman? She ticked you off. Not really. Just curious about where she is. Got it. Won't pry where I shouldn't. The evening sun was setting, painting the ocean in hues of orange. Our water purifier couldn't keep up with the demand anymore. No more 90+ women appeared after Baby Whale, but I was content. If I hadn't started this journey with 3 senior sisters on my island, my supposedly SSS-ranked talent would have been useless so far. By the end of the afternoon, I had handed out nearly 2,000 portions of water, earning Luna over 2 million genuine followers. An incredible achievement. I gestured the universal sign for pause. Luna immediately wrapped up. That's it for today's stream. Sorry if you missed out on water, and thanks for your understanding. Got good blueprints or materials? DM me. Mr. Summer will hand out water occasionally, so stay tuned. As soon as the stream ended, she flopped onto the couch. Gosh, I'm dead tired. She stared at the fan count. 2,013,451. Her eyes widened as she pinched her thigh. Ow, it hurts. Not dreaming. For the first time, she felt that entering this water world might not have been so bad after all. Meeting me? That was pure luck. Her stomach growled loudly. So, I'm hungry. Mine grumbled as well. Hadn't eaten a thing all day. What do you want to eat? When I glanced her way, she instinctively recoiled, curling up on the couch and hugging her knees, her guard up entirely. This girl, was she scared I'd demand something inappropriate again? Seeing her all bundled up, I chuckled. Relax. You did well today. You're the MVP. No chores for you tonight. A visible wave of relief washed over her face. Then suspicion crept in. What's even available? Can I actually pick? I gave her a cryptic smirk. How about Australian lobster? Her eyes lit up like flashlights. Watching her fumble around with the trade interface cracked me up. 1.2 kilograms Australian lobster, steamed, with special garlic sauce. Price, $99.99 wood planks. She refreshed the screen, and the listing was gone. Because I snagged it. Heh, here, look. I set down an enormous platter in front of her. The bright red lobster, split to reveal tender, snow-white meat, topped with golden garlic oil. Its aroma was irresistible. Luna stared at it, about to drool. You really bought it? An Australian lobster for 10,000 credits. I shrugged. Too bad I couldn't find wine. Then it would have been perfect. Honestly, I'd had my eyes on this for a while. A legendary Aussie lobster, and I'd never even tried one before. Perfect opportunity to treat her and indulge myself. A win-win. Wait, hold up, freshman. I have to take a picture. She whipped out her phone, snapped a couple of shots, and posted it with the caption. First survival meal, guess we'll have to settle for this. With 2 million followers, her post blew up instantly. In less than a minute, she had over 10,000 likes, all full of envy and jealous comments. I glanced at her. She was basking in the attention. All right, done. Let's dig in. I pulled off one of the lobster claws and handed it to her, then grabbed one for myself. With a crack, the shell split open, revealing the snowy white meat inside. Swirling it in some garlic butter sauce, I took a bite. My eyes lit up. Expensive? Yes. Worth it? Absolutely. Meanwhile, over on the other side of the makeshift table, Luna had dropped her poised act completely. She struggled with the tough lobster claw, whining, "Help me, freshman." I took it from her, bit into it to crack the shell, then handed it back. She didn't hesitate at all and dove straight in. "This is so good," she mumbled, eyes narrowing with delight, her white-socked feet kicking happily. Her mouth was glossy from the butter, with a dab of garlic on the corner of her lips. Amused, I pointed. Right there. She instinctively licked at the spot. All good. I nodded and pulled some napkins from my bag, putting them in the center. She stared at me for a second. What's she gawking at? Never seen a handsome guy before. Then, just as quickly, she buried herself back into devouring the lobster. Before long, she leaned back, patting her stomach with a satisfied sigh and even letting out a little burp. This wasn't just survival. This was straight-up luxury. She got up to grab a water bottle when her phone buzzed with a private message. I peeked unintentionally. From Icy Rain hashtag person who can't move on, aka her ex. Luna's face darkened as she scrolled through their chat history, growing more and more tense. The guy, Hu Ming, had sent her alternate messages of insults and begging. 1 second calling her a B, the next pleading for her to spare him some water. I couldn't help but chuckle coldly. I'd come across people like him more times than I could count, and as it happened, he'd messaged me too. That guy, with the handle elbow open the door, is he your ex? Luna jumped. He was definitely not anymore. Why? What did he say to you? I raised an eyebrow, claimed I stole you from him, and demanded compensation. 100 liters of purified water for emotional damages. Are you serious? She burst out laughing. Talk about thick skin. What's wrong with him? As if on cue, Hu Ming messaged her again. Oh, so you want to play Saint now, huh? Fine. Today I'm gonna ruin you. A second later, the regional chat exploded. Her name got tagged repeatedly as insults flooded the channel. Some calling her a slut, others calling me a con artist, and a handful encouraging people to blacklist me for monopolizing water resources. The nastiest message came straight from Hu Ming. He publicly claimed, I'm Luna's boyfriend of 5 years. She dumped me for a few bottles of water, slept with Summer to rub salt in the wound, shot a smut scene with him. These two are absolute filth. Luna looked like she was about to lose it. 5 years? Smut scene? She repeated incredulously, grabbing a bottle of water and hurling it at the ground. It smashed on impact, sending water spraying everywhere. I straightened in my seat and scanned the channel. I initially wanted to toss a few supplies their way to calm things down, but by now, it was too far gone. Damage control wouldn't cut it anymore. Time to hit back. Hard. You know his coordinates? I asked. Luna nodded firmly. I motioned for Biscay, my tamed ocean beast, to come closer. Opening my backpack, I poured in 130,000 units of clay. Summoning my focus, I leveled her up, instantly maxing her out at level 40. Seconds later, 3 blaring golden announcements streaked across everyone's screens. Congratulations to player Summer for upgrading the legendary maritime mount Biscay to level 20, to level 30, to level 40. The chatroom went dead. A hush fell as messages froze mid-scroll. Atmosphere completely flipped. The people trashing Luna earlier? Silent. They all turned their attention to Hu Ming's squad, expecting an inevitable reckoning. Everyone pulled out popcorn to enjoy the drama as the sun set. Biscay gleamed as she dove into the water, transforming into a sleek pink yacht with a cruising speed of 35 knots. Meanwhile, Luna tried to clear her name in chat. Nothing happened between me and Summer. We're innocent. But Hu Ming's fragile composure finally shattered. Oh, innocent, huh? You're a damn liar. You threw yourself at him on day 1. And then he just poured it all out. I can't believe I was blind before. You were probably sleeping around back in school too. Summer, bring it on. I'm ready. Kill me if you want to, but it won't erase what you did. Homewrecker. Jaw clenched, I retreated into the yacht's cabin, gripping my freshly purchased crossbow. The nerve of this guy. Clearly, he had nothing to lose, and his only aim now was to sink Luna's reputation with his own. A quick death? Too merciful. Guys like him needed their egos obliterated. I glanced at Luna, lounging nearby in her bikini, and gestured for her to come over. The guy called us some nasty stuff, huh? Why not prove him right? Luna froze, her cheeks blazing red. You mean put on a show for him? I smirked. A show? Nah, no need to act. He already thinks nothing of you. Let's just make it real. Her lashes fluttered briefly. After a pause, her voice dropped to a sultry whisper as she responded. All right. Satisfied, I replied. When the time comes, don't hold back your voice. I scooped her petite frame off the floor and laid her down gently on the plush pink couch. Oh, and one more thing, I said before leaning down. Her eyes narrowed cautiously. What? I'm your fan. Wah. Currently. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The always poised and pure Luna in front of him. How could she possibly make that kind of sound? She should be mine. Everything about her should belong to me. Jealousy burned away all reason. Ah! He roared into the voice channel like a madman. Slut. Whore. Luna, you cheap tramp. Xiaotian, screw your mother. I'll kill you both, you disgusting pair of cheaters. I took a deep breath as the string of curses rolled off me, unfazed. Letting out a small laugh, I said calmly. Hu Ming, isn't it? Not only will I kill you, but before you die, I'll send you a special gift. Listen closely. As soon as the words left my lips, Luna's sharp scream pierced through his soul. Nice sound, huh? You've never heard that before, have you? Click, the call ended. The yacht stood out against the setting sun. I gripped a crossbow, standing at the yacht's railing, looking down at the four miserable figures on the beach below. Where's that BTCH? Hu Ming's bloodshot eyes glared up at me. Make her come out here. I glanced back toward the cabin. Luna sat there, staring blankly at the ceiling, her body still faintly damp with sweat. She's tired, I said casually. She's resting. But Hu Ming's enraged shout pulled her violently back to reality. She slipped on a long coat, her bare legs wobbling as she walked unsteadily to the railing. The sea breeze lifted her damp hair, revealing a pale, yet oddly serene face. She looked at the man's distorted expression, a chilling smirk forming on her lips. Hu Ming's furious curses stopped abruptly, as if he no longer recognized her. Wait, don't be in such a hurry to die. Her smile was both otherworldly and devastatingly beautiful. I'll start a live stream. Let everyone see this for themselves. Luna went live in front of the entire port district. The viewership spiked instantly, 99.99 plus viewers in a flash. The chat exploded with comments. She raised a hand casually, as if greeting an old friend. Then she slowly turned the camera toward me. Let me introduce you all to this man, Xiaotian. The lens shifted back to her strikingly enchanting face. The regional channel was buzzing earlier. A lot of people were insulting me. She paused briefly. That man, Hu Ming, my ex-boyfriend. She emphasized the word ex with a deliberate force. He thinks I'm his property. I wouldn't share my water with him, so he went crazy, barking like a stray dog. A man who has to rely on a woman for basic necessities. How credible do you think his words are? She glanced at the scrolling chat. Should I kill him? Tilting her head, a strand of damp hair fell to the side. That depends on what Mr. Xia thinks. After all, I've already gotten my revenge. She pinned her loose hair behind her ear. With that one motion, the entire livestream fell silent for a second. I thought to myself, this senior of mine, she really knows how to kill without laying a hand on someone. So, everyone, be mindful of what you say. Talk nonsense, and someone might actually follow the wires to your doorstep. And by the way, killing you wouldn't even be illegal. Hu Ming heard every word loud and clear. Each syllable landed like a slap across his face. Shaking and enraged, he reached around, desperate to find something to throw. But around him, all there was sand. Like a madman, he grabbed a handful of it and flung it toward the yacht. But the sea breeze blew it all back into his own face. Arg! My eyes! He writhed on the ground, clutching his face in pain. I burst out laughing. The chat absolutely blew up. Holy crap, this guy is beyond pathetic. How do you blind yourself tossing sand? I thought this was going to be some epic showdown, but this is it. His girlfriend gets stolen, and then he gets publicly humiliated in front of tens of thousands of people. What a joke. Wait, Xiaotian isn't some middle-aged greasy guy? He's young and handsome. Xiaotian, look at me. I've got amazing skills, and I only need one bottle of water to come back with you. I looked down at the wailing Hu Ming. Got any last words? Talk now, or forever hold your peace. Hu Ming didn't respond, but his three companions quickly broke down. Seeing the cold gleam of the crossbow in my hands, they dropped to their knees with a loud thud. Mr. Xia, please spare us. This isn't about us. We tried to stop him. We had nothing to do with it. We're innocent. Tears and snot streamed down their faces. I shook my head, exasperated. They were making me look like some sort of crazed killer. I was just here to clean up trash, not take innocent lives. If not for Hu Ming's audacity, I wouldn't have wanted to spill blood on day one either. Impatiently, I waved my hand. Move. The three scrambled away, feeling as though they'd been given a new lease on life. I raised the crossbow again, the tip of the arrow cold and unyielding. Nothing to say, huh? Then allow me a few parting words. Tell me, was she this happy when she was with you? Oh wait, I guess, you'd never know. Every word stabbed at his deepest insecurities. His head shot up, his bloodshot eyes bulging. He frantically grabbed at more sand to throw. I'll kill you, Xiaotian. Even if I'm a ghost, I'll haunt you and that wretch forever. Before he could finish his curse, whiz, a flash of cold steel pierced through his open mouth and exited through the back of his neck. The vile rant disappeared. His body twitched a few times before collapsing like a pile of sludge. Blood stained the sand beneath him. The world fell silent. The camera captured this scene and broadcasted it to every single person in the port district. With one single bolt, I taught everyone a lesson they'd never forget. Think before you speak. Don't run your mouth, especially not about me, Xiaotian. Otherwise, I really might just follow the wires to your front door. Pointing at the most visibly shaking figure in the corner, I ordered, check if he's dead for good. That person hesitated, trembling as they leaned in to check the body, before nodding vigorously. I tossed the crossbow back into the cabin and walked over to Luna's side. Facing the millions watching the stream, I delivered a final message. If anything like this ever happens again, An entire island of people will pay for it. The chat immediately went wild. Some worshipped me, others raged against me. But one thing was clear, they were all terrified. On a small island, Song Ji and Xia Lengyu stared at the corpse, a bone-chilling cold rushing up their spines. It was brutal. This was the very first day, and he'd already taken a boat out to kill someone. If Hu Ming deserved death, who's to say Lin Feng and Xiao Shangnan wouldn't be next? And Xiao Li's reaction was strange too. Her ex-boyfriend had just died before her eyes, yet she smiled? Song Ji's face went deathly pale as she hurriedly sent a voice message to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, do not provoke Mark under any circumstances. Lin Feng had just finished watching the live stream, his heart still racing. Grateful for his earlier polite demeanor, he was even more thankful he hadn't uttered anything disrespectful. Ming is so foolish. Don't worry, baby, Lin Feng assured. I'm not like Hu Ming. I'm not dumb. Song Ji's voice trembled, on the verge of tears. I'm so scared. What if he doesn't let us leave? Lin Feng paused, then said, I'll figure something out. Safety comes first. Mark's temper is unpredictable. Don't go against him. Sometimes, enduring grievances is necessary to stay alive. Automatically, Song Ji nodded. But the words sounded off, somehow. What did he mean by don't go against him? Was he implying she should act like Luna? She didn't dare dwell on the thought. Mark was someone she couldn't afford to cross. But then again, neither was Lin Feng. Okay, I got it. After ending the call, Song Ji grabbed Xiao Lingyu's hand. Sister Lingyu, what do you think Xiao Li's really thinking? Her fears seeped into her voice. In hindsight, she regretted her past jealousy-driven harsh words towards Luna. What if Xiao Li held a grudge? Xiao Lingyu tried to comfort her. Don't worry. Xiao Li isn't that kind of person. But she was able to stand there and just watch Hu Ming die. Hu Ming brought that upon himself. Apologize sincerely once Xiao Li returns, and it'll be fine. Still uneasy, Song Ji could only nod weakly. Elsewhere, Bai Jingxi had just finished watching the live stream. A pink yacht, Australian lobster, Luna's clean clothes. And that one line from me. Give your boyfriend 30 liters of water, and you can come spend 3 days on my island. The brutal tactics didn't scare her away. Instead, they fueled the fire inside her. She glanced back at her boyfriend, Lu Xiao, who was boasting animatedly to his teammates. Man, Summer is insane. He went straight for it. Su Kong scoffed. Reckless moves like that will only make enemies sooner or later. Zhou Lin nudged Lu Xiao. You admire him so much? Aren't you worried he might come for Jingxi one day? Lu Xiao dismissed it casually. That's impossible. With Jingxi's lack of talents, why would a big shot like Summer even look at her? Zhou Lin turned to Bai Jingxi. Be honest, Jingxi. Are you jealous of Luna? Lu Xiao interjected to defuse the situation. Zhou, don't tease her. There's no place like home, no matter how fancy someone else's is. Besides, tons of women are lining up just to have Summer's kid. A bit of envy is normal. Bai Jingxi forced a laugh, lowering her head. Her gaze drifted to her hands, cracked and dry from lack of water. Inside, thoughts churned. She had to find an opportunity to ask that question. Inside a yacht's luxurious bedroom, Luna was curled up on the plush couch, the room's pink decor giving her a princess-like aura. She stared out of the porthole at the sea. Her heart felt strangely empty. What are you thinking about? I asked, regretting it. TCH. She pouted and shifted positions. Why would I regret killing a scumbag? Her voice softened. I was just thinking, it feels like I let you off too easy today. She buried her face into my chest. This senior of mine, soft and delicate as she seemed, could really deliver pointed jabs. Inhaling the scent of her hair, I felt an unusual calm. Hey, buy me a new pair of stockings, she demanded. It was only then that I noticed her fair legs were bare. What happened to your white ones? She pinched my waist, making me wince. Her gaze drifted to the blood-stained white stockings tucked in her bag. For a moment, she didn't know how to explain. They are ruined. Seeing her mix of embarrassment and frustration, my heart stirred. I'll transfer over some resources. You can pick something yourself. I sent her a transaction. 10,000 of wood, stone, and clay each. Looking at the string of zeros, she didn't even flinch anymore. What's his is practically mine now. I figured that's what she was thinking. She sat up, browsing the trade hub, and bought blue and white striped knee-high socks for 600 wood. Slowly, she slipped them on. Adjusting the top of her socks, she casually asked, Aren't we going back? I couldn't take my eyes off her. There are still 2 troublemakers to deal with. You in a rush to go back? She nodded, her gaze evasive. I just want to go back and take a shower. I got it. All right, let's head home. The yacht turned back. As for those 2 nuisances, any time was a good time to deal with them. Luna leaned against the couch, but suddenly remembered something. Hey, you said you used to be my fan. Were you for real? Smiling, I nodded. Of course. I even tipped you 30 bucks. Whenever I got tired gaming, I'd leave your stream running in the background. That wasn't a lie. A faint smile crept onto the corners of Luna's lips. Sweet, like she'd just had honey. Still, she was skeptical. When did you start watching me? Thinking for a moment, I replied, back when you streamed PUBG. You sang a cover once, and the moment I heard it, I knew it was you. She smirked and straightened up, satisfied he wasn't bluffing. But then she pouted slightly. Why didn't you make the first move back then? Ask for an autograph or a photo? I leaned closer, brushing my cheek against hers. There's always time now. I grabbed her wrist and pulled her into my arms. Ah, she yelped. Night had fallen. On the sea, a pink yacht glided steadily forward. 30 minutes later, it docked near shore. I thoughtfully asked, want me to carry you down? Luna eased herself upright. The thought of Song Ji and Xia Lingyu still on the island made her face flush. Them seeing this? How embarrassing. No way. She'd rather walk awkwardly than let me carry her. But I didn't listen, scooping her up effortlessly and descending the plank steps. Bishu reverted its transformation, returning to its tiny pink octopus form. It hopped onto my shoulder, chirping enthusiastically. It even reached out a little tentacle, brushing against Luna's cheek as if trying to console her. She stroked its squishy limb, giving its small head a gentle squeeze. I knew it wanted praise. All right, good job, little one. Luna held onto my arm as we walked past Song Ji and Xia Lingyu. Their gazes filled with mixed emotions, and re-entered the wooden cabin. The cool indoor breeze hit us. Home felt so much better. While swapping out the water filter, I wondered, could I upgrade Bishu's transformed boats to have built-in temperature control? Luna flopped onto the couch. So, what's the sleeping arrangement tonight? There's not even a bed here. Scratching my chin, I had to admit she was right. A luxury mattress wasn't realistic on the first day, but at the very least, we needed a proper bed. Go take a shower first, senior. I'll expand the island a bit and maybe grab a larger wooden cabin. I looked at her fragile form, half limp on the couch. Think you can manage on your own? Need some help? Her laugh was more exasperation than amusement. She chucked a pillow at me. Get lost. I can manage. Grinning, I dodged and left Bishu to keep her company while I stepped outside. Standing on the beach, I spread my arms wide and breathed deeply. A breath of ocean breeze. Day 1 brought an overwhelming bounty. Not too far away, Song Ji and Xia Lingyu sat side by side. After a moment of thought, I decided to approach them. So, how was your day, my dear seniors? I asked. The two of them looked startled and uncomfortable as soon as they saw me. Song Ji forced an awkward smile and replied, it was, all right, I guess. Nowhere near as good as Xiao Li, but at least we made it. I nodded. So, have you decided yet? Are you staying? Song Ji's eyes darted around evasively. We're still thinking about it. I answered simply, refraining from pressing further. Clearly, they're not feeling the heat yet. Tomorrow, though, the moment the beginner's protection wears off and the sea beasts come ashore, let's see how composed they'll remain. At that moment, Xia Lingyu, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. Mark, has Xiaoli been doing all right? I noticed her face was so flushed when she got back, and she walked differently. Is it because of Hu Ming? Both Song Ji and I froze in our tracks. Song Ji turned beet red while I instinctively scratched the back of my head. Crap, how the heck was I supposed to explain this? She's fine. Yeah, really. If there's a problem, it's on me. Xia Lingyu seemed to genuinely believe I was blaming myself and responded coolly to comfort me. It's not entirely your fault. Hu Ming's actions went way over the line. All right then, sis, if that's what you wish to think, keep at it. I have no desire to rant to Hu Ming at this point. I reached out and prodded Luna, who was standing beside me. Luna played along, letting out a small, oh. Honestly, even if she hadn't cooperated, she wouldn't have been able to hold back. Her voice wasn't overly loud, but to Hu Ming on the other end of the phone, it probably sounded like a heavy hammer striking his eardrum. An eerie silence followed. He was likely questioning if he had just misheard. Speak up, damn it. Are you mute now? Well, you said it. Let's oblige. I gently tugged at the corner of Luna's shirt that had been clenched between her teeth. This time, the sound that answered Hu Ming was exactly the one he had fantasized countless times in his dreams. Even an idiot like Hu Ming could figure it out in an instant. I could almost imagine the buzz blanketing his brain, rendering him utterly stunned. Weakly, he collapsed onto the scorching sand. His goddess. His treasured girlfriend. This can't be. This is impossible. The ever-dignified and sacred Luna. The woman he'd always seen as untouchable. How could she possibly make that sound? She belonged to him, Completely and absolutely. Jealousy ignited a fury that burned away his sanity. Aya! He screamed into the speaker like a madman. You B.S. Luna, you two-faced W.H. Xiaotian, I'll Fing kill you both, you pair of filthy dogs. I exhaled heavily, filtering out the vulgarities. Amused, I chuckled softly before speaking in an eerily calm tone. Hu Ming, right? Listen closely. Not only will I kill you, but I'll also make sure to send you a grand parting gift. The very moment I finished speaking, a piercing scream from Lu Na shattered every fragment of his spirit. How's that? Sounds good, huh? Never heard that one before, I bet. Click. Call terminated. Beneath the glow of the setting sun, the yacht glided gently across the waves. Gripping a crossbow, I stood at the rail, looking down at the four disheveled figures on the sandy beach below. Where is that bee? Hu Ming snarled with bloodshot eyes, glaring at me. Tell her to come out. Now, I glanced back toward the cabin. Lu Na, sprawled on her back, gazed blankly at the ceiling, thin beads of sweat still clinging to her skin. She's resting, I said flatly. She's tired. But Hu Ming's furious roar snapped her back to reality in an instant. Throwing on a long coat, her bare legs peeked out as she staggered over to the ship's edge. The salty wind blew through her damp hair, revealing a face pale, yet unervingly composed. She stared at the menacing man below, a cold smirk curling at the corners of her lips. Hu Ming's frantic cursing abruptly stopped, as if he'd encountered a stranger. Wait, don't be so hasty to greet the Reaper. There was something otherworldly and bewitching about the way she smiled. Let's livestream this, she said coolly. Let everyone join in on the fun. Luna started a live broadcast for all the port district to see. Within seconds, the viewer count skyrocketed, hitting 99.99 plus. The chat flooded with comments, messages pouring in like a deluge. Waving casually, she greeted the camera as if addressing old friends. With a deliberate pause, she slowly turned the lens toward me. Everyone, let me introduce someone. This is Xia Tian. Shifting the camera back toward her own entrancing face. Earlier, the regional chat was pretty lively. Tons of you noticed what was going on and decided to join the discussion. She paused briefly. That man, Hu Ming, that would be my ex-boyfriend. She bit particularly hard on the ex. He saw me as his property. And because I refused to give him water, he lost his mind, flailing around like a rabid dog, biting anyone in his path. A man who can't even source his own water, dependent on the mercy of women. How credible do you think his words really are? Her eyes scanned the rapidly scrolling chat comments. Tell me, should I kill him? She tilted her head innocently, a strand of dripping hair falling over her face. That's for Sir Xia to decide. My revenge has already been served. While tucking a few loose strands behind her ear, with just that graceful motion, the live chat briefly paused. Internally, I thought to myself, this senior of mine, she really knows how to attack where it hurts most. So, folks, she continued with a light, dangerous chuckle, mind your words carefully. Because sometimes, should you cross someone, you just might find them coming for you down the line. And what's more, they might even kill you, perfectly within their rights. Every word echoed loud and clear in Hu Ming's ears, each sentence like a slap to his face. He trembled uncontrollably, desperate to grab and throw something. But looking down, all he had around him was sand. Frantic, he scooped a handful of sand and hurled it toward the yacht, only for the wind to carry it directly back into his own eyes. My eyes. Now in pain, he rolled around on the beach grabbing at his face. I couldn't help it. I actually burst out laughing. The live chat went wild. Dude, seriously? The guy can't even throw sand without screwing himself over. I expected some epic showdown, but this? What a letdown. Not only did he lose his girl, he just got publicly humiliated in front of tens of thousands of people. Brutal. Wait, Xia Tian's actually young and hot. Thought he'd be some greasy old dude. Master Xia, over here. I've got mad skills, 1 bottle of water, and I'm yours. Looking down again at the wailing Hu Ming, I spoke coldly. Any last words? Speak now, or forever hold your peace. Once this chance is gone, there won't be another. Hu Ming didn't even get the chance to respond. His 3 teammates beat him to it. Throwing down their weapons, they immediately dropped to their knees crying. Master Xiao, please. Spare us. We had nothing to do with this. We tried to stop him. We told him not to mouth off. We're innocent, we swear. Heaving a sigh, I rolled my eyes. Good grief. They're making me look like a serial killer. I'm just here to clean up human garbage, not to glorify indiscriminate violence. Hu Ming's only predicament? He crossed too many lines. I don't want to get bloody on the first day either. I waved my hand impatiently. Move aside. The 3 of them acted like they had been pardoned, scrambling away in a panic. I raised my crossbow again, the arrowhead glinting coldly. You've got nothing to say? Well, I've got a few words. Tell me, when she was with you, was she this happy too? Oh, right. You probably never heard about it before, huh? A few sentences were enough to stab right into the places he couldn't handle. He snapped his head up, his bloodshot eyes burning with rage. He clawed at the sand furiously, throwing it at me. FK you, Summer. Even if I end up a ghost, I won't let you two filthy scum. The words caught in his throat. Swish. A cold gleam pierced through his open mouth, exiting neatly through the back of his neck. The cursing stopped abruptly. His body twitched a few times before collapsing into a heap, lifeless as mud. The blood seeped into the sand, painting the beach red. A chilling silence followed. The scene was broadcasted across Port City, reaching every single resident. With a single arrow, I taught everyone a lesson. Words have consequences. Don't run your mouth, and definitely don't badmouth me, Summer. Or I might just track you down through the internet. I pointed to the shivering guy in the corner. Go check. Is he done for? He trembled, bracing himself, and leaned over to check for a pulse. A frantic nod confirmed it. I tossed the crossbow back into the yacht, walking towards Luna. Turning to the millions of viewers, I said my final line. If there's any more of this nonsense, an entire island of people will pay for it together. The chat exploded instantly. Some worshipped me, some cursed me, but one thing was certain, everyone now feared me. On the island, Song Ji and Xia Lengyu stared at the corpse. The cold dread seeped from their feet all the way to their cores. It was too brutal. Day one, and someone was already dead on the beach after just one confrontation. If Summer could kill Hu Ming, would Lin Feng and Xiao Shangnan be safe? What was even more chilling was Li's reaction. Her ex-boyfriend had just died in front of her, and she was smiling. Song Ji's face went pale. She immediately sent Lin Feng a voice memo. Lin Feng, whatever you do, don't provoke Mark. Lin Feng had just finished watching the live stream, his heart still pounding out of his chest. Thank God he had been polite before. And thank God he wasn't as stupid as Hu Ming. Babe, don't worry. I'm not like Hu Ming. I'm not reckless. Tears almost filled Song Ji's voice. I'm scared. What if he doesn't let us leave? I'll figure something out. Lin Feng paused. Safety comes first. Mark's unpredictable. Don't go against him. Sometimes, you might just have to swallow your pride to stay alive. Song Ji nodded subconsciously, though the words didn't sit well with her. Don't go against him. Was Lin Feng suggesting that she end up like Luna? She didn't want to think about it. Mark was out of their league. Lin Feng, she didn't dare to upset either. Okay, got it. Hanging up, she grabbed Xiaolin Yu's hand. What do you think Li is planning? She was terrified. Thinking back to all the nasty, jealous things she'd said about Luna, it was too much. What if Li remembered it all? Xiaolin Yu tried to comfort her. Don't worry. Li's not that kind of person. But she just watched Hu Ming die like it was nothing. He brought that onto himself. Look, when Li comes back, just apologize sincerely, and you'll be fine. Song Ji nodded weakly, her confidence frail. On a different part of the coast, Bai Jingxi had just finished watching the live stream too. Pink yacht, fresh Australian lobsters, and Luna's clean outfit. Oh, and that offer I had made earlier. 30 liters of water for your boyfriend, and you can come to my island for 3 days. The brutality hadn't scared her off. If anything, it had her itching to act. She glanced over at her boyfriend, Lu Xiao, who was boasting loudly with his crew. Damn, that Summer guy is insane. Just killed that guy without a second thought. Su Kong rolled his eyes. Too sloppy. He's bound to create more enemies. Zhou Lin nudged Lu Xiao. You admire a guy like that? What if he comes and steals Jingxi next? Lu Xiao laughed. No way. Jingxi's talent is way too average. Summer wouldn't be interested. Zhou Lin turned his attention to Bai Jingxi. So, Jingxi, be honest. Are you jealous of Luna? Before she could answer, Lu Xiao jumped in to shield her from the topic. Come on, Zhou, you're kidding, right? Home is where the heart is, no matter how golden someone else's cage might look. Besides, women swooning over Summer is nothing new. It's fine to admire him. Understandable, even. Bai Jingxi forced a tight-lipped smile, lowering her gaze. Her eyes landed on her own cracked, dry hands, a harsh reminder of reality. As the men continued their idle chatter, plans started forming in her mind. She had questions, and she would make sure they were answered. Meanwhile, back aboard the yacht, the luxurious bedroom was cloaked in a softer mood. Luna curled up on the plush pink couch, her surroundings making her resemble nothing short of a princess. She watched the ocean through the window, her mind somewhere else. A faint hollowness lingered in the air around her. Thinking about something, I broke the silence. Regrets? Pushed. She scoffed, repositioning herself. It's just one dead jerk. Nothing to regret there. Her voice softened. I was just thinking, maybe I let you off too easy today. Then, she suddenly leaned into me, resting her face against my chest. This senior of mine sure had a sharp tongue, all while looking so delicate. I breathed in the scent of her hair, feeling a calm unlike any other. "Hey, buy me some new stockings," she mumbled. I finally noticed her long, striking legs were bare. "What happened to that pair of white stockings you had?" She pinched my side, making me wince. Her eyes flitted towards the bloodied stockings stuffed in her bag. She hesitated, struggling for an explanation. Long story short, they're ruined. The mixture of embarrassment and frustration on her face lit something in me. "Fine, I'll send you some resources. Pick your own." I transferred over wood, stone, and clay, 10,000 units each. She stared at the sheer amount on the screen, her expression unfazed. By now, it didn't even surprise her anymore. After all, what's mine is hers too. That's probably what she was thinking. Nonchalantly, she began browsing the trading platform. Eventually, she selected a pair of blue and white striped thigh-high stockings, spending 600 wood on them. She adjusted the snug fit of the stockings, her tone casual, but her question intentional. "We're not heading back yet?" My gaze lingered on her for a moment too long. "There are still 2 troublemakers to deal with. You in a hurry to go back?" She hesitated, nodding lightly while avoiding my eyes. "I just want to go back and take a shower." "Ah, I got it. All right, let's go home." The yacht turned around. Those 2 clowns could wait. Luna relaxed back into the couch. Something else came to her mind suddenly. "Hey," she began. "You said you used to be my fan. Were you serious about that?" I grinned, nodding. "Of course. I even tipped you $30 once. After gaming for hours, I'd just hang out in your live stream." It wasn't a lie. Luna's lips curled into a smile so sweet it could melt ice, though she tried to mask her delight. "When did you start watching?" I thought for a moment and said, "Back when you were streaming PUBG, you covered a song. The moment I heard it, I knew it was you." She tilted her head with a smirk and sat upright, clearly pleased. "Looks like that junior wasn't lying after all." Then she pouted, half annoyed. "Why didn't you approach me before? Ask for an autograph or a photo?" I leaned closer, pressing my cheek against hers. "It's not too late now," I said as I grabbed her wrist, pulling her into my arms. Night fell. Out on the sea, a pink yacht moved gently through the waves. 30 minutes later, it docked at the shore. I asked considerately, "Want me to carry you off the yacht?" Luna tried sitting up, her face turning crimson as she remembered that Song Ji and Xia Lingyu were still on the island. If they saw this, she'd never live it down. "No way," she protested. She'd rather walk awkwardly than let me carry her. But I wasn't about to listen. Ignoring her objections, I scooped her up effortlessly and stepped off the gangplank. The pink little octopus, Bibbo, released its transformed yacht form, hopped onto my shoulder, and let out a cheerful chirp-chirp sound. It even stretched a tiny tentacle to poke at Luna's cheek, as though trying to comfort her. Luna stroked its squishy arm before giving its little head a gentle squeeze. "Good job, little guy," I said, seeing Bibbo was asking for praise. Luna clung to my arm as we headed back to the wooden cabin under the judgmental gazes of Song Ji and Xia Lingyu. The moment I opened the door, a wave of cool air washed over us. Home sweet home. While I worked on replacing the water filter, I began scheming whether Bibbo's yacht transformation could incorporate temperature control for the future. Luna flopped down onto the couch. "So, how are we sleeping tonight? There's not even a bed here." I rubbed my chin at her comment. She had a point. For tonight, I couldn't expect a king-sized luxury mattress, but at least we could get a decent large bed. "Why don't you take a shower first, and I'll go expand the island and maybe pick up a bigger cabin while I'm at it." I glanced at her, noticing how worn out she looked and teased. "Need help showering? Think you can manage on your own?" She rolled her eyes, then let out a laughing scoff before grabbing a throw pillow and launching it at me. "Get lost. I can handle it myself." Dodging the pillow, I left Bibbo to keep her company and stepped outside. Standing on the beach, I spread my arms wide and took a deep breath of the ocean air. The first day's spoils were bountiful beyond expectation. Not far off, Song Ji and Xia Lingyu sat side by side. After some thought, I approached them. "So, senior sisters, how's your day been?" Their faces instantly betrayed their unease when they saw me. Song Ji forced a smile. "It was all right, I guess. Nothing compared to Shaoli, but at least we're still alive." I nodded. "So have you decided? Want to stay here?" Song Ji shifted uncomfortably, avoiding my gaze. "We're still thinking about it." "Got it," I said, not pressing further. Clearly, they hadn't felt enough pressure yet. "Tomorrow, when the newbie protection period expires and sea creatures start attacking the island, that's when we'll see if their resolve holds." Out of nowhere, Xia Lingyu, usually silent, suddenly spoke up. "Mark, is Shaoli okay? I saw her face all red when she got back, and she was walking kind of funny. Did something happen with that Huming guy?" Both Song Ji and I froze, caught completely off guard. Song Ji's cheeks instantly turned bright red as I awkwardly scratched the back of my head. Crap, how do I even explain this? Yeah, she's fine. Really, it's fine. It's mostly my fault, honestly. Xia Lungyu's calm voice turned cold as she misread the situation, attempting to comfort me. You don't need to blame yourself completely. That guy, Hu Ming, went too far. Me? Sure, if you insist on thinking that way, by all means. I quickly waved my hands. No, it's all on me. I was the one out of line. Song Ji began subtly tugging on Xia Lingyu's sleeve, throwing her a look of panic. Yes, totally Mark's fault. Lingyu, don't say another word. Xia Lingyu blinked, confused. How could this be Mark's fault? But being clever as she was, she quickly pieced things together. Her cool and elegant expression quickly gave way to one of deep embarrassment, her cheeks flush. Sorry, I misunderstood. Internally, I chuckled. For someone so aloof, this senior is unexpectedly innocent. Back in the wooden cabin, I opened my friend's list to find a flood of messages from Wu Yushan. He had some electronic components available and even held on to a blueprint for me. Exactly what I needed. How many blueprints? I'll take all the components. Sorry, big guy, there's only one electronic component left, and the blueprint is for a 10 square meter expansion. I couldn't blame him for it. Late to the game, this was on me. Sending over 10,000 clay, I then swept the exchange market for 21 square meter blueprints. By the end of the night, the island would cover 50 square meters. Perfect, the max for a level 1 island. Standing on the beach, I closed my eyes and focused. Materials used: wood 2,000, stone 5,000, clay 6,000. The ground shook violently beneath my feet. Song Ji and Xia Lungyu screamed and clung to the sand as massive waves began forming on the moonlit sea. Rumble. A new stretch of land erupted from the ocean, colliding heavily with the existing island. Congratulations, Player Mark, for being the first in Harbor District to expand to 30 square meters. Reward: Epic Loot Crate X1, Basic Water Purifier X1, Thermostat Blueprint X1. Song Ji murmured. 30 square meters on day 1? How did he do it? Xia Lingyu's expression was one of pure shock, her mind racing with a singular thought. Where did he get all the resources? He didn't even spend all day fishing treasure crates. Just then, the wooden cabin door creaked open. Luna, fresh from her shower and wearing a new pair of black silk stockings, walked out. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, it's huge. You could even do shuttle runs on this. I chuckled. You like things on the bigger side, huh? Without thinking, Luna responded, Of course. This is practically half a badminton court already. I teased back. So you like big things? I can go even bigger. Realizing the double entendre, she sputtered indignantly and scolded me. Pfft. I was talking about the island, you pervert. Grinning, I said nothing and pulled out another stack of 1 square meter blueprints. Materials used: wood 4,000, stone 10,000, clay 12,000. If the first expansion shook the ground, the second was earth-shattering. The entire island felt like it was being lifted and slammed back down into the sea. Luna shrieked, instinctively grabbing onto my arm. This time, the land rising out of the ocean wasn't just a section, it was a whole new mass, a massive slab of earth sprawling across the horizon. Congratulations, Player Mark, for being the first in Harbor District to expand to 50 square meters. Reward: Epic Loot Crate X2, Basic Water Purifier X2, Thermostat Blueprint X2. The moment the announcement came through, my friend's list went crazy, people flooded my messages, and the entire regional chat plunged into chaos. Holy crap, 50 square meters on day 1. Boss, are you selling thermostats? I'll pay top dollar for one. In summer, you're not just a boss. You're a literal deity walking among us. The second-ranked expanded cabin is only 19 square meters. It's so unfair you'd want to cry. Luna was stunned. She took a while to snap back to reality, glancing at my profile, her heartbeat racing. This junior of hers, his strength literally made her knees weak. I cleared my throat. Go pick a wooden house blueprint at the trading post, double deck or single deck, your call. Her eyes lit up. Got it. This was the kind of task she loved the most. While she browsed, I took the opportunity to check out the island's information. Island level, LV1, 50 square meters. Upgrade requirement: offer 50 ocean hearts. An ocean heart? This was my first time hearing about it. Most likely, I'd need to wait until the newbie protection period ended. Luna's excited shout broke my train of thought. Junior, this is perfect. A 20 square meter 2-story cabin with a bathroom. I did the math. 2 stories make 40 square meters, enough for us and Song Ji. with Xia Lingyu joining too. How much? I asked. 10,000 wood planks, 8,000 stones, and 15,000 clay. I transferred the materials to her right away. Luna bought the blueprint and was about to start construction, but suddenly sighed. It still needs 5,000 wood planks to build. This time, she didn't ask me for more. She gritted her teeth and provided her own materials. The blueprint dissolved into glowing white light, and plank after plank began forming mid-air, floating and piece by piece slotting into place. Slowly, an exquisite two-story wooden cabin descended in the middle of the island. Even Song Ji couldn't help taking a picture of it. She hesitated, thinking of sending it to Lin Feng for motivation, but stopped herself. This wouldn't inspire him. It would crush his spirits. She sighed, quietly saving the image to her personal space. Xia Lingyu glanced at Song Ji, then at the old wooden cabin they currently shared. She whispered under her breath, "Xiao Ji, let's ask Xiao Li out later. When you apologize, I'll see if I can ask to borrow the old cabin for a few days." Song Ji's eyes lit up, and she nodded enthusiastically. Deal. Meanwhile, Luna charged into the new cabin. The scent of fresh pine greeted her, along with abundant natural light. It was spacious and bright, with soft candle chandeliers hanging warmly from the ceiling. The bathroom alone was spacious enough to fit 3 bathtubs. She ran up the stairs in excitement and collapsed onto the second-floor wooden floor, arms and legs spread out like a starfish, her mind blank. In this dangerous survival world where death could come anytime, she'd somehow managed to build a true home. Sure, the resources weren't hers, but she'd done the actual building with her own hands. I began hauling the couch and water purifier from the old cabin into the new one, while Luna bought a bunch of new furniture blueprints. The sofa needs to go next to the window. It's got a perfect view of the ocean. The table? Right in the center. Move the vanity set upstairs. Once everything was set, the two of us collapsed onto the couch, exhausted. The warm light bathed the room, highlighting every corner of the cabin that showcased her detailed touch. "Well," she said, grinning. "Not bad taste, huh?" I took a slow look around, and I had to admit, not bad. Feels like a real home now. I laid out 3 glowing purple epic treasure chests on the floor in a neat row. Ready to try your luck opening a few? Luna's heart raced. 3 epic treasure chests. She could fish for a lifetime and still not see even one in person. She snuck a glance at me. "You really want me to open them? I'm notoriously unlucky. Don't come crying if I jinx it." I nodded. Deep down, I was genuinely curious just how disastrous her luck could be. Go for it. My first epic chest gave me nothing special either. Luna rubbed her palms together and approached the first chest, drawing imaginary circles in the air with her fingers. "Heaven above, grant me a massage chair or something. Please." She yanked open the chest. "Congratulations. You've obtained luxury pool blueprint, 20 square meters." Her expression froze for a moment, and she kicked the chest out of sheer frustration. Okay, it wasn't entirely bad. A pool was definitely a luxury add-on for the island. But compared to the epic seafaring beast I had pulled before, this felt lame. She refused to give up and eyed the second chest, though her confidence was shaken. I couldn't help teasing her. "First one's always a warm-up. Maybe the second will surprise you." She gave me a suspicious look. "If I pull more junk, are you going to use this as an excuse to bury me? Do I really even need an excuse?" I shot back with a grin. She nodded as if that made perfect sense. "Fair enough. Fine, I'll give it another go." Luna steadied herself and placed her hands on the top of the second chest. "This time, I'm betting a super soft bed, okay? I'll even gamble away Xiao Ji's next life of romantic luck for this one. Let's do this. Open. Congratulations. You've obtained greenery material package, 10 plant species." I couldn't help but chuckle this time. A pool blueprint and now a greenery package. She truly had unique luck. Clearly, next time, I wasn't letting her anywhere near the chests. Fuming, Luna stomped her foot. This was nothing like the golden jackpot she'd imagined. I laughed until my sides hurt, then walked over and squeezed her shoulder. "All right, leave this to me. From now on, you can just lay back and enjoy the spoils." Her face turned red, and she swatted me with a fist. "Ugh, you're such a jerk." Ignoring her, I stepped towards the final chest, grasping the lid with both hands. Turning back, I raised an eyebrow at her, a smirk playing on my lips. Under her curious gaze, I slowly lifted the chest lid just a crack. Bzzzt. A blinding gold light flashed, bathing the entire cabin in shimmering brilliance. I slammed the lid shut before we could fully peek inside, and the golden glow instantly disappeared. Luna, on edge, grabbed my arm and shook it. "Hurry up and open it already. Is it a seafaring beast? I want a pet too." My curiosity skyrocketed as well. I threw the lid open with a dramatic yell. The gold radiance filled the room again, so dazzling it made us squint. Congratulations, player. You've obtained Defense Robot Epic Blueprint. As the light subsided, I picked up a sturdy, dark red blueprint from inside the chest. My eyes scanned the requirements, and my jaw dropped. Materials needed: iron parts 10 350, electronic components X 130, plastic X 400, rubber X 200, intelligent core X 10, silicone X 100. This list was intimidating. What the heck was an intelligent core? I'd never even heard of it before. But if I could build this robot, sea monsters would be a worry of the past. Luna peeked over my shoulder at the blueprint and wore an odd expression. Why does it need silicone? Is this robot entirely appropriate? Her cheeks flushed at the implications. I laughed. Appropriate or not, it might come with bonus features. Hey, robot girlfriends are a thing, you know. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously. Oh, so that's your type, huh? Nah, robots won't beat the real deal, I said confidently. I still prefer my senior. Blushing bright red, she spat, gross, and punched my arm. I caught her wrist mid-swing, leaning closer. She panicked. No way. I just put on fresh ointment this afternoon. Amused, I let go right away. Chill, see? Even robots have their uses. She scoffed, though her face stayed red. Once the teasing ended, I got down to business. Tomorrow during the live stream, post the material requirements for trade. She repeated the list to herself, nodding. Halfway through nodding, she froze, realizing that once this robot was built, she would probably benefit the most from its protection. Here's the translation with expressions tailored to American English. We have plenty of food and water for now, but whether she can survive the next 3 nights is still up in the air. We have to build it, no matter the cost. Then she asked, are you delivering water tomorrow? Of course. I've got 4 water purifiers. We've got more fresh water than we know what to do with. I'll deliver until your followers hit 10 million. 10 million. Her eyes sparkled with hope. That number was something she couldn't even dream of before. 10 million followers, the top streamer in Port City. While she was caught up in her daydream, Cold Rain, Lung Yu, called for her, and she headed out. I opened Wu Yushan's chat window and pasted the list of items. Me, can you make these? After a long while, he replied. Wu Yushan, boss. We're just a small workshop, not a weapons factory. Wu Yushan. With 4 people, it'd take us 6 months just to disassemble this stuff. And as for the intelligent cores, we don't even have blueprints. Honestly, I expected this. Me. Start with what you can handle. Start working on the metal and plastic parts. I'll figure out the rest myself. He went silent for a long time, then finally replied. Wu Yushan. All right. We'll start right away. But can we take on some side orders too? We'll discount our labor to 1,000 milliliters of fresh water per item. Darn, from 1,500 down to 1,000, like a fire sale. I didn't say much. Me. Sure. Also, help me procure raw materials while you're at it. Here's 15,000 worth of resources. Use them as you see fit. I sent over 5,000 units each of the 3 basic resources. Too many small details. I'd rather be a hands-off boss. Plus, I know his coordinates. I'm not worried about him running off. Wu Yushan, boss. That's way too much. Me. Settle the bill once it's all done. I closed the chat and moved on to assembling the 3 water purifiers. Outside the cabin, Luna stood with her arms crossed, staring at Song Ji in the darkness. No need to apologize. By the way, do you want the old cabin our junior stayed in before? Song Ji hesitated. That rundown cabin, compared to this 2-story villa, it didn't even come close. Luna grew impatient. Have you made up your mind? Tiny house or villa? Song Ji's voice was pitifully quiet. But your condition is just too embarrassing. A cold laugh escaped Luna's lips. I've laid out the terms. It's up to you. She turned to leave, leaving one biting remark behind. Anyway, your Lin phone can barely bring you some drinking water. Once the rookie protection period ends and the sea beasts crawl ashore, you really think he'll be able to fly in and save you? Song Ji breathed heavily and grabbed her arm. Today's scorching sun had already left her back raw and stinging. She could feel every ounce of it on her skin. But even worse, the sea beasts. The thought of those monsters made her tremble all over. Then, Shally, just so we're clear, I'm only working for you. Nope. Luna's gaze turned sharp. Everything in this villa belongs to our junior. Got it. That pretty much cut off any escape route. I'll only stay for 6 days. Song Ji finally blurted out through gritted teeth. Fine, fine. Luna waved her off casually. Cold Rain, Lung Yu, who had been silently listening on the sidelines, finally broke her silence. Shally, are you not leaving? Luna froze for a moment. Leave? To where? This place had everything she could possibly need. Who in all of Port City could set her up as a top influencer? I'm staying, she said nonchalantly. What about you, Cold Rain? Cold Rain hesitated. Sha Shangnan hadn't contacted her at all. I haven't decided yet. Luna grabbed her hand. Has Sha Shangnan still not reached out? I've been telling you forever. He's a scumbag. Song Ji chimed in. That guy was always shady, even flirting with other girls right in front of you. Cold Rain gave a bitter smile. Of course she knew all of this. But some things only she knew. If not for Sha Shangnan saving her life back then, she wouldn't even be in this world now. Yeah, he's a jerk, but she just couldn't bring herself to hate him. Luna thought for a moment. How about you stay here too? Cold Rain's eyes sparkled with interest. Would Mark agree to that? I'll ask him for you. As night deepened, Luna yawned and headed back inside. The living room now held 4 water purifiers, along with 4 chest-high water storage barrels capable of holding hundreds of liters each. I had just gotten out of the shower and was lounging on the sofa in shorts and a t-shirt when I heard footsteps. I didn't even look up. Done talking. She grinned and walked behind the sofa, starting to massage my shoulders. Her voice soft and sweet. Hey, my amazing junior, can I ask you for a favor? Can Cold Rain stay too? Please? Awesome junior, sweet junior, my favorite junior. I got goosebumps. What can she even do? No way she's mooching. Hearing that, she doubled down on her efforts, her breath brushing lightly against my ear. Cold Rain is a top finance and management grad. Aren't you tired of managing all the water trades? Let her help you out. I seriously considered it. Cold Rain was a great fit for the job, sparing me the boredom of logistics. She could even sort out the prettier ones for me to handle personally. Sounds like a win-win. Luna's warm breath tickled my ear again. Come on, let her stay. My ear twitched. Fine. Any more, and I'm gonna autograph something for you. Luna burst into laughter, covering her mouth. Deal. What about Songji? Oh, her. A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes. You'll find out tomorrow. When I turned to look at her, her expression looked more devious than mine ever could. We headed upstairs one after the other. From my storage space, I pulled out a system-rewarded double bed and matching red 4-piece sheet set. The room instantly had that honeymoon suite vibe. Luna's heart raced. Crap, are we really going to? Morning sunlight streamed through the window, covering the double bed. I stirred awake, my palm resting on silky smooth skin. Opening my eyes, I saw her still sound asleep. Her long lashes fluttered lightly under my touch. This was the first time in 2 lives I had woken up next to such a stunning girl. If it was my old life, a girl like this would have never even glanced at me. Funny, isn't it? We've only been in this world for a day, and we've already done everything. I checked the time, still before 8. College habits really stick. After a quick wash, I headed downstairs. But just as I reached the landing, I heard faint rustling noises coming from the living room below. Immediately, every muscle tensed. The rookie protection period ended at midnight. Sea beasts could attack at any moment. I pulled out the crossbow I used on Hu Ming, knocking an arrow, and crept downstairs silently. As I rounded the stairs, I caught sight of something black and white moving stealthily near the table. My finger tightened on the trigger, pulled the trigger. Ah! A sharp scream pierced through the morning calm. This voice. Songji. I frowned and rushed downstairs. Songji. Seeing her in front of me, even someone as composed as me couldn't help but freeze for a moment. She was wearing a maid outfit, and with a black choker on her neck. Her entire face flushed red as she tightly covered her mouth with one hand, pointing at me with the other, eyes wide open. You. I sighed in resignation, shaking the crossbow in my hand. What are you scared of? I already put the weapon down. The scream was so piercing that it woke up Lu Na as well. She came down the stairs rubbing her sleepy eyes. What's with all the yelling so early in the morning? But as I turned around, she also let out a scream. Mark, you pervert. Only then did I realize and look down at myself. All right, who would have thought there'd be someone in the living room first thing in the morning? Minutes later, Lu Na and Songji stood side by side, heads bowed, looking like 2 school kids caught misbehaving. Lu Na was holding back laughter, while Songji looked ready to bury her face into her chest out of embarrassment. Dressed now, I sat on the sofa, arms crossed, and asked, so this is the you'll find out tomorrow surprise you mentioned yesterday? Puffed. Lu Na broke into laughter but quickly straightened her face. Who the hell casually strolls around in just their boxers early in the morning? And you still have the nerve to blame us? I laughed in disbelief at her pushing the blame onto me. This is my house. How is wearing boxers a problem? Fair enough. Lu Na, quick to redirect the heat, turned on her partner in crime. Then it's your fault. What kind of maid starts cleaning without waking up the master first? She mimicked my tone mockingly. Punishment for you. Hand scrub the entire first floor floors. Song Ji froze in place, completely stunned. Turns out, the outfit was Luna's idea. She made Song Ji wear it to surprise me. Well, the surprise didn't happen as planned, but the fright definitely did. Earlier, what startled her wasn't the crossbow but, well, let's just say it was the tent I was pitching. Movies didn't show this part. They made it seem way more subtle. Song Ji shot Luna a resentful glare. But, standing under someone's roof, she had no choice but to endure. Fine, fine. Luna then gave her a sneaky pinch on the waist. Why are you still standing there? Call him master already. Song Ji's eyes widened. Huh? You didn't say I had to call him that. She definitely wasn't told about this part. But the outfit was already on. Leaving now would just make all the previous humiliation pointless. Luna whispered mockingly in her ear. Think about the scorching sun outside. Think about the sea beasts. Those words were a bucket of cold water splashed onto Song Ji. Call him master? It's not like she'd lose a piece of herself doing that. Song Ji took a deep breath and turned to Luna, shouting, Master, good morning. Luna facepalmed. That wasn't what she meant. Why are you calling me? Call him. Song Ji awkwardly shifted her gaze to the ground, refusing to look at me directly. Emma, Master, Ji, good morning. The moment the words escaped her lips, she wished she could disappear on the spot. Meanwhile, Luna threw me a triumphant smirk. Silently, I had to admit, her skills and training were far superior to mine. Yesterday, Song Ji was adamant against it. And today, she's obedient as ever. Does this mean you've decided to stay? I asked with raised eyebrows. Song Ji suddenly shot Luna a glare. You didn't tell him? Luna perched herself on the sofa armrest and smirked. Careful with that tone, Miss Maid. Song Ji reluctantly turned to me. I want to stay until the ice sealing day, if that's okay. Ice sealing day, 6 days from now. I calculated my odds internally. With Luna helping me convince her, keeping Song Ji around wouldn't be hard. But a little more pressure wouldn't hurt. All right, but I'll only provide a roof over your head and safety. Food and drink. Figure those out yourself. Song Ji hesitated. Water, Lin Feng might be able to get some. But as for food, that was the challenging part. Still, a place with air conditioning and protection from the sea beasts? Impossible to resist. I accept. Good. From now on, you are officially our personal maid, mine and Luna's. Luna was over the moon. Her best friend downgraded into her little maid. Perfect. All right, little maid. Massage this young Mrs. Feet. Song Ji assumed she was joking, until Luna actually lifted her dainty, pale feet right in front of her face. You sly girl, Luna? Using this to get revenge, huh? Massaging each other as equals was one thing, but being ordered around was completely different. Fuming internally, Song Ji had no choice but to softly agree. Okay, got it. Suddenly, your 24-hour beginner's protection period has officially ended. Sea beasts may now attack your island. Bloodline Awakening feature unlocked. Island Alliance feature unlocked. Ah, a blood-curdling scream rang out from outside the house. Song Ji went pale, her voice trembling. It's cold rain. She's still outside treasure fishing. I grabbed the crossbow and opened the door just a crack. On the beach, Xia Lingyu had fallen, clawing desperately at the sand to get away. Her face, a mask of sheer terror. And in front of her, a monster, as tall as a person with human limbs and a fish's body, slowly crept forward. Its slimy black scales shone with a sickly sheen. A gross, vicious fish head stared directly at her. Even from this distance, its nauseating stench hit me. A sea beast? And just as protection ends, we get something like this? I took aim at the fishman's head with my crossbow. Whoosh. Clang. The armor-piercing arrow hit its mark, but just bounced off as though striking solid iron. My heart sank to the pit of my stomach. Its scales were too tough. My crossbow couldn't penetrate. You stay in the house. Don't come out. I ditched the crossbow and rushed out the door. At that moment, the fishman opened its grotesque jaws wide, drooling stinking slime as it lunged for Xia Lingyu's neck. A split second, life on the line. I made it just in time, sliding across the sand with enough force to carve deep grooves, my arm hooking under her armpits. Leveraging my core, I yanked her back with everything I had. Xia Lingyu, dragged out from the monster's snapping maw with barely a second to spare. Get her inside now. Luna and Song Ji scrambled to pull her into the house. Junior, get back in here. Luna screamed, voice shaking. But I couldn't hear her. I grabbed my crossbow again and took aim at the fishman's left eye, the size of a lantern. The scales might be impenetrable, but the eyes? Always a weak spot. Thunk. The bolt sank halfway in, blue blood spraying everywhere in a messy spectacle. Rower. The fishman went berserk, thrashing and charging straight at me. Our flimsy wooden door wouldn't hold, not even close. Letting it inside would spell everyone's doom. No choice. I turned and bolted toward the other side of the island. Spinning in frustration, I let out a pained howl. Exhaling deeply, I almost collapsed. I stumbled back into the wooden cabin and locked the door hastily. Luna rushed over to me, sobbing. "Oh my God. Are you okay, Junior?" "I'm fine." No sooner had the words left my mouth than a twitch tugged at the corner of my eye. A surge of rage shot straight to the top of my head. Without another word, I stormed upstairs and yanked Bai Shui, who was sprawled out, snoring on Luna's pillow, straight up by its squishy little body. Splat! I threw it hard onto the wooden floor. "This idiot. Do you have any idea how much it took to raise you to level 40? The first time we encounter a sea beast, you're off taking a nap? If my last arrow had missed, we would have been cleaning up 4 corpses instead. But wait, Bai Shui didn't even react to the impact. Limp as a wet noodle. A thought flickered through my mind. Could it be? This epic grade sea companion passes out if its daily minimum of 5,000 points of food isn't met? Clutching my head, I scrambled to feed it 5,000 clay resources. A flash of white light later, Bai Shui opened its eyes, looking totally dazed. It looked up, straight into the face of its irate owner. Its little pink body gave a nervous shudder. No words spoken, I hoisted it up and carried it downstairs. Tugging the latch, I chucked it out the door. "Go. Deal with it." Bai Shui tumbled twice on the ground, looked up, face to face with a menacing, blood-eyed fishman. "Chirp, chirp. So you're the bastard that got me in trouble, huh?" Its 27-point agility snapped into action at once. The petite pink octopus became a streaking blur. In the blink of an eye, it latched onto the fishman's body. Its tiny form swelled like an inflating balloon, growing several times larger than its prey within seconds. That once adorably pink body darkened into a terrifying abyss-like black, with scarlet runes surging violently beneath its skin. A crushing aura of oppression erupted into the air. The berserk fishman froze in terror, its defiant roars transforming into pitiful wails for mercy. Boom! Its head burst, spilling blue blood and pulp onto the ground in gory splatters. But Bai Shui wasn't done. 2 massive tentacles as thick as pythons coiled around the fishman's legs, and RIP. Tore it clean in half. The mangled corpse was tossed into the sea like garbage. "Congratulations, player. You defeated Mutated Fishman, Elite. Loot. Ocean Heart ×1. Job finished." Bai Shui shrunk down once again, reverting back to its cute, pink, doe-eyed octopus form. It hopped over to me, wrapping its tentacles around my leg apologetically. My heart skipped a beat. This is why it's epic grade. That kind of pressure alone turned an elite-level mob into mush. It's absolutely insane. I crouched down and gently patted its head. "All right, I'll let it go this time." At the door, both Luna and Songji stared, slack-jawed. "That little thing that only knows how to chirp? Is this strong?" Luna scurried over, rubbing its head adoringly. "Bai Shui, you're incredible." But Songji's eyes remained fixed on me. If he hadn't rushed out just now, Lungyu would have been a goner. This junior of hers, usually so cold and aloof, turned out to truly be someone who would put his life on the line for them. Her thoughts flickered to Lin Feng. Would he have rushed out to save anyone? The answer came to mind instantly. She smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Are you hurt?" she asked softly. I nodded briefly. "I'm fine." Realizing her mistake, her cheeks flushed. "Master," she corrected herself timidly. I smirked faintly. I said I'm fine. "How's Lingyu?" Luna let out a dramatic sigh of relief and looked me over with admiration. She fainted from the shock. "Nothing major, though. By the way, you were so cool just now. That single-knee shooting stance, straight out of a military action movie." For once, I felt slightly embarrassed. "Ahem, just basic moves. Let's head inside." Shutting the door cut off the stench of blood. I leaned against the frame, letting out another deep sigh. Our first encounter with a sea beast, and it had to be an elite? Is luck even this unreasonable? But on the bright side, we got an ocean heart. Leveling the island up to level 2 required 50 of these. At least now we're one down. Just then, Luna's eyes sparkled as she stared at me, her legs fidgeting, rubbing together bashfully. If Songji weren't here, she looked ready to pounce and devour me whole. "Don't look at me like that." I thumbed toward Bai Shui. "Send it outside to guard the door, 24-hour timeout." With an epic tier pet holding the fort, I could finally relax. Now, time to build up the island. Opening the trading hub, I found the resources skyrocketing like crazy. I locked onto a nutritious breakfast set listed for just 2,000 wood materials, practically a steal. Transaction complete. Let's have breakfast. "Hey maid, come help." After preparing the table, the set revealed 2 golden brown steamed sweet potatoes, for perfectly crackled tea eggs, 2 bowls of fresh vegetable salad, and 2 plates of banana chips. A textbook double serving. Song Ji dutifully divided it into 2 portions and placed mine and Luna's in front of us. The fragrant aroma of the sweet potatoes caught Luna's nose instantly. Her eyes gleamed. Wow, it smells amazing. I'm starving. Turning to Song Ji, she jutted her chin up. Maid, peel this for me. Song Ji twitched, suppressing the sharp retort welling up inside. She hadn't eaten a grain of rice the entire day before, yet Luna flaunted food so ostentatiously. And the delicious smells of sweet potato, tea eggs, and salads were mercilessly invading her senses. Still, pride kept her from asking, so she begrudgingly peeled the sweet potato and fed Luna. Luna glanced at her knowingly. This fool. If you're hungry, just say so. She took a giant bite. So tasty. Junior, darling, how much was this meal? Without missing a beat, I replied flatly while catching Luna's purposeful winks. 2,000. If it's good, finish it all up. That hit Song Ji straight in the gut. Her gaze became locked on Luna's mouth. Her stomach growled audibly. I noticed it all, putting on my most casual poker face as I methodically peeled my tea egg. The slower my movements, the more agonized Song Ji became. Finally, I put down my chopsticks. You want some? Snapped out of her trance, Song Ji darted her gaze nervously. May I? Holding up half a sweet potato with a bite already taken, I coolly instructed. Only if you rub my legs. If you make it good, this half is yours. Faced with the ultimate dilemma, hunger once again trumped her dignity. Silently, she crouched at my feet. Her hands trembled just before reaching me, interrupted by my hand stopping hers. Hold up, maid. A little decorum wouldn't kill you, right? Her face flushed deep red as she struggled internally with fury and embarrassment. This has to be humiliation, but that steaming sweet potato. With a deep breath, she clenched her fists, eyes shut, forcing out. Master, may I serve your legs? Now satisfied, I leaned back. Her icy fingers barely grazed my calf before she recoiled from the contact, goosebumps rising all over her arms. A man's legs. This was just humiliating. Her awkward movements and unsteady pressure made for an amateur approach at best. But man, I was enjoying every second of it. A campus queen in a maid outfit giving me a massage? You couldn't make this up. Even Luna leaned in, eager to supervise and give tips. Go a bit higher. And don't forget my thighs. Master likes it rough. Song Ji lifted her head and shot her a fierce glare. Luna, knowing better, quickly headed upstairs to start her livestream. After what felt like 10 minutes of massage, I finally opened my eyes. Song Ji's forehead was drenched with sweat. I pulled her up casually. All right, that's enough. Go eat. Come find me when you're done. With that, I walked out. Song Ji looked down at the table and froze. There it was, a half-eaten sweet potato, a full tea egg, and half a bowl of veggie salad. Was this the reward? Whatever. Food first, think later. She grabbed the sweet potato and took a big bite. Its sweet aroma hit her instantly. Next, she peeled the tea egg and took a bite. In that moment, she finally understood why Lu Na couldn't hide her excitement earlier. A simple tea egg tasted better than any gourmet delicacy. One egg down, she was half full, and her courage grew. She eyed the salad next. Grabbing the chopsticks I had used earlier, she flipped the ends and scooped up a big bite. How can this be so tasty? Tears welled up in her eyes. The hardship earlier? Totally worth it. Finishing her meal, she tidied up her maid outfit and pushed open the door. The sunlight outside was dazzling. I stood on the beach, facing the ocean, with my back to her. Master, what do you need from me? Her tone was still hesitant, but much better than before. Just one decent breakfast, and the change was already this obvious? Borrowing your natural talent for a bit. I laid out some seeds in front of her. Song Ji's eyes lit up. Finally, her moment to shine. You want to plant something? Do you know anything about gardening? She looked sheepish as she shook her head. I sighed, feeling a little helpless. My vision was crystal clear. I wanted to turn this island into a paradise. But as for actually planting things, total blank slate. I decided to wing it. I dug a small hole by the cabin, tossed in a coconut, and covered it with soil. Let's give it a try. Song Ji crouched down and placed her hands over the soil. A faint green glow seeped from her palms into the ground. Within seconds, a tiny sprout pierced the earth. It grew branches and leaves rapidly, reaching about 10 centimeters tall. Even Song Ji looked astonished. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. I gently touched the tender leaves, feeling satisfied. Would you say this counts as the first life we've raised together? She blinked, slightly taken aback. Logically, it wasn't wrong. But why did it sound so weird? I guess so. Chuckling, I stood up and fetched 4 bottles of water, pouring them all onto the sprout. Song Ji flinched visibly, her heart aching. Those bottles of water were worth a small fortune out here. Try again. She activated her power once more, but the sapling didn't budge. This plant has already been cultivated for the day. Looks like it's a once-a-day thing. Planting trees takes time. There's no rushing it. Together, we planted a coconut tree at each corner around the cabin. With 6 coconuts left, I rubbed my chin thoughtfully. Close your eyes, walk around the island, and plant wherever you feel like stopping. Songji quickly caught on. Master wants the trees to grow in a natural, scattered way, right? I nodded. As she wandered to do her part, I kept myself busy. I rummaged through the landscaping kit, finding bougainvillea and roses, perfect for climbing and covering the cabin. Just after finishing watering the last bit, I straightened up, ready to call Songji. Before I could, I saw her blindly step onto a pile of sand I had just built up. Whoa! Her footing slipped, and she toppled forward. Luckily, she didn't face-plant into the sand. She landed squarely in my arms. The world spun momentarily. When she regained her senses, she realized she wasn't lying on sand. She was lying on me. Good thing it was sandy and not concrete. That type of fall could have cracked my skull. Panicking, Songji scrambled to her feet, frantically apologizing. I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. I sighed. I know. Just, can you help me up first? Flustered, she grabbed my hand and pulled me up. For a first day as a maid, this was a colossal screw-up. What if I held a grudge? With big puppy eyes, she hesitantly asked, how about I give you a massage later to make up for it? Seeing her regretful expression, I decided to let it slide. All right, fine. She exhaled in relief, even impressed at her quick thinking. If she hadn't volunteered for the massage, who knows what kind of punishment might have awaited her. Finally, each of us carried a bag of grass seeds, scattering them around the cabin. Songji triggered her gift again, and countless tiny sprouts burst through the sand, spreading a lush green carpet across the island. We stood back, hands on hips, admiring the life we'd breathed into this once barren island. The roses grew like wildfire, shooting vines 2 meters long in a single cultivation. Hundreds of buds appeared all at once. I crouched to pick one. When I gently pried open its petals, I was blown away. It was a tricolored rose, red, yellow, and white layers in one bloom. Its fragrance was intoxicating, even before it fully blossomed. Songji copied me, taking a flower to sniff. Wow, it smells amazing. I glanced around the island. Once the coconut trees, grass, and flowers fully matured, this place would be breathtaking. Laying on the grass, surrounded by blooms, listening to the waves, absolute paradise. Too bad the others wouldn't get to enjoy it. Lin Feng's raggedy island couldn't hold a candle to this. Back at the cabin, Xia Lingyu was still passed out cold on the couch. I sat down on a chair, and Songji promptly resumed her role as a proper maid, standing dutifully behind me. She peeked at the table and softly admitted, Master, I ate your leftovers. I took a sip of water. I left them there for you. A smile crept onto her face, a warm fuzziness flooding her heart. He's more thoughtful than I imagined. Master, lay down. I'll give you that massage. I waved her off. No rush. Take a shower first. The mention of a shower made her eyes sparkle. Water from the shower's purifier. Perfect for sneaking a few gulps. She dashed toward the bathroom, already undoing buttons before even reaching the door. Smiling to myself, I was about to head upstairs to check in with the other senior, when a notification from a friend popped up. The one Dodger made cry. Baby bro, are you safe over there? By Jinxie, did she finally come around? Summer, safe and sound. You? On her side, By Jinxie sat on a beach, nerves wound tighter than a violin string. As soon as the protection phase ended, the regional channel blew up with cries for help. It terrified her. The one Dodger made cry. I'm scared sea monsters will come to the island. Summer, my travel beast this morning scared an elite fishman so badly its head exploded. She hesitated for a moment, but then realized, why would someone ranked top 3 on the leaderboards need to lie? Summer, if you want to survive, it's simple. Did you tell your boyfriend yet? The one Dodger made cry. Not yet. I don't know how to bring it up. Summer, isn't survival the goal? I gave you the chance because I think we're fated. If you don't want to live, even the gods can't help you. Bai Jingxi finally understood. This man was dead set on having her. She'd always been confident about her looks. Growing up, she'd been spoiled with compliments, and even a simple social media post about catching a cold would have someone delivering medicine to her door. But now, even if she screamed for help, no one would answer. Her beauty, instead of a blessing, had turned into a curse. On the island, as long as Lu Xiao was around, those 2 other men wouldn't dare touch her. But what if someone stronger came along? Someone who wiped out Lu Xiao and the rest? What would her end be? Kept captive? Used up and then tossed into the sea like trash? She steeled herself, typing cautiously. Why are you in such a hurry? Aren't there already 3 beauties on your island? Xiatian, doesn't matter. If you're struggling so much to decide, I can help you. Daji made me cry. Help me how? Xiatian, make someone disappear, stage an accident. Not a problem. Just give me the word, and I'll handle it. Bai Jingxi felt a cold chill running down her spine. Xiatian, can't do it yet. You'd better talk to him soon. She looked up at the three men on the island. Su Kong was rank A, while Lu Xiu was only AC. If a sea monster showed up, none of them could protect her. She and Lu Xiu hadn't been together long. He'd chased after her for 4 years in college before she finally agreed. Feelings? There weren't that many. Just yesterday, she had secretly watched Luna's live stream. Clean clothes, air-conditioned rooms, dozens of bottles of water, and steaming fresh lobster. That compared to her current situation. A scorching sun overhead and half a piece of stale ration bar in her hand. Why should she keep suffering through this? Taking a deep breath, she poked Lu Xiu's shoulder. Lu Xiu immediately turned to embrace her, but she pushed him away. Lu Xiu, do you really love me? Of course I love you. You know what I've given up for you. Bai Jingxi's heart sank. Couldn't he just lie to her for once? How was she supposed to say what she needed to say? The relentless crashing waves reminded her of just how cruel reality was. I'm sorry. Lu Xiu, can we talk about something without you getting mad? Lu Xiu's face immediately darkened. You know about Xiatian, right? He wants me to stay on his island for a few days. Would you be okay with that? Lu Xiu shot to his feet. What did you just say? She pulled him back down. Listen to me. He's offering 30 liters of water. I'd just go over to hang out for a few days. Remember Luna, the campus beauty at HKU? I know her, and there are already 2 other women on his island. It's not what you think. Every word was like a dagger to Lu Xiu's heart. 30 liters of water, just so your girlfriend could stay at another man's island for a few days? What did that even mean? As a fellow man, he understood immediately. So you want to go? I'm discussing this with you. Not saying I wouldn't come back. What if I don't agree? She looked up, desperation filling her eyes. He said, you can make any demands you want. Lu Xiu didn't respond. Xiatian was top of the leaderboard. While what qualifications did he even have to make demands? There was only one thing he wanted to ask her. Bai Jingxi, do you love me? Bai Jingxi froze. Love? After 6 months, a few movies, some hand-holding, and not even a proper kiss? It felt more like habit than love. She avoided his gaze. Do you trust me? It's really just a few days. Trust me, and say yes. If not, forget it. From her evasion, Lu Xiu saw the answer he dreaded the most. She wanted to go. She definitely wanted to go. As his mind wrestled with chaos. Splash. Several drops of putrid fishy water splattered onto his face. Roar. A guttural, savage roar erupted behind them. Shit. Why are you just standing there? Su Kong yelled. Both of them spun around. A massive, pitch-black, scaly humanoid monster was crawling out of the ocean onto their sandy shore. Every step it took sent tremors coursing through the ground, the stench of decay assaulting their senses. A sea monster had come ashore. Bai Jingxi's legs gave out, and she collapsed. Lu Xiu yanked her behind him, wielding his stone spear. Stay back. Su Kong and Zhou Lin quickly flanked his sides, forming a triangle to shield Bai Jingxi. This island's too small to hide. Quick and deadly is our only chance. The 3 of them charged as one. Thud, thud, thud. 3 stone spears plunged toward the monstrosity. Clang. Sparks flew. It was like stabbing iron. They couldn't even penetrate its hide. Damn, its skin's like armor. The creature bellowed in rage, rising to its full, terrifying height. Over 2 meters tall, with a massive fish-like head, glowing green lantern eyes, and a gaping maw lined with razor-sharp teeth that churned like a meat grinder. Zhou Lin gritted his teeth, seizing the opportunity to jab his spear into its open mouth. Snap. The creature bit clean through the spear like it was nothing. Shit. Su Kong and Lu Xiu both remembered. Regional alerts had mentioned that its weakness was its eyes. They attacked at the same time, their spears aiming straight for its glowing green orbs. And that's when the gulf in natural talent became glaringly clear. Su Kong, with his rank A strength, slammed his spear clean through the sea monster's left eye, rupturing it in a grotesque explosion. But Lu Xiu, with all his might, his spear barely pierced a few centimeters before getting stuck in its tough eye socket. He couldn't drive it in any further. How? How can this happen? Lu Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't even pierce the sea monster's weakest point? Roar! Blinded in one eye, the sea monster entered a berserk frenzy. It swung its massive head, flinging Su Kang's spear away. Stumbling backward, Lu Xiu looked down at his trembling hands. Why couldn't he even stab through its weakest spot? Behind him, Bai Jingxi's face turned deathly pale, her mind still ringing with the echo of her own words. Do you trust me? Humiliation and failure crashed over Lu Xiao like a tidal wave. His eyes burned red with rage. Damn you! Like a madman, he charged. Lu Xiao, stop! His spear struck the creature's remaining eye with precision, but no matter how hard he pushed, it still wouldn't break through. Too late. The sea monster's claws were already descending, aiming to cleave his head in two. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Lin, unarmed and desperate, darted forward, grabbing the back of Lu Xiao's shirt and yanking him away. Slash! The beast's claws raked across Lu Xiao's chest, shredding flesh to the bone. Blood sprayed everywhere as he collapsed, vomiting crimson mist. Zhou Lin rolled with him to the ground, shoving him aside. But in doing so, he sealed his own fate. The sea monster closed the gap in a single leap, clamping its jaws around Zhou Lin's left leg. Crack! The sound of bone shattering was sickeningly clear. Ah, my leg! His screams echoed across the small island. Su Kang's eyes turned bloodshot with fury. In a flash, he dashed to Lu Xiao's fallen form, snatched his spear, and roared, channeling every bit of his strength into one final strike. Squelch! The spear drove through the creature's remaining eye, pulverizing its brain, and exited out the back of its skull. The monstrous figure collapsed with a thunderous crash. Congratulations, player. You have defeated a fishman, common. Loot acquired. Iron Sword X1. It was dead. Bai Jingxi seemed to snap out of a nightmare, stumbling and crawling toward Lu Xiao. His chest was shredded with 3 deep, bone-deep gashes, horrifying to look at. Lu Xiao, wake up! Please. Trembling, she checked his breath. Thankfully, he still had a faint pulse. Come help me. Su Kang roared. Gripping his belt, he worked quickly to tie a tourniquet around Zhou Lin's mangled thigh, doing whatever he could to staunch the bleeding. Stop the bleeding. If the two of them had stabbed the sea beast's eyes at the same time earlier, the fight would have ended already. Zhou Lin wouldn't have lost a leg. Bai Jingxi stumbled as she ran over. Zhou Lin's leg below the knee was nothing but a mangled mess of flesh, bones, and muscles mixed together in blood. Her stomach churned, but she had no time to hesitate. She tore off part of her skirt and pressed it tightly against the wound. Her heart was pounding. This was just a regular sea beast. How terrifying must an elite grade one, like the one Mark killed, actually be? And then, she noticed something strange. The wound had black spots forming around it. What was that? She didn't know. All she did know was that if she didn't think of something fast, they were both going to die. Wait, Mark. He definitely has medicine. Inside the cabin, the scent of pine wood mixed with the sea breeze drifted in from the second floor. I leaned back on the couch, explaining the water delivery plan to Xia Longyu, who had just woken up. She was wearing an oversized t-shirt, the neckline slightly loose, revealing her delicate collarbone. She quietly sipped her water while listening. So, Luna poked her head out from the staircase, blinking her eyes like she was teasing. You went through all this trouble just to add some pretty girls to your contacts? The mood shifted a little awkwardly. Xia Lengyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and her gaze towards me carried a hint of scrutiny. Songji looked up too, full of curiosity. The trio of campus goddesses looked at me simultaneously, and for once, I awkwardly scratched my nose. I couldn't exactly tell them my talent required high-value beauties to activate, right? That would sound way worse than just adding friends. Can't help it. Personal hobby. Luna snorted. What a peculiar hobby you've got there. I chuckled. Why does your tone sound so sour? Jealous. As if. Who'd be jealous of you? Luna's face turned red, and she quickly masked it with a fierce expression. I'm just worried you'll get scammed by those outside flirts. People aren't all as simple and kind-hearted as us. The words had barely left her mouth when Xia Longyu and Song Ji subtly put some distance between themselves and her. No, you're the gullible one. Please don't drag us down in your speech. I followed her lead. That's why I need you girls to help me vet them. I looked at Xia Longyu and softened my tone a bit. With your standards, keep an eye out for girls as pretty as you. Both Song Ji and Xia Longyu blushed again. Who doesn't like being complimented? The peculiar vibe Xia Longyu was feeling eased slightly as she nodded lightly. Got it. How many deliveries are we doing today? I calculated inwardly. After running the 4 water purifiers all night, 620 liters of clean water were ready. Let's see how it goes. Don't send it all out. Maintain a balance. She was about to head upstairs when I suddenly called out to her. You haven't eaten breakfast yet, have you? With a flourish, I pulled an exquisite little box out of my backpack. It was a chocolate cream cake, the size of a palm. The rich cocoa scent wafted out instantly as I opened it. Wow! Luna's eyes lit up immediately. She leaned in close, sniffing exaggeratedly. Songji couldn't help but swallow, unable to look away. It was rare to find such refined desserts in this forsaken place. Its allure was deadlier than an Aussie lobster. I handed the cake to Xiaoling. Here, eat while you work. Luna looked at me expectantly, waiting for me to magically produce another one. But no dice. She pouted. And what about mine? I grinned. If you want one, head to the trading post. Didn't I transfer you plenty of resources? Luna stammered, her frustration escalating. This wasn't about whether she could buy it or not. This was about effort, intent. You wouldn't block. Sulking, she stomped angrily before leaning over to Xiaoling. With an exaggerated chomp, she stole the most perfect strawberry from the top of the cake. Humph. Feeling vindicated, she grabbed the stunned Xiaoling and bounced up the stairs. I flopped back onto the couch, ready to summon my little maid when suddenly, ding, an urgent private message notification popped up. It was by Jingxi. Message after message started flooding in. Mark, are you there? Do you have a medkit? Painkillers. Antibiotics. I need them ASAP. I'm begging you. She wasn't even calling me little bro anymore. Whatever was happening on her end had her so panicked, she'd totally lost her usual composure. I raised an eyebrow. As I suspected, it was about that time. Staying calm, I replied. Attacked by a sea beast? Are you hurt? Within 3 seconds, she responded. I'm fine, but my boyfriend and teammate are hurt badly. They're dying. Please help them. To save or not to save. Bai Jingxi had a ranking of 92, the best I'd found so far above the 90 marker. According to the rules, as long as she voluntarily came to the island, I'd be able to copy her talent. This was the perfect opportunity. Her psyche was at its most fragile. But if I saved the boyfriend and he survived, what if she changed her mind later? I'd be out of options. On the other hand, if I didn't save him and he died, there'd be a good chance she'd irrationally hold a grudge against me. Convincing her to willingly join the island later would become exponentially harder. The key to triggering talent was consent. Coercion was the last resort. It was the most inefficient method. Drumming my fingers against the couch armrest, my mind raced. After a moment, I made my decision. I do have medicine. The best. But before I give it to you, answer me one question. Ask away. Forget your boyfriend for a second. Do you want to come to my island? The question was like a knife, stabbing directly into the fragile cracks of Bai Jingxi's crumbling resolve. The other side fell silent. I didn't press her, just waited quietly. I was betting on one thing. The will to survive could overpower that little bit of cheap sentiment. After a long while, a trembling reply came. I wanna, but Lucio, I at least need to wait until he wakes up. I had my answer. Fine. I'll send you some first aid medicine first, just enough to keep him alive. Give me your answer before dark. If I don't hear back, the deal is off. Don't contact me again after that. It sounded like a discussion, but it was really an ultimatum. Again, it was deathly silent. Finally, okay, I understand. I closed the chat and opened the marketplace, searching for medical. Advanced first aid kit, 2,000 wood, 3,000 stone. That price could scare off 99% of players. To me, just numbers. Purchase successful. I picked up some styptic powder, antibiotics, painkillers, and bandages. Enough to keep him alive for a day, but not enough to truly heal him. Packed it up and sent it over. I got it. I'll never forget this kindness for the rest of my life. Next came the waiting. If there's no response, then it's time to cut losses. Forcing things isn't really my style. What I am interested in, though, is this maid senpai right by my side. Senpai. I lazily spoke up. Massage start. Songji flinched, adjusted the cushion, and knelt beside the sofa. I shut my eyes. 10 slender fingers, cool to the touch, pressed gently against me. They were soon replaced by the warmth of her palms. It felt so much better than the morning. Just the right amount of pressure. But not even 10 minutes passed before her hands went limp, and the corners of her mouth drooped. Why is it that Lu Na's just delivering water and Xia Lingyu's off streaming like they're on vacation? The sight of Lu Na snatching the strawberries, the way Xia Lingyu cradled that cake. Frustration and bitterness flooded her chest. She was doing the toughest work and couldn't even have a bite of cake. Her hands stopped. Master, I've got no strength left in my hands. Cue the sulking mode. Another 10 minutes, and I'll treat you to cake. Songji swallowed back the words she was about to complain with. What in the world? How did he know exactly what she was thinking? But there's cake. All right, you better keep your word. I nodded, burying my face into the cushion. She came back over and kneaded more vigorously this time. Not bad. A smile tugged at the corners of Songji's lips. Playing pitiful really worked. Work on my neck too. Her tone carried a bit more confidence. I gave her an okay sign. Just then, a private message came in. It wasn't by Jingxi, but Lin Feng. Bro, busy. I sneered inwardly. Busy? I was enjoying myself. Got something? I'm enjoying myself right now. Lin Feng froze for a moment. I wanted to ask, do you want to join the Sea Island Alliance? Now this was interesting. You founded it. How could I possibly be that capable? It's Tang Xiangyang, from the HKU Department of Business Administration. Tang Xiangyang. An arrogant face flashed through my mind. He'd even cut in line ahead of me in the cafeteria when getting food. Not interested. Come on, bro. Brother Tang got hold of a sailing beast, and tomorrow it'll level up to 10. By then, the whole alliance will be able to take a big island. Xiaoji said their talents are weak, so they're relying on you to hold things up. You must be tired, right? To be a negotiator. But I'm not interested in forming cliques at all. Taking care of my own little patch of land. Teasing the senior. Raising the goddess. What's not to like? Senior, a few more hits on the shoulders. Songji immediately replied. Oh, okay. I replied to Lin Feng, not tired. Anything else? Well then, by the way, do you have a crossbow? The one used to kill Hu Ming. The fox had finally shown its tail. Yeah, I want to buy it. There was a stretch of green water at the entrance, so even elite sea beasts couldn't get close. For me, the crossbow was just a useless stick. Besides, the bolts had already been used up. I don't have enough resources, could I borrow it? Borrow again? Borrowing water last time, and now borrowing weapons? Sure. Figure out the bolts yourself. How many days? I agreed so readily that Lin Feng was instead surprised. Is it okay if I borrow it until the frostbound day ends? Okay. I smiled. But how could borrowing just one crossbow be enough? I opened chat and used my summer alt account to send him a message. Senior Song Ji is insanely thirsty. Her lips are all dried out. If you're her boyfriend, shouldn't you prepare something for her? Lin Feng immediately replied. Bro, I'm short on water too. Can you lend me some? I went straight into trading. Fine crossbow, toss it up. 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water, toss that up too. Trade successful. Lin Feng said excitedly. My lifesaver. By the way, how's Xiaoji? I glanced at the senior, who was still working hard to massage me. She's stubborn and insisted on doing it herself, sweating all over. Ah, that silly girl. I already said I wouldn't mind her accepting your help. So stubborn. I turned off the chat and sneered. That kid's little scheme was crystal clear, but I'd still have to wait a few more days to verify it. Songji's wrists were sore from kneading. I rolled my neck and said, all right, senior. She felt as if she'd been granted amnesty, glancing at the time. Just over a minute left. Was he feeling sorry for her? I sat up, and a plate suddenly appeared in my hand. Here. It wasn't chocolate cake. It was durian milk crepe. Its overbearing aroma rushed straight into her nose, instantly washing away her fatigue. Her eyes lit up, and saliva began to flood her mouth. But she still had to act reserved. Thank you, master. She held it with both hands, like she was cradling a priceless treasure, and sat down beside the dining table. Just as she picked up her fork, ding. Lin Feng sent a message. She instinctively glanced at me. I was lounging on the sofa, looking carefree and not paying attention. She relaxed and cut off a piece. The moment it entered her mouth, the aroma exploded. It was so delicious her toes curled up. Only then did she open the message. Baby, I told you not to defy Mark. Why don't you understand? Defy? She was in a maid outfit, had just finished a massage, and was eating top-tier dessert he had given her. How would she dare defy him? No, I didn't. Why do you ask? Don't force yourself. I don't mind you accepting his kindness. She forked up another big piece and stuffed it into her mouth. The irritation in an instant was soothed by the cream. A universal reply. I know. Don't worry. Lin Feng immediately followed up. You didn't drink any water today, did you? I'm sending you a bottle. And a loaf of bread. Hang in there. I've already joined the Island Alliance, and once I get a nautical beast, I'll come pick you up right away. Song Ji felt complicated emotions. Water? I took several sneaky gulps while showering this morning, and my stomach still bloated. Food. I haven't even digested breakfast yet. But I didn't dare refuse. If I did, I'd be exposed. Okay, so you're not short of water over there. It's fine, I'll find a way. Don't worry, babe. The trade notification rang. She didn't even look at it and tossed it into her backpack, then kept her head down and continued gnawing on durian milk. Senior, your boyfriend brought you water? I suddenly spoke. She forgot to even swallow her cake and stared at me wide-eyed. How did he know? Could he really read minds? Seeing her startled little deer expression, I waved a hand. I guessed. She said softly, One bottle of water, one loaf of bread. I got the picture. The kid really hadn't said the water was borrowed from me. You're not eating? She burst out laughing and lifted the last bite of durian milk in her hand. The meaning was clear enough. With this heavenly delicacy in front of you, who'd be chewing dry, crumbly black bread? Must be crazy. I understood instantly. Just as I was wondering what Lin Feng was up to, Lu Na on the second floor shouted excitedly. Junior, come up quick. I've got something good. I immediately stood up. Letting Luna live stream the water giveaways was meant to use massive water resources as a gimmick to acquire rare blueprints and special materials. I hadn't expected it to arrive so soon. I rushed to the second floor. Luna was sitting cross-legged on the bed, her face flushed red as she waved frantically. Xia Linyu had arranged more than 10 wooden cups nearby, preparing for the trade, and was also looking on curiously. What is it that has you so excited? Luna quickly turned off the camera and microphone, lowering her voice. It's Blood Essence Stone. A Blood Essence Stone that can awaken bloodlines. Blood Essence Stone. My eyes sharpened. What an incredibly valuable item. Who's selling it? Is it guaranteed authentic? The ID is Desert Emperor. They said it dropped from killing an elite sea beast. It's definitely real. I'll send you the friend request. That person was spamming Luna's livestream chat, specifically asking to trade with me. I added them as a friend and got straight to the point. How much for the Blood Essence Stone? The other side said nothing and directly sent a trade request. I clicked approve. A strange stone the size of a fist appeared, completely blood red, with liquid flowing inside it. Blood Essence Stone can awaken a survivor's bloodline and can also increase bloodline purity. Real. The next second, the other party canceled the trade. I can guarantee this is the first one in the port district, maybe even the first one in the world. Name your price. He was putting on quite an act. No one knows what good a bloodline awakening really has at this stage. But everyone understands this. The high-tier items that appear early on are all absurdly powerful. At this stage, they're priceless. What do you need? Resources or something else? I didn't rush to make an offer. After waiting nearly a minute, the other party replied. Your water purifier and thermostat were both system announcement rewards. You have 4 of them. 2 water purifiers, 2 thermostats, plus 50,000 each of wood, stone, and clay. My pupils constricted. This person was smart. He had clearly done his homework. He knew my assets, and he knew what counted as hard currency. He didn't want fresh water or food. He was going straight for the jugular, trying to take the core equipment I relied on to survive. I only had a little over 70,000 wood planks. But the water purifier and thermostat, I could never hand those over. Those 2 were the lifeline of the entire island. Too expensive. To be honest, I'm not short on resources. Give me 1 extra water purifier, and 20,000 of each resource will do. Not giving an inch. He's banking on my determination to get those bloodstones. I tapped my fingers against the bedsheet. Well, how's it going? Luna leaned in and whispered. I shook my head. Not good enough. I want it, sure, but not to the point it shakes the foundation of my resolve. Then forget it. A moment of silence. Nothing to discuss, then. I'm only interested in the water purifiers. I closed the chat window and turned to Luna and Xiaolingyu. He wants 2 purifiers and 2 thermostats, I said. Luna's face fell. Greedy jerk. What's he gonna do with so many purifiers? Drink himself to death. Her eyes sparkled with an idea. How about we rob him? Not smart, Xiaolingyu countered immediately. If he's bold enough to make that demand, he's probably well established. How can we rob him without knowing his strength? And what if it's a trap? He could upgrade his gear with the bloodstones and turn the tables on us. Good point. At this stage, keeping a low profile while making a fortune is the way to go. I explained the requirements again. After thinking for a moment, Xia Linyu shook her head. We can only wait. That price is outrageous. In all of Harbor City, there's not a second person in the world who can trade with him. He needs water, so let him wait. You've monopolized fresh water. What's there to rush about? I reached out with 2 fingers and lightly tapped Luna's white hair once. Did you hear that? Learn from it. Stop thinking about fighting and killing all day long. Use your brain. Luna wasn't angry at being tapped. Instead, her eyes suddenly lit up. Leaning forward, she lowered her voice like a little fox plotting something. Hey, didn't he say he's the top player in Harbor City? We can find a few shills and stir things up in my live stream, saying they've also obtained blood source stones. This stuff isn't rare at all. Could we force him to lower the price? The air went silent. Xia Linyu cast her a surprised look. Even I, usually calm, couldn't help but take a fresh look at this white-haired senior. Not bad, senior. This time, I truly saw her in a new light. You've got a brain like that? Fuck off. Luna rolled her eyes at me and puffed out her small chest. Don't forget I'm a veteran streamer. Stirring up the crowd and muddying the waters. I know better than you. Xia Linyu nodded. That method could work. No need for there to actually be a second one. We just need to create the pressure that one might exist. Believe it or not, it will still shake his confidence in the scarcity of his prized item. If he has no bottom line, we'll have the upper hand. The cost is extremely low. With just 3 or 4 actors, you can use a small effort to achieve a big result. As long as we prove that his stone isn't unique, and he urgently needs supplies, he'll inevitably cave. As for who to choose, two names immediately popped into my mind. The two people who had been stirring things up in Luna's livestream yesterday. Originally, we were supposed to deal with them yesterday, but it got delayed because Luna came back to take a shower. Later, the two of them kept apologizing in the regional channel, and I ignored them. I'd seen their top-notch incitement skills with my own eyes. Remember the two who were jumping around yesterday? I said, we can't be the ones to come forward on this. Contact them and have them find someone trustworthy to play the part. They can't show their faces. Luna gave me a look that said, you think I don't know that? What, do I look stupid? If they personally step in, isn't that basically telling everyone we're behind this? I was worried you hadn't thought it through. I smiled. Tell them this. If they handle it well, yesterday's matter will be forgiven and forgotten. Luna rubbed her hands together eagerly. Got it, threats and bribery, right? Seeing how excited she was, I added one more reminder. Don't rush. Do it slowly. If everything comes out at once, it'll look fake. Let the news leak out bit by bit and keep 'em on edge. Got it. Luna waved her hand impatiently. Don't treat me like a 3-year-old. I glanced at her livestream. 2.4 million followers. Hitting 3 million today was practically a foregone conclusion. She changed the subject abruptly. There's something else. How's the defensive robot material I told you to collect coming along? Luna's excited expression froze instantly, and her eyes darted around as she coughed twice. 5 iron parts, 10 plastic, silicone. 2. Afraid I'd get mad. She hurriedly said with righteous indignation, don't blame me. The live stream is full of poor bastards begging for water, every one of them as broke as a church mouse. Am I supposed to conjure it out of thin air? Too little. Not even enough to fill my teeth. I calculated in my head. Wu Yushan relied on dismantling finished products to obtain materials, which was far too slow. Right now, the island's safety all rested on Bai Shui. It was reassuring, but it also meant I was firmly trapped on this island. Once I took Bai Shui out to sea to explore, the island's defenses would be virtually non-existent. All the eggs were in one basket. Time was running out. This was a major problem. Luna's eyes rolled, and she pulled out a blueprint from her backpack, offering it up like a treasure. Junior, look. I didn't collect much material, but I spent 7,000 stone blocks on something good. She waved the blueprint. A coffee machine blueprint. A coffee machine? Nice. Enjoying life was my top priority. Do you have coffee beans? Of course. Luna had anticipated that. She pulled out a small bag of seeds. The beans are right here. Have your little maid plant them, and you'll have as many as you want. I smiled. She really did turn this place into a vacation island. To be fair, it was my own fault. I'd agreed to let her live even more comfortably than at school. Just drinking coffee wasn't enough. What else did you buy? Take it all out. Luna's eyes darted away, obviously feeling guilty. But she still stood up and gave a wave. Crash. All the loot spilled onto the bed. The neatly made bed was instantly buried. There weren't many precious survival supplies in the survival world. Everything was stuff to improve quality of life. Cosmetics, lipstick, face masks, an expensive-looking body wash from some unrecognizable brand, a plush bear taller than a person, an ice maker blueprint, a coffee machine blueprint. So many things they were about to roll off the bed. And in the pile of girly stuff, one cardboard box stood out especially. Luna wanted to hide it, but it was too late. My gaze fell on it. Ultra-thin, breathable, extended wear. Buying that was understandable. What I couldn't understand was the label on the specification line. 500 count hotel pack. What was this for? I leaned close to her ear and lowered my voice. Senior, why did you buy so many of these? Aren't you afraid they'll expire? My voice was very soft, but Xia Linyu still heard it. Her phoenix eyes glanced over, paused on the box for half a second, then quickly looked away, the tips of her ears quietly turning red. Luna's cheeks burned, and she fiercely pinched the soft flesh on my thigh. I had planned to hide it well, but got too excited and spilled everything out. Keep your voice down. She was embarrassed and annoyed, hurriedly stuffed the box back into her backpack and muttered, it was sold as a bundle. Cheap. Maybe we won't be able to buy it later, so stocking up now is a good thing. To hide her awkwardness, she pulled out another neatly folded pure white shirt and pouted as she handed it to me. Here for you. Look at your t-shirt. It's dirty and torn. I looked down at it. Sure enough, it was what I'd worn to school, and after 2 days on the island, it was long overdue for a change. I took it and pretended to take off my t-shirt. Luna's small silk stocking-clad foot immediately kicked me. Are you crazy? Sister Lingyu is still here. I ignored her and turned to look at Xia Lingyu. Do you mind if I change clothes here? Xia Lingyu looked up and calmly glanced at me. I don't mind. Go ahead, I won't look. Did you hear that? I smugly rubbed Luna's white hair. You think everyone is like you, always staring at me? Luna shot me an embarrassed and angry look. I casually took off my sweat-soaked t-shirt and shook out the white shirt to put it on. Pure cotton, soft against the skin, comfortable. I buttoned up the shirt. At the moment I turned around, Luna, who had pretended not to look, had her eyes glued to me and couldn't tear them away. Clothes make the man. That's absolutely true. My features were already handsome, and though I was on the slim side, I had a good frame. After changing into a clean white shirt, I looked like something between a boy and a man, with my vibe fully on point. Luna's eyes swept over me back and forth, finally landing on my chest. She muttered softly, "Do you want to start working out? You're too skinny. You don't have a bit of muscle. You like muscular guys?" "It's not that I like them," she poked my arm. "Having muscle makes you feel safer. Look at this shirt, it can't even fill out." I found it amusing. In this day and age, when life was so precarious, who had time to lift weights? But there was a shortcut to building muscle too. Get an item that boosts physique, and you'd turn into a hunk in an instant. I lowered my voice and leaned closer to her. "We'll work out every night from now on. You bought so much exercise equipment. You can't just let it sit there and collect dust, can you?" Luna froze for a moment. Then her face flushed again. She lifted a foot and kicked at me, but I caught her ankle in one hand. "Let go, you filthy pervert." She struggled twice, but couldn't break free. Remembering that Xia Lenyu was still around, I let go. "All right, keep the live stream going. Don't forget the important stuff." I stuffed the blueprint and coffee seeds into my backpack, turned around, and went downstairs. On the first floor, Songji, in her maid outfit, had already finished the cake and was carefully wiping down the wooden plate. I suddenly realized, after the cabin upgrade, there was a bathroom, but no kitchen, not even a sink. I walked over and asked, "Senior, can you cook?" Songji paused and looked up, her face full of embarrassment. "Boiling instant noodles, does that count?" I felt like I'd just asked a pointless question. A beauty on the level of a campus goddess would naturally have never done any rough work. Learn it later. The exchange should be able to get cooking skill books. Songji's heart sank. Another new task, she said softly. "But master, there isn't even a kitchen here." The kitchen had to be built. Not just for eating, but for the sense of ritual. In times like these, being able to sit around a table and eat a hot meal was a luxurious kind of happiness. Besides, Luna had bought a pile of blueprints waiting to be built, and dumping them all on the first floor wouldn't look right. I casually pulled up the construction points leaderboard. First place, Summer Island, 82 points. Second place, White Emperor Alliance, 56 points. Third place, Avishan Alliance, 54 points. A landslide lead, nearly double the second place. I stared at that 82 points. I wondered if there would be any special reward for breaking 100. System rewards were always good things. 18 points short, that was just 1,800 resource points. Nothing to me. Might as well build a kitchen and round it off. Let's build a kitchen. I looked at Songji. "Come on, let's go outside and find a place." Songji put down the plate and followed me out. As soon as the door opened, a wave of heat mixed with sea breeze hit us. In just a few seconds, a light sheen of sweat appeared on Songji's forehead and neck. She had stayed in the temperature-controlled wooden house for too long and felt a little dazed. When she went out this morning to plant trees, it definitely hadn't been this unbearable. Bisui, squatting at the entrance, was practically wilting from the sun. Songji gently stroked its head with sympathy. "Chirp, chirp." Bisui looked at her with pleading eyes. She gave a helpless smile. There was nothing she could do to help. Hot. She fanned herself with her hand, but the breeze that came over was still scorching. I pointed to the open space beside the wooden cabin. "How big do you think it should be?" The island was only 50 square meters in total, and the wooden cabin took up 20. There wasn't much room left, and we still had to avoid the coconut trees planted that morning. Songji's mind went blank. She couldn't cook at all, so how would she know how big a kitchen should be? Smaller, as long as it's usable? I nodded and started browsing the trading hall. A day had passed, and there were quite a few more items. There were all kinds of building blueprints, but very few could actually be used. First, other people's islands were too small to build on. Second, these things were really expensive. Ordinary players couldn't even afford 1,000 resource points. I had a clear goal, not the best, just the most expensive. Soon, a blueprint for an L-shaped kitchen dining room combination caught my eye. L-shaped warm G kitchen, 15 square m. Construction cost, wood asterisk 2,000. Price, 2,500 wood, 1,000 stone. Exactly 2,000 resources, 20 points. I sent the link to Songji. "Senior, take a look. How about this one?" Songji clicked it open and found the layout somewhat similar to a guest house she had once stayed at. It's pretty good. The kitchen and dining area are separated, so the fumes won't drift into the dining room. Then we'll go with this? My tone was casual, as if I were asking what to have for dinner. Song-ji, however, froze. He was asking for my opinion? I'll stay until Ice Peak Day ends. No need to ask me. Ask Luna and Sister Longyu. I didn't respond to that. Stop overthinking it. Just tell me whether you like this layout. Song-ji looked it over again, even more seriously. I quite like it. Okay. I made up my mind and directly took it with 2,000 wood. A scroll glowing with a faint cyan light appeared in my hand. I glanced over at the island. Figuring out how to place it was a problem too. If it was arranged carelessly, it wouldn't look good, and there would be more buildings to add later, making it even harder to plan. Seeing me holding the blueprint without moving, Song-ji probably guessed what I was thinking. At the center of the open space, Song-ji gestured as she came up with ideas. The kitchen door should face the wooden cabin door, and a flower corridor made of roses and bougainvillea can connect them in the middle. An L-shaped layout with the wooden cabin, enclosed on 3 sides like a U, and you can still barbecue and watch the sea in the middle. My eyes lit up. This girl really had some talent. Wood minus 2,000. The blueprint turned into a beam of white light shooting into the sky, and planks and beams flew everywhere, with mortise and tenon joints snapping together with clacking sounds. A delicate L-shaped kitchen visibly rose from the ground. Song-ji was stunned, though unfortunately, it wasn't built by her own hands. The next second, the Harbor City chat channel was flooded again. Congratulations to the summer team for breaking 100 building points for the first time. Reward, 5 attribute pillboxes, 1 automatic defense arrow tower blueprint. My friends list was instantly bombarded, all of them coming for the arrow tower. Too lazy to bother with that. Let's get the kitchen sorted first. At that moment, Luna poked her head out from the second floor. Wow, senior. Is this the kitchen? Thud, thud, thud. Like a little rabbit, she dashed downstairs, and the moment she pushed the door open, a wave of heat hit her in the face. It was scorching hot. The sand felt like a red-hot iron plate. At a glance, she saw the wilted little octopus biscuit, and her heart went out to it as she scooped it into her arms. Big sister hug. Her black-stockinged little feet tentatively stepped outward. Hiss. Then she jerked back as if electrocuted, looking at me pitifully. Senior, carry me over, okay? Helpless, I walked over in a few steps and gave her and the little octopus a princess carry. Luna was so petite she was almost weightless, her head resting against my chest. The 3 of us sized up the new kitchen together. Along the short side was a traditional brick stove, while the long side could seat 5 or 6 people in the dining area, and the 3 large windows provided excellent lighting. I installed the thermostat, buzz, 22 degrees, instantly cool. Barefoot, Luna turned around in a circle and started planning. Put the cabinets in the corner, and the cookware and seasonings over here. Walking up to the dining table, she said very seriously, from now on, you'll sit in the main seat. Young Lu and Sister Lung, you will sit on either side of you. Xiaoji, this maid, will stand beside you and serve you. Song-ji was unhappy. Why do I have to stand? Luna folded her arms and leaned against me. Because you're a maid, of course. You still want to sit at the table? Or are you trying to climb into power? You. Song-ji's pretty face flushed red, and she couldn't manage to refute a single word. She looked at me aggrievedly, begging me to speak up for her. Luna instantly noticed, rose onto her tiptoes, hooked her arms around my neck, and planted a kiss on my lips with a loud smack. After kissing me, she even winked playfully at Song-ji. Ji, why are you staring so fixedly at my man? My heart jolted. Man, it's only the 2nd day, and she's already claimed me on the household register? Song-ji bristled. I didn't. Who wants to look at him? You still say you didn't? You were massaging my baby just now. My fists almost clenched hard enough to crack. First it was man, now it was baby. I pulled Luna off me and looked at the blushing Song-ji with a faint smile. Senior, go back to the cabin and rest first. Come back in half an hour. Song-ji froze for a moment, covering her mouth, her eyes carrying a hint of understanding. As soon as she pushed the door open and left, Luna instantly turned into a beast that had been uncaged. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Finally got rid of her. At the wooden house entrance, Xiaoling Yu came down from the 2nd floor. Xiaoji, weren't you guys going to renovate the kitchen? Song-ji looked unnatural. Mark and Xiaoli are doing it. Then let's go help. Song-ji sidestepped to block the doorway. Better not. Xiaoli is a little protective of her food. Xiaoling Yu was puzzled. Luna wasn't a little dog, so what food was she protecting? She directly pushed the door open. A wave of heat washed over, accompanied by a peculiar sizzling sound that made her ears burn. Like she'd been shocked, she slammed the door shut again. Turning around, She caught Song Ji shrugging helplessly. Without a word, the two headed back to the sofa. Song Ji leaned closer. Cold rain. Do you think Xiao Li's been hexed by Mark or something? Movies always have this plot. Hit by some love spell, personality changes completely. Like night and day. Xia Lingyu calmly countered with logic. Not a spell, it's classic love deficit. Someone starved for 20-something years, and then they get a taste of tomahawk steak. You think they wouldn't gorge themselves? Song Ji felt her skin crawl as goosebumps prickled. Does that mean we'll end up like her someday too? That depends on how good the steak is. Xia Lingyu's gaze turned knowing. If the flavor's that good, few can resist. Quietly, Song Ji swallowed down a bit of spit, still putting up a front. Not me. People have self-control, you know. Xia Lingyu chuckled. That's because you haven't had a taste yet. Think about it. We're on a remote, isolated island. Mark's got us holed up here. No classes, no work. Stripped of academics and careers, what's left gets amplified. Overwhelmingly. Song Ji fell silent, nodding. It all actually made terrifying sense. Then, Xia Lingyu suddenly leaned in and whispered mysteriously into her ear. You know what? Xiao Li bought 500 of those. Song Ji's eyes widened to the size of saucers. She said so herself? I accidentally saw it upstairs just now. An entire box, filled to the brim. Promise me. Though, don't tell her it came from me. Shocked, then utterly stunned, Song Ji struggled with the sheer magnitude. 500. What even is that scale? An hour later, the world finally fell into silence. Song Ji fell asleep on the sofa and was woken by Xia Lingyu. Come on, let's go take a look. I pushed open the kitchen door and was opening the window to let some air in, turning back with a helpless smile. Senior sisters, lend a hand. Luna had already sat up, clutching the poor Bu tightly in her arms. The little octopus flailed its tentacles desperately in silent protest, but Luna paid it no mind at all. Xia Lingyu walked over, fanning in front of her nose in disgust, and helped her down from the dining table. Come on, go back to the room and take a shower. You're drenched in sweat. No way. I want my junior brother baby to carry me. Xia Lingyu and Song Ji both held their foreheads at the same time. There was no saving her. Xia Lingyu half-dragged, half-held her. Fine, fine. Your junior brother baby is here to carry you. Come with me. Only then was Luna helped away. In the huge kitchen, only I and Song Ji were left. I tilted my head toward the brand new long dining table. Go wipe down our dining table. The corner of Song Ji's eye twitched. She pulled out a tissue, grinding her back teeth. This table, are we still going to use it for eating in the future? I said matter-of-factly, of course. Isn't it fine as long as it's cleaned? Song Ji rolled her eyes hard in her heart. After fastening the last button, I exchanged a few wooden chairs from the trading house and sat down. By the way, this is for you. I handed over a book glowing with green light, the beginner cooking skill book. I just bought it while I had a moment. 3,000 resource points wasn't expensive. A gamified world really is nice. No matter how spoiled a rich girl is, once she's read a book like this, even the head chef from New Oriental has to stand aside. Song Ji took it in a daze, and the chibi little chef on the cover seemed to be mocking her. She bit her lip, unable to hold back her grievance. Master, can I not do these things? Xiaoli and Sister Lung, you are both so relaxed. Why is it only me? I nodded, very understanding. Making a campus beauty cook and wash dishes really is a bit much for you. A trace of hope had just flickered in Song Ji's heart. But the next sentence instantly extinguished the flame. How about this? You bring another woman onto the island who's about as pretty as you, and the kitchen will be hers to manage. Song Ji froze, huh? Isn't that just recruiting people? Someone as pretty as herself wasn't exactly easy to find. And then to trick someone onto this island, it sounded kind of perverted. But then she thought it over. A bright and annoying face popped into her mind. A glint flashed in Song Ji's eyes. Master, do you know the captain of the Hong Kong University basketball team cheer squad? An image immediately surfaced in my mind. A figure in an ultra-short skirt with long legs. Hong Kong University's #1 pair of legs, Su Yu. Top-tier looks, straight and shapely legs, and a ridiculously high turnaround rate. Su Yu? Are you close with her? Kind of, I guess. Song Ji smiled reluctantly. We took yoga classes together. Not just acquainted, they were practically sworn enemies. Back then, the two nearly tore each other's hair out over a freshly dumped rich air. In the end, Song Ji won, and a grudge was born. On the surface, they were yoga sisters. Behind each other's backs, they were secretly cursing one another. Trick that little bitch into my demon den. Song Ji discovered that her conscience didn't hurt at all. I was thinking about it too. Su Yu's looks and figure were beyond question. Overall, she was an easy 90+. The key was her talent. Contact her and ask clearly about her talent level first. Then it's a deal, master. Song Ji's eyes lit up. As long as I get her onto the island, I won't have to handle cooking anymore. Of course. Seeing her this eager, I suddenly became curious. Why are pretty girls always so resistant to going into the kitchen? Song Ji fell silent for a few seconds. I'm already this beautiful, so why should I go smell like cooking fumes? Washing dishes and cutting vegetables are so rough on the hands. The money for hand cream is enough for ordinary people to eat several good meals. Of course, she couldn't say that. There are lots of reasons, really. I just happen not to be the type who cooks. I smiled and didn't respond. To put it bluntly, she had never been beaten down by reality and still hadn't figured out her place. I couldn't be bothered to dig deeper. Don't think that far ahead for now. Before the substitute arrives, these days you have to take care of it. Song Ji pouted, clearly unwilling. But the situation was stronger than her. She obediently picked up the skill book. A white glow sank into the center of her brows. A massive flood of information rushed into her brain. Stir-frying, sautéing, steaming, boiling, braising, stewing. The impact was so intense that her vision went black, and she nearly sat down on the floor. When she came to, a new line had appeared on the panel. Cooking skill, beginner. Song Ji sighed. The beauty queen of Hong Kong University was actually about to degenerate into a cook. Feeling better? I opened the trading interface. First, transfer some resources and get the kitchen fully equipped. Summer has traded you 5,000 wood, 5,000 stone, 5,000 clay. Song Ji stared at the 15,000 that had suddenly appeared in her account, completely stunned. She knew I had a lot of resources, but she never expected me to be this generous. 15,000. That carried even more weight to her than the 1,500,000 she had once imagined. This is way too much, isn't it? Buy whatever you want. You can get yourself something too. My tone was flat, as if I were saying, here's $5, go buy a bottle of water. I glanced at her maid outfit, which barely had any fabric to speak of. Buy a long-sleeved maid outfit too. Otherwise, after cooking one meal, your stomach will have the Big Dipper burned onto it. Song Ji lowered her head and looked. Sure enough, apart from the key areas, most of her skin was exposed. Spinning around the stove all day, getting burned into a pockmarked face would count as lucky. She looked up at me and, by some strange twist of fate, asked, Master, you trust me that much? You're giving me all these resources. Enough. I smiled calmly. Stop thinking about all that useless stuff. Song Ji laughed along too, her expression complicated. Then, thank you, Master. I'll give you back whatever is left after I finish buying. She said that out loud, but inside, she was already overjoyed. Finally, she could buy a few things she actually wanted. Those skincare products and face masks she had been thinking about. After 2 days in this damned world, her face was already starting to dry and peel. She took a deep breath and opened the trading hall for the first time. The dazzling array of goods almost blinded her. She secretly glanced at me. I said it, buy whatever you want. Why be polite? From now on, just count this as her salary for being a cook and a maid. Song Ji immediately felt at ease. She clicked into the women's clothing section, her eyes shining, and began her first island shopping spree. In this world, clothes all came with attributes, like Luna's pair of white stockings that could lower the temperature. Catgirl outfit, with cat ears and cat paws. So cute, except for this tail. She muttered softly, her cheeks slightly red, and quickly added the 1,500-point outfit to her cart. If it doesn't suit her, she can recommend it to Luna. Oh my god. Mermaid Tear Essence 2 hours of moisturizing. 1,000 resources? So expensive. But buy it. Looking at her balance of 15,000, she was full of bold confidence. Everything she had hesitated to buy before, she swept into the cart. Watching her shop so intently, I felt much more at ease. Women really can't resist the magic of shopping, after all. And she even said she'd return the extra resources to me? I'd bet that within 2 days, this woman would be crying and begging for more resources again. I had no feelings about resources. My real goal was to make this proud, high and mighty senior totally sink into luxury and never be able to leave it. Taking my eyes off her, I finally had time to look at the system rewards. With a thought, 5 ancient wooden boxes appeared before me. A tribute pill box. Let's see what good stuff we got this time. I opened the first one. Click. A refreshing medicinal aroma spread out, and just one whiff was enough to lift my spirits. In the center of the box lay a crimson pill the size of a longan. Congratulations, player. You have obtained Stamina Pill *1. Permanent +1 stamina. Great stuff. My eyes lit up. In this world, you can't level up, and attribute points are unbelievably precious. My stamina was only 4 points right now. Earlier, After sparring with Lu Na in the kitchen for an hour, my lower back was already sore and weak. Although I'd won one round, I still felt a sense of crisis. As a man, how could he say he couldn't handle it? Stamina had to be increased. Without hesitation, I opened the remaining 4 boxes. Obtained 2 stamina pills, 2 strength pills. Not bad luck. 3 stamina pills and 2 strength pills. It was a pity there were no agility pills, but for now, strength and stamina were the most important. I picked up a stamina pill and swallowed it with my head tilted back. It melted the instant it entered my mouth, and a warm stream slid down my throat. Immediately after, a violent surge of energy exploded with a boom, sweeping through every limb and bone in my body. Ugh! I let out a muffled groan. My muscles felt like they were being pricked by steel needles, and the soreness and numbness almost made me cry out. My bones crackled and popped, and every inch of flesh and blood greedily absorbed the energy. I even felt my slightly hunched spine being forcibly straightened by an invisible force, vertebra by vertebra. Stamina increased by 1 point, current stamina, 5 points. The system notification sounded. I slowly straightened up, clenched my fists, and felt full of strength. The fatigue vanished in an instant. I could go 2 more rounds easily. 1 pill had that effect. I stared at the remaining 4 pills, breathing heavily. For a happier life in the future, I took them all. On the first floor of the wooden hut, Xiaolingyu had just finished bathing Lu Na and was wiping the blush from her skin. Lu Na lay lazily on the sofa like a cat, resting on those long black-stockinged legs. Xiaoli, you're being way too reckless. Being happy is all that matters. Lu Na casually posted a status update. 500 minus 2 is equal to 498. The comments section instantly exploded over this cryptic post from the million-follower goddess. Can you at least be mindful of the impact? Come on, Sister Lingyu. We're all adults. What's there to be afraid of? Lu Na leaned close to her ear. A junior like him, handsome, with a bit of a bad boy vibe, totally my type. Too bad he's a little thin. Xiaolingyu pinched her face. Then what do you think of that junior? Xiaolingyu froze for a moment. Calm, reliable, someone who could step up in critical moments. He's pretty good. This morning, that junior saved your life. Don't you want to repay him with your body, beautiful? Xiaolingyu flicked her forehead. What nonsense are you talking about? But ripples had already begun to stir in her heart. Back then, when Xiao SSS-level saved her once, she was utterly devoted to him. Mark saved her today too, but she didn't feel anything in particular. Could it really be because of their family backgrounds? Lu Na looked her straight in the eye. It's been 2 days. Has Xiao SSS-level looked for you? Sent you a message to ask whether you're alive or dead. What's there about a man like that you're still hung up on? Xiaoli, don't bring this up anymore. Xiaolingyu couldn't argue, and let out a sigh. In my junior year, after a class reunion, I went home alone and was dragged into the greenery by 2 drunk punks. Shangan happened to drive by and saved me, even taking a stab to the chest. We grew up together since we were little, so you could call us childhood sweethearts. Lu Na almost laughed out loud. This plot was way too melodramatic. How can you be so sure those 2 drunks weren't actors he paid for? So many rich second-generation heirs play this kind of hero-saving beauty game. Impossible. Xiaolingyu's voice, however, carried little force. Besides, if whoever saved me could make me utterly devoted, what kind of person would that make me? Lu Na sighed inwardly. It was over. A life-saving favor plus childhood sweethearts. There was no way to break through that double filter. But it didn't matter. Once they got to this island, this lady would make sure all that was pushed to the side. Just as she was about to fan the flames again, a panicked cry with tears in it suddenly came from the kitchen from Songji. Xiaoli, Sister Lingyu, come quick. Both of them sank in their hearts and rushed to the kitchen door. What happened? Did a sea beast land on the island? Songji's face was deathly pale. And no, it's Mark. He's almost done for. Lu Na rushed in barefoot. I was sprawled on the floor, my white shirt soaked through with sweat, my skin flushed red, my whole body convulsing and twitching like a fish out of water. Junior. Lu Na knelt down and pulled my head into her arms, tears gushing out instantly. Wow, what do we do? She reached out and touched my forehead, and it felt like being scalded by a branding iron. So hot. Xiaolingyu, however, was much calmer. She glanced at the 5 empty wooden boxes on the table, then at my body. My muscles were becoming solid and full at a visible speed, and my originally slender frame was now sharply defined. This wasn't illness. It was a transformative strengthening. Xiaoli, don't cry. It's the pill strengthening his body. Xiaoji, go fetch some cold water to bring down the temperature. Xiaolingyu wanted me to lie flat, but Lu Na clung to me like a mother cat protecting her cub and refused to let go. The searing heat had even reddened the skin on her chest, yet she felt nothing, pressing her cheek against my forehead as she murmured, "Xiaoli, let go of him." Lu Na, eyes brimming with tears, was pulled away while constantly looking back. Xia Lingyu gave Song Ji a meaningful look. Song Ji crouched down and tried to pull at my shirt, but she couldn't undo the buttons. Clenching her teeth, she sizzle. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. All three campus belles widened their eyes at once. Smooth chest muscles, clearly defined 8-pack abs, sexy V-lines. Every inch of it looked like a work of art. Song Ji's hand, holding the towel, froze in midair. Coming to her senses, she dipped it in cold water and wiped me down. When the towel brushed over my abs, her heart nearly leapt out of her chest. So sexy. Even Lu Na, who had just been crying so hard she could barely breathe, stopped crying. She subconsciously wiped her nose. She had a nosebleed. She didn't even care how embarrassing it was. While Xia Lingyu wasn't looking, she reached out a finger and poked the V-line. Oh my god, hard and soft at the same time, like steel wrapped in velvet. She wanted to explore lower, but Xia Lingyu grabbed her wrist. Go wipe your nosebleed first. Okay. Lu Na reluctantly withdrew her hand. How did you suddenly become so masculine? After another minute or two, my body temperature gradually subsided. I took a deep breath and suddenly opened my eyes. There was no trace of grogginess at all. Instead, I felt clearer and sharper than ever before. I sprang up into a sitting position with a single bounce. The three girls subconsciously stepped back half a pace. I glanced over and saw the shock, concern, and a hint of fascination on their faces. Then I looked down at my bare upper body and the torn-up shirt and instantly understood. I looked up at Lu Na, who was disheveled and had tissues stuffed in her nostrils, and frowned as I asked, "Senior, why aren't you wearing stockings?" Xia Lingyu and Song Ji exchanged a glance, both looking utterly helpless. Bro, she's not even wearing clothes. Lu Na didn't care at all. She threw herself into my arms with a wah. Wah, I thought you were going to die. With soft, fragrant warmth filling my arms, I patted her back. I won't die. Didn't you think I was too skinny? Take another look now. I lifted my arm and flexed, and my biceps immediately bulged. Sniffling, Lu Na pinched it and nodded emphatically. I like it. I smiled, stood up, and held out my arm to her. Come on, let me see if I can lift you with one hand. Huh. She blankly reached out her hand. I tightened my arm. Lu Na's whole body was lifted off the ground, and I effortlessly hoisted her up with one hand, then smoothly pulled her into a princess carry. Geez. Her pink fist thumped against my chest, only to bounce right back off my muscles. I held her and did a few standard squats. Slower, it's dangerous. But being supported by those strong arms, that feeling of weightlessness instead made her feel incredibly safe. She simply wrapped her arms around my neck and buried her face in the crook of my neck as she acted spoiled. Baby, you're not allowed to scare us like that again later. Song Ji also patted her chest and said, Master, you really scared us to death just now. Seeing their sincere concern, warmth spread through my heart. A false alarm. I set Lu Na down. Go put your clothes on first. She nodded obediently and pulled Xia Lingyu away, looking back every few steps as she left. Only Song Ji and I remained in the kitchen. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Wiping the sweat from my face, I felt my body after its transformation. Song Ji looked at my bare upper body, her gaze evasive. Then, remembering something, she opened the marketplace panel, bit her lower lip, and bought a white t-shirt, 600 wood. She held the clothes and walked up to me, lowering her head as she handed them over. Senior, change into a different shirt. I didn't take it and asked softly, what did you just call me? Her heart gave a violent leap. She had just blurted out senior in a moment of panic. Master, I said it wrong. I found it amusing and didn't make things difficult for her. I took the t-shirt and slipped it on. As soon as the fabric pressed against my skin, it seemed this shirt was a little tight. Did you buy this in a smaller size? Songji looked up and saw that the t-shirt was stretched tightly over my body, but in just the right way. The perfect lean physique was outlined to the fullest, with full chest muscles and clearly defined abs, all unmistakably visible through the thin fabric. Thump, thump, thump. Songji felt as though her heart was about to leap out of her throat. Far from thinking it looked bad, she actually loved it to death. Should I change to a larger size? No need. This is fine. I rolled my shoulders a little. Check what we're having for lunch. Have them help you out later. Songji let out a breath of relief. If she were left to handle it alone, she was afraid she might set the kitchen on fire. Although she had beginner-level cooking skills, she was still a novice after all. Okay, I'll make a few home-style dishes. She agreed verbally, but her eyes couldn't help darting over me a few more times before she reluctantly slipped back into the kitchen. I leaned back in my chair and opened my friends list. As soon as the interface popped up, countless messages flooded the screen. The several thousand friends added yesterday when the flood hit were all frantically spamming me over that defensive Arrow Tower blueprint. Strawberry lemon big shot. Sell me the blueprint. I'll work like a slave for you. Brown sugar soy milk big shot. Give me the blueprint, and I'll dance for you. The black stockings kind. I directly enabled message blocking, leaving only a few key contacts. The interface instantly became clean, with only 3 unread messages left. Wu Yushan, Lin Feng, Desert Emperor. All of them were after the automatic defense Arrow Tower blueprint. The strategic value of this thing goes without saying. As for the Desert Emperor, Luna was carrying out the plan on that end, so there was no rush. Wu Yushan was currently the most stable supplier of high-end materials, so the relationship had to be maintained. I opened the blueprint details: 75 iron parts, 15 electronic components, 50 rubber. A real conscience-friendly recipe, worthy of a system reward. I replied to Wu Yushan first. You want it too? He replied instantly. Yeah, big shot. Our island was ambushed by a mutated sea crab this morning. 4 of us barely killed it, and one of my brothers got injured. Name your price, we won't haggle. I didn't reply right away, and instead opened my conversation with Lin Feng. Selling the Arrow Tower blueprint. Boss says you can name your price. I sneered. Tang Xianyang wants the blueprint himself, but he has someone else pass the message? Does he really think he's the leader of the alliance? Not for sale. The other side fell silent for a few seconds, choked by my answer. Come on, bro. The boss says he's willing to trade sea hearts for it. Sea hearts? I raised an eyebrow. This was a core material for island upgrades. I had spent ages getting just 1, and upgrading to level 2 would require 50 of them. How many does he have? 5. That was a little tempting. I'll think about it. I directly closed the chat window and turned to ask Wu Yushan. What are you offering? Refined materials. Cuts the time in half, and the labor fee is 50% off. That deal sounded good too. My warehouse was still missing materials for that defensive robot blueprint. But the problem was, I'd still need 10 smart cores, and I had no way to get them right now. I sighed. No matter which one I chose, it wouldn't be a qualitative breakthrough. Besides, the island really did need fixed defenses. Only with Arrow Towers could I feel safe going out to sea. Just as I was about to turn them all down one by one. Ding dong. A special follow notification sound. Can you give me that blueprint? In exchange, I'm willing to go to your island. I can stay as long as you want. A smile curled at the corner of my mouth. This is a higher priority than selling it to anyone else. It's not easy to find a suitable goddess now. Miss this one, and with the current situation, she might be gone by tomorrow. Exchanging the blueprint for a person is a huge profit. Did he ask you that in person? On the other island. The smell of blood hung in the air. Lu Xiao was awake, his face pale, while Zhou Lin was still unconscious with a broken leg. It was Lu Xiao who took the initiative to bring it up. He saw Zhou Lin's broken leg, saw the announcement in the World Channel, and spoke up himself. Jingxi, make it clear to him. Lu Xiao said hoarsely, madness suppressed in his eyes. I want the blueprint, all the materials, and 50 liters of fresh water. At most, you can only stay until the Ice Feng Day ends. Bai Jingxi lowered her eyes and nodded. She repeated his exact words to me. At that moment in the morning, she had already made up her mind to leave. Even if it was only for one day, it was better than waiting here to die. Besides, if she went, Lu Xiao could survive, and Zhou Lin could also survive under the protection of the Arrow Tower. She comforted herself like this. He's getting a little greedy. I can give you the Arrow Tower, but fresh water can only be 5 liters. Also, when you leave, I make the call. Bai Jingxi was stunned for a moment. 5 liters, that was enough too. She didn't tell Lu Xiao, afraid he would resist. Once I go there, even if he doesn't agree, he'll have to. As for the second sentence, she never intended to come back in the first place. That suited her just fine. Okay. She took half a bottle of water from her backpack and fed it to Lu Xiao, then said softly, Lu Xiao, in the past, I never did anything to betray you. Lu Xiao interrupted her, closed his eyes, and forced out a smile uglier than crying. No need to say more. I believe you. I let you go not just for you, but for Zhou Lin, and for the captain. As long as there's still me in your heart, that's enough. After saying that, he gave a self-mocking, cold laugh. He personally sent his girlfriend to another man and still said he believed her. What the hell a joke. Yesterday, when he watched me blow Hu Ming's head apart with one arrow, he was still gloating. Karma came fast. The only consolation was, he had only lost his dignity and his woman, not his life. Su Kong, standing nearby, understood. The look he gave Lu Xiao was full of contempt, but he didn't say anything. The temptation of the Arrow Tower plus 50 liters of water was far greater than a beauty. Su Kong said with a half-smile. Jingxi, when you get to the Big Shots Island, don't forget about us. Bai Jingxi ignored him. She had never liked this man. Last time, she had used ice red tea to exchange with me for 5 liters of water, and as the captain, he only gave her 500 milliliters. Clenching her teeth, she moved closer to Lu Xiao and lowered her voice. Su Kong, should we still keep him? Lu Xiao understood immediately. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. Don't let Mark kill him. We'll still need more hands later. I stared at the blueprint, the corners of my mouth lifting. Only the last materials were missing. I opened Wu Yushan directly. No more selling the blueprint. I need 75 iron parts, 15 electronic components, and 50 rubber. Do you have them in stock? A silence stretched for more than 10 seconds. Sigh. I was hoping to buy your blueprint too. Electronic components are scarce, and I don't have much inventory. Name your price. It's not about money. I'll gather them for you, but next time you come across a defensive blueprint, please give me priority. Deal. Although Wu Yushan didn't know who the blueprint was for, the fact that someone turned down such a high price made it clear that person had terrifyingly significant influence. He was tactful and didn't press the matter. A trade request popped up. All the materials were delivered, and I confirmed it right away. I froze. Boss, use the materials first. We can settle the payment later. I smiled. Wu Yushan really was a slick operator. At a critical moment, he didn't raise the price, but instead chose to ingratiate himself. I'll remember this favor. System prompt. Obtained auto defense arrow tower, finished product. A metal arrow tower model appeared in my palm, heavy and solid. I sneered. With just this little thing, a man could even send his girlfriend over. How strange. At that moment, the kitchen door was pushed open, and Lu Na and Xia Lingyu came out chatting and laughing. Lu Na had changed into new clothes, a black crop t-shirt, her flat midriff exposed, a white sun-protective jacket worn open, frayed denim shorts, black silk-clad long legs paired with black leather shoes. Sexy and playful. My gaze stuck to her. She shot me a flirtatious glance and smiled smugly. How much fresh water do we have left? I cleared my throat and looked at Xia Lingyu. Half of what we gave away is gone. There are still over 300 liters left. Enough. I called toward the kitchen. Songji, we'll make lunch after we get back. We're going out to pick someone up. Luna narrowed her peach blossom eyes and walked over with cat-like steps. Pick someone up? Male or female? Female. Jealousy flashed across Luna's face. Who is it? From our school? Tell me now. Bai Jingxi. The three of them froze in unison. In perfect unison. What? Senior Bai? Luna rushed up to me in one step, grabbed my arm, and shook it wildly. How did you get in touch with Senior Bai? Songji's voice went higher, too. Senior Bai is the #1 goddess at HKU. A single rose outshines 100 flowers. Don't you know that? Xia Lingyu's eyes sparkled. She and Bai Jingxi were in the same department, and she had once used Bai Jingxi's thesis as a model for study. I can't believe we'd run into each other here. I smiled. You all know her. The three of them shook their heads. Luna explained. We were freshmen when she was a senior. We only met a few times. As she spoke, she slapped my back and hung herself off my arm. You brat. Even the legendary Senior Bai got tricked onto the island by you. Songji was excited in a different way. Since Senior Bai was here, did that mean she no longer had to be the cook? She had only just started learning to cook and hadn't even properly made a single meal before being set free? Senior Bai, you're my god. Her heart was wild with joy, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. Xia Lingyu was simply curious. The group arrived at the beach. I exchanged a look with Bai Shui on Luna's shoulder. The little, chubby creature kicked off with a flick and turned into a pink streak of light, plop, diving into the sea. With a flash of pink light, a sleek pink cruise ship appeared out of nowhere. Luna was the first to run up the gangway. Xia Lingyu and Song Ji were leaving the island for the first time. Carefully stepping onto the deck, they felt as if they were walking on clouds and couldn't help exclaiming. I boarded last, gave Bai Shui the coordinates, and sank into the sofa. Bai Jingxi's island was 35 nautical miles away. Bai Shui could get there in an hour. The yacht started smoothly. Song Ji and Xia Lingyu leaned over the rail to look out. I smiled. Want to see someone else's island? The two of them nodded awkwardly. I spent 500 units of wood to buy a military high-powered telescope and tossed it over. Look for yourself. Thank you, master. Luna came sticking close to me again, pressing against me. Junior, what did you say to Senior Bai? I briefly explained the deal I made with the iced tea, the blueprint for water, and the rest as bargaining chips. I really didn't know at first that she was from our school too. Luna suddenly understood. Oh, so the bottle of iced tea I drank was the one she sold. Fate really is that coincidental. Bah, what fate? She poked my waist. You're just a little bad boy, tricking Senior by into your hands with one blueprint and 50 liters of water. But I like it. She quickly kissed my cheek. Then she sat back down, her expression turning serious. Listen, Senior Bai must be feeling terribly guilty right now. Give her something to do and keep her busy. Otherwise, if she keeps overthinking all day, it'll torment her to death. I understood. People with a strong sense of morality fear idleness the most. The island happened to be short of a gardener, so I could hand all those flowers and plants over to her. Luna's gaze fell on my tight t-shirt, outlining my abs clearly. She patted her black stocking thigh. Baby, come here, let your senior give you a lap pillow. I didn't hold back either. I lay down with my head on her lap, and her fragrance filled my nose. Her hands were up to no good, taking the chance to feel my abs. Wow, amazing. I let her fool around. Baby, you're 100 times sexier than before. This muscle is just right like this. If you get any bulkier, it won't look good. Luna stroked my abs and praised me, saying I was even more handsome than a celebrity. I felt pretty pleased inside, but I didn't believe her on the surface. Is it really that exaggerated? Of course. Lie still, I'll massage your head. Fine. Enjoying it was all that mattered. I closed my eyes, so comfortable I was almost asleep. Suddenly, it went quiet over by the ship's rail. Songji drew in a sharp breath. I didn't open my eyes, but I could tell something was wrong. She handed the binoculars to Xia Lengyu, her hands trembling. A tiny island had been spotted. For square meters, barren, covered in gravel. There were 4 people on the island. No, to be precise, 4 corpses. 3 were lying stiffly, skin and bones, their eye sockets sunken in. The last one was still sitting there, head hanging down over his chest. His lips were dark purple, died of thirst. There was nothing on the entire island except the bodies. No buildings, no food, no water. Only bone-deep despair. Song Ji's arms went weak. So this was what the world was really like. Their idyllic little island was the odd one out. Before Song Ji could recover, a message popped up. Lin Feng is God, baby misses you. Thirsty? I'll give you another bottle of water. She stole a glance at me. I was lying with my head on Luna's lap, squinting with not a muscle moving. She replied softly, I'm spacing out. Instant reply, baby, are you thirsty? Songji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had so much water in her bag she could never use it all, so she'd already traded it for skincare products. But this was Lin Feng's heartfelt gesture, so she accepted it. With a hint of guilt, she still hadn't dared tell him about becoming a maid. She cautiously asked, wasn't the water at the trading post monopolized by Mark? Where did you get it? The other side fell silent for more than 10 seconds. Yes, I just got lucky. Heh, trying to fool a ghost. Song Ji's heart sank. She thought of that death island from earlier. How lucky could Lin Feng possibly get, really? Take a photo and show me. The picture was sent instantly. A gray, overcast sky, bare sand. Lin Feng stood in the center of the island flashing a peace sign, making the best of a bad situation. Behind him was a shabby shed pieced together from wooden boards. It was less a wooden house than a hut. Songji stared at the photo, stunned. Then think about my island. A 2-story wooden house with a balcony, a fully equipped kitchen, and a lawn sprouting tender green shoots. One was a refugee camp, the other a resort. The gap was so huge it felt unreal. Lin Feng. Tomorrow, team up with Tang Xiangyang on the island. The alliance will pool resources, and it'll be fast. Maybe it could be even better than Mark's. Better than mine. Heh, keep bragging. Songji was too lazy to say any sarcastic remarks. Sure enough, after going all the way around, Lin Feng was finally getting to the point. How is Mark thinking about that defensive arrow tower blueprint? Here it comes. Delivering water, showing concern, all just set up. All just to get her to act as a messenger. After struggling for a long time, Songji clenched her fists and took a deep breath. She straightened the hem of her maid dress and crouched down by my feet. Master, Lin Feng wants the arrow tower blueprint. I didn't even lift my eyelids. Luna laughed first. Too late. The blueprint has already been arranged for by your master. She deliberately paused, savoring the shocked look on Song Ji's face. The blueprint is going to Senior by Jingxi's boyfriend. Song Ji was completely stunned on the spot. Huh, Senior by has a boyfriend? So her boyfriend let his girlfriend come to my island for a blueprint? Song Ji looked at her in disbelief. Senior by has a boyfriend? Then she's still. Lu Na smiled even brighter. Pretty weird, right? Isn't the world just like this now? Maybe one day someone finds Lin Feng a better blueprint, and he'll let you stay on my island forever too. Songji rolled her eyes at her. Lin Feng isn't that kind of person. But as soon as she said that, even she wavered first. One blueprint might not. What about 10? What about 100? Or something that could decide life and death? She didn't dare think any further. Then Luna gently asked me, "Baby, what did Lin Feng use to exchange for it?" I replied lazily, "5 ocean hearts." After a pause, "But forget it, 5 can't upgrade the island. Useless." This time it was Luna's turn to scream. She grabbed my face and pressed it against her lower abdomen. "He actually has 5? I was just live streaming deliveries, and someone opened with asking for tens of thousands of resources. I thought they were crazy and blacklisted them right away. Baby, 5 is worth over 100,000 resources. What a huge loss. Resources? The thing I'm worried about most right now is not being able to spend the resources." My lips pressed against her lower abdomen. "Not a loss. The heart of the ocean is expensive now, but it'll drop in price later." Okay. Luna still felt pained. Songji was in turmoil. According to Luna, 70 to 800,000 resources? An astronomical figure. I had actually turned it down. I looked up at her. "You don't need to make things difficult for yourself. Just tell him I used the blueprint to trade for another girlfriend to come to the island." After saying that, I buried my head back in Luna's embrace. "Yes, master." Songji lowered her eyes, concealing the ripples in them. Seeing how determined I was, she had already taken by Jingxi as a sure thing. But those words, tell Lin Feng exactly as they were, that the blueprint was exchanged for someone else's girlfriend? What was this implying? A terrifying thought surfaced in her mind. Could I be wanting to use the same method to make a deal with Lin Feng too? She gritted her teeth and sent the message. A few seconds later, Lin Feng replied, "Heh, I admire him for not caring about anything just for a woman." The message was dripping with jealousy. "It's okay, baby. If you're thirsty, come find me. I'm busy now." On Lin Feng's side, he closed the chat window. I let out a long sigh. He understood what Songji meant by that, but he didn't want to think too deeply about it. Songji was his girlfriend, and he would never let her go. "Bro Feng, did you get the blueprint?" A teammate squeezed over. Lin Feng shook his head irritably. That kid traded the blueprint for a woman. Traded it for a woman? He really knows how to enjoy life. 3 school beauties on the island still aren't enough. And he wants more women? What a beast. They cursed out loud, but their eyes were full of envy. Who wouldn't want to live that kind of godlike life? And then look at themselves. 4 stinking men squeezed into a broken shack. Sweat and foot odor everywhere, 10,000 times worse than the dorms. Damn it. This damn Mark. 5 ocean hearts and he still doesn't want them? Has he never seen a woman in his life? Stop arguing. Lin Feng waved his hand and dialed Tang Xiangyang on voice chat. "Brother Yang, the blueprint's gone. Mark took it to trade for a woman." Tang Xiangyang was silent for 2 seconds, then chuckled. "Traded for a woman? Trying to build a harem? Do you know who he traded it to?" "How would I know?" Tang Xiangyang's voice turned cold. "Go ask around. We can't afford to offend Mark. But others? Not necessarily." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. "Brother Yang, you mean?" Tang Xiangyang lowered his voice, his tone ruthless. "Take it. He used the blueprint to trade for someone else's girlfriend, so that person must be hoping Mark would disappear. But he himself can't bring himself to do it. So let's help him clean up the mess." Inside the cabin, my eyelids twitched, and I woke up. When I opened my eyes, I saw 3 stunning faces. Luna was looking down at me, her eyelashes blinking again and again. Song Ji and Xia Lengyu were chatting nearby, with the coffee table covered in snacks. For a moment, it felt like I was back in my college dorm on a weekend afternoon. "Baby, you're awake?" Luna pressed a sweet kiss to my forehead. I yawned and sat up, my knuckles popping. So comfortable. To open my eyes and see 3 campus bells. What a heavenly life. "We're almost there, right?" Songji asked. "Do we need to prepare anything?" "No need to put on a welcome party. Just buy a clean set of clothes. The first thing you'll want to do after boarding is definitely take a shower." After being roasted by the scorching sun for 2 days, Bai Jingxi probably wanted to scrub off a layer of skin. "Okay, master." Songji immediately started picking one out. A black sleeveless waist cinching dress, simple and elegant. It also came with a pair of black thigh-high stockings. Brand new clothes appeared out of thin air. Xiaolanyu picked it up. "Xiaoji has such great taste." Songji was delighted by the praise and turned to look at her. "Sister Lanyu, should I buy you a set too?" Xiaolanyu blushed. "No need. Where would the resources come from?" Songji subconsciously glanced at me, lowering her voice a little, with a hint of bragging. "Master gave them to me." Luna's ears immediately twitched. Damn it. The junior secretly gave the little maid special treatment behind my back. Her gaze locked onto my black tight t-shirt. "Oh, so that's why this junior's clothes are so tight. You bought them too, little maid, didn't you?" I looked down. The muscle lines were outlined perfectly clear. Does it not look good? That's a huge problem. Luna sprang to her feet and put her hands on her hips. Men should dress modestly and understatedly, got it? Junior's build is just right. Wearing a loose white shirt with the sea breeze lifting the hem. That's what you call a hazy, youthful vibe. She poked my arm. Look at this one. What's the difference between this and a gym macho? Add a big gold chain and shave your head, and you'd be a street thug collecting protection money, standing right on the street. I chuckled to myself. Too exaggerated. But Luna likes a youthful vibe, which fits her personality. Songji was not the least bit intimidated by her. As long as the master likes it, what's the use of you saying anymore? Luna folded her arms. This is a matter of taste. Besides, the one you picked for senior sister Bai is way too innocent, like a college freshman just starting school. Songji was stunned. Shouldn't clothes make you look younger? What woman wouldn't want to be praised for looking like a college student? Then what should senior sister Bai wear, in your opinion? Luna scrolled through the trading panel in one go. A black halter-neck dress, off-shoulder and backless, with a deep V in front. See? This is what sexy seduction looks like. She even brought it over to demonstrate in front of Xia Lenyu. This one suits Sister Lenyu too. Xia Lenyu's face turned beet red. The dress was beautiful, but it was just too revealing. Her family upbringing was strict, and even looking at a deep V style made her shy. She waved her hands repeatedly. I still think the one Xiaoji picked suits me better. Seeing her ally switch sides, Luna turned to me. She puffed up sadly and came over to shake my arm. Baby, tell me, do you like a white shirt better or a fitted t-shirt? I looked at her spoiled expression and couldn't help laughing. Actually, what both of them said made sense. But when I looked into Luna's big eyes that seemed to say pick me, my heart softened. The white shirt then. After a pause, but it depends on the occasion. Didn't a few of the buttons fly off in the kitchen just now? Luna didn't care about the details at all. She only heard the answer she wanted to hear. She immediately let out a yay, turned around smugly to glare at Songji, and lifted her chin high. See that? Songji refused to back down. Sister Cold Rain is still on my side too. All right, you two senior ladies. I was afraid they'd never stop. Keep both outfits and let Senior Bai choose for herself. Only then did this battle of aesthetics come to an end. The two girls glared at each other. They placed the clothes side by side in the most conspicuous spot on the coffee table. Neither of them was willing to back down. The yacht sailed for a few more minutes. I stood up and glanced through the porthole. A tiny black dot on the horizon quickly grew larger. We'd arrived. Come on, get on deck. The four of us stood side by side at the bow, with the sea breeze blowing. We looked like immortals descending from heaven. The island was getting closer and closer. A rundown shack. Two men lying unconscious in the sand, and under the shack sat a man and a woman. That woman was Bai Jingxi. She raised a hand to shield her forehead. The moment she squinted and saw our pink yacht, her whole body jolted. She crawled forward a few steps on hands and feet. The instant she made out me at the bow, tears burst like a dam. I really had come to pick her up. She turned back and shook Lu Xiu awake beside her. Lu Xiu. He's here. Lu Xiu's eyes flew open. He clenched his fists until they cracked loudly, his chest heaving violently. He looked up and saw the pink yacht just a stone's throw away. At the bow stood one man and three women, so spotless they didn't seem like people from this world. The smallest one among them was Lu Na, the hottest star in Hong Kong, clinging affectionately to me. Lu Xiu stared at me fixedly. It was the first time he had so clearly felt what it meant to be crushed by a dimensional gap. The hard edge in his chest suddenly went pop and spilled away. Rush up and roar. Wail? It would only be more pathetic. He closed his eyes and lay back down. Jingxi, go ahead. His voice was terrifyingly calm. Don't forget what I told you. Bai Jingxi lowered her head and stood up, carefully brushing the sand off her body, afraid of dirtying my clean yacht. She walked shakily toward the shore. The gangplank was lowered, and Song Ji and Xia Lingyu smiled as they went up to support her. She stepped onto the deck and, on seeing me at first glance, clearly froze for a moment. A photo was nowhere near as intimidating as the real person. Her lips moved, and I spoke first. Go inside with your senior sister first to take a shower and change clothes. She nodded. Thank you. Supported by the two of them, she went into the cabin. Only then did I look at that man on the island, whom I couldn't even be bothered to look at before, and opened the trading panel. Bai Jingxi. LV Xiu struggled to open his eyes and saw that the list only had 5 liters of fresh water and a defensive arrow tower. He glared at me. Didn't you say 50 liters? Oh, she didn't tell him there were only 5 liters? Interesting, I said indifferently. The fresh water was all purified by my water purifier. Do you want it or not? LV Xiu was about to explode, but Su Kong beside him kicked him hard. Are you fucking stupid? LV Xiu gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger. His girlfriend was already on the boat. What was the point of arguing over this? He ground his back molars. Mark, just you wait. One day I'll surpass you. I gave a light laugh and couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention. You don't need to compare yourself to me. I just want to enjoy life peacefully and comfortably. Those words made Su Kong, standing nearby, narrow his pupils. Enjoy life? On this damned ocean, everyone was struggling to survive, and my goal was actually to enjoy life? Su Kong immediately stepped forward, lowering his posture as much as possible. Boss Mark, I want to form an island alliance. Could you invest a little resource in us? In the future, we'll handle all the dirty and tiring work on your island. Growing vegetables, raising pigs, herding cattle. Luna became interested. Oh, Su Kong continued. Just a little basic resources, enough for us to grow crops and raise livestock. We only hope you'll guarantee our basic safety. Luna tilted her head and thought about it. The request wasn't too much. Especially growing vegetables and raising pigs. She didn't want my island reeking of stink. She hugged my arm and shook it. Baby, just agree to him. I looked at Su Kong, then glanced at Lu Xiao, who was still glaring at me. What do you think? Su Kong anxiously kept winking at him. Lu Xiao lowered his head in humiliation. I agree too. All right, I'll think about it. As soon as the words fell, the yacht engine roared, drawing an arc before disappearing over the horizon. I stood on the deck, letting the sea breeze blow over me. Inside the cabin, moisture hung thick in the air. Bai Jingxi let the three of them wash her down, looking haggard and exhausted, with creepy red rashes breaking out on her skin. Fragrant foam wrapped around her, washing away the crusted layer of filth. Both comfort and grievance surged up at once. Xia Lingyu carefully avoided her sunburned skin. Senior, Mark, he's actually pretty nice. You can stay here without worrying. Song Ji immediately chimed in. Yeah, Senior, the island master has a kitchen. Whatever you want to eat, he can make it. Luna and Xia Lingyu both glared at her. Bai Jingxi froze. Master? Why are you calling him master? Song Ji scratched her head. Cosplay. Just fooling around. Hee hee. After bathing, Song Ji took out a full set of skincare products. Once the body lotion was applied, Bai Jingxi's mind went completely blank. On that rotten island, she couldn't even drink clean water, and now her skin was drinking essence. The difference was night and day. Song Ji and Lu Na each held up a dress. Senior, which one do you like? Looking at the two clean, brand-new dresses, Bai Jingxi's tears burst forth instantly. On the island, she had been worried about being bitten to death by sea beasts, while they were fretting over which pretty clothes to wear. From silent tears to wailing sobs. All the fear, despair, and grievances from these past days poured out. I thought I was going to die on that island. After crying for several minutes, her voice turned hoarse. Senior, you've got us. From now on, it's all going to be good days. With red-rimmed eyes, Bai Jingxi randomly pointed to the black dress in Luna's hand. Luna jumped up and flashed a V sign. I win. Once she put on the dress, the halter neck and deep V neckline outlined her figure in a way that was breathtaking. Just then, I pushed the door open and walked in. The first thing I saw was her. Like a pearl wiped clean of dust. The corners of her eyes were still red from crying, adding a fragile, broken beauty. A 92-point stunner figure, perfectly accentuated by the black dress. Hong Kong University's top goddess, truly deserving of her reputation. I let my gaze linger for a few seconds before looking away. How do you feel? She gave a hoarse little laugh. I'm fine, thank you. There was no rush to copy her talent. I had to wait until she officially set foot on the island. What mattered most now was getting her fed. I opened the trading panel. 1,500 wood, 8-inch matcha tiramisu. A rich aroma instantly filled the cabin. Eat something first. Bai Jingxi's eyes widened. Just smelling it made her stomach ache with burning hunger. Over the past 2 days, she had only eaten a small piece of dry bread. She had completely forgotten about any goddess image, barefoot as she rushed over and trembled while stuffing a corner of it into her mouth. So delicious. She finished one piece in just a few bites, without pausing, then grabbed a second, green cream smearing the corners of her mouth and cheeks. Song Ji patted her on the back. Senior, slow down. No one's going to fight you for it. Bai Jingxi jolted, her cheeks burning red, and lifted a piece to hand to me. Sorry, this is for you. I smiled and waved it off. You eat it yourself. We've all already had some. Her hand hesitated in midair for 0.521 seconds. Then she honestly withdrew it and kept eating in small, quick bites. Luna laughed out loud. Senior, all 5 of us are from HKU, and we're all your juniors. Bai Jingxi stuffed her mouth with cake and mumbled. Really? So pretty. Luna directly straddled me and wrapped her arms around my neck, leaning in to bite me. Xia Lengyu was afraid of leaving Bai Jingxi with the impression that the island had a very uninhibited style, so she coughed dryly. Ahem. Mark, didn't you say you'd take us to see another island? Luna puffed out her cheeks and glared at her. My heart stirred. Indeed, there was someone I wanted to check on. Yesterday, the guy who could detect coordinates still hadn't replied to the request to find Whale Baby. More importantly, I wanted Bai Jingxi to see the miserable state outside. With a contrast, the shock of arriving on the island later would be stronger. Let's go. The yacht cut an arc and sped east. Bai Jingxi finally devoured the entire matcha cake, let out a small burp of satisfaction, and patted her slightly bulging belly. This was the most delicious meal she had ever eaten in her life. Looking at the empty tray, she belatedly blushed. Sorry, I ate it all by myself. It's fine, senior. Xia Lingyu smiled and pulled her out to wash her hands. The cabin fell quiet. Songji leaned close to my ear and whispered very softly. Master, now that Senior Bai is here, do I not have to learn how to cook anymore? I curled my finger, signaling her to come closer. She froze. Any closer, and we'd be face to face, but still obediently leaned in. I said quietly, what I meant was, you brought one more person to share the housework. Senior Bai was found by me myself, so she doesn't count. Songji up. Her whole body slumped. Her peach blossom eyes were full of resigned acceptance. Another face surfaced in my mind, Suyu. Good sister, don't blame me. Luna couldn't hold it in anymore. Baby, what are you two whispering about? I didn't hide it from her either. Songji said she wants to bring Suyu. Songji clamped a hand over my mouth. At the mention of Suyu, Luna immediately got it. Oh, the one who kept fighting you for Lin Feng and spreading those slut-shaming rumors about you everywhere? Xiaoji, you're planning to tie up your love rival and bring her to our island. Songji stopped pretending altogether. Yeah, back in school she spread rumors that I was promiscuous and would take any guy. Just thinking about it made her furious. She was clearly a pure, innocent girl and had never even had a boyfriend once. I remembered it too. There really had been such a post on the forum, and it caused quite a stir at the time. So there's that kind of backstory. No wonder you agreed so readily. Songji gave an awkward smile. I'm just contributing to the island's development. Then she changed the subject and started pitching. Suyu's personality is awful, but her looks are beyond question. The master will definitely like her. Luna rubbed her hands together. Then have you added her as a friend? When do we make our move? Pa. I flicked Luna on the forehead. Make a move? You make it sound like we're bandits. Rubbing her little head, Luna muttered. If we wait another 2 days, that spoiled lady will just get sunburned and die of thirst. I didn't care. No matter how pretty someone was, if their talent was no good, they were just a vase. Besides, if she was dead, there wouldn't even be a chance to ask about her talent. I looked at Songji. Senior, hurry up. In the vast sea, the only way to find someone was to flood the regional channel. Just then, Bai Jingxi returned to the cabin. After washing her face and eating something, her complexion looked much rosier. She sat on the couch, her hands fidgeting nervously. So you're my direct junior? Yep, it's a small world after all. Luna chuckled. Senior, the legendary campus goddess of HKU. You're still a hot topic at school. Bai Jingxi gave a self-deprecating smile. What good is being the top goddess? She couldn't even get herself a drink of water. She turned to me. Junior, I really appreciate the help over these past few days. I gave her a once-over. No need to be so formal, senior. But coming to my island comes with conditions. The atmosphere in the cabin shifted instantly. Luna's smile froze, and her elbow nudged my side. What's this guy doing? Wasn't the plan to settle her down first and talk terms later? Songji shifted uneasily. She probably figured it out. The island only had one man. Yet the senior had just stepped onto the boat. Bai Jingxi wasn't naive. After years of navigating through society, she caught the implication immediately. Her hands clenched tightly, and the pale face of her boyfriend, Lu Xiao, flashed briefly in her memory. Her cheeks flushed red, her breathing quickened, and her voice came out in barely more than a whisper. Just tell me. As long as it's not too much. The campus legend who had been idolized for years now avoided my gaze, her eyes darting nervously. I had to hold back a chuckle. This was just a test, to see where her limits lay. I wasn't here because of her looks. What I wanted was her F-grade talent. Do I really need to spell it out for you? My gaze slid from her face down to her neck. Bai Jingxi instinctively lowered her head. The curve of her chest restricted her view, leaving only a shadowy depth in sight. Her face instantly turned red. Don't do this. Okay, senior. That's your problem, not mine. I interrupted her. Luna was freaking out on the side, frantically shooting me looks. Know your limits. Watch your limits. I ignored it completely. If you want to get on my island, either accept the conditions or I'll send you back right now. Luna froze. This guy was serious? Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind like lightning. Her expression changed from shock to a strange look that was half wanting to laugh and half afraid to, and she covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking nonstop. You're such a bad guy. Songji glanced at Bai Jingxi, and after a few seconds, a smile also spread across her face. The two of them understood, but Bai Jingxi was in a fierce inner struggle. Go back. Back to that shabby 4 square meter island. Keep getting sunburned and peeling? Starve? No, I don't want to. The half hour of paradise just now had already made it impossible for me to go back. But what about Elvicio? Forget it. At worst, I'll just hide it from him. Her head nodded uncontrollably. I smiled with satisfaction. Her bottom line was very low, or rather, she didn't have one at all. But let's forget it for today. She still had a sunburn, and her emotions were unstable. I didn't want to do anything with someone who had just barely escaped death. Since you agreed, then let me tell you my conditions. I deliberately drew out the pause for an especially long time. A full 10 seconds. The cabin was so quiet you could hear breathing. Finally, I slowly spoke. After we get on the island, you have to wear stockings every day. You can't take them off except when bathing or sleeping. Can you accept that? What? Bai Jingxi suddenly looked up, her face full of disbelief. That hanging heart thudded back into her chest. A wave of heat surged from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Embarrassment, anger, and the absurd feeling of being played all rushed up at once. This despicable junior. He was definitely doing it on purpose. She had even figured out how to trick her boyfriend just now. And this was it. I agree. She ground out the 3 words through clenched teeth. Songji timely handed her a brand new pair of black stockings, leaning close to her ear to comfort her softly. He just has this little quirk, no malice. Luna finally couldn't hold it in anymore and doubled over, laughing so hard she was shaking. Baby, you're seriously too bad. I kept a straight face. This isn't a joke. Besides me, everyone has to follow it. Yes, absolutely. Luna and Song Ji immediately stood at attention and rolled their eyes as they echoed him. Bai Jingxi glared at me, her chest rising and falling. Can you stop talking with such a dramatic pause in the future? I smiled. If I don't drag it out, how would I know where senior sister's bottom line is? You. Bai Jingxi nearly passed out from anger. What kind of dirty talk had she not said before? Yet she ended up being completely pinned down by someone a few years younger. She took the stockings and angrily tore open the packaging. However, a refreshing chill touched his fingertips. Huh. She pressed it to her cheek to test it. It was ice cold, like a cooling face mask. Song Ji smiled and explained, Senior, these are cooling stockings. You won't feel hot wearing them in this weather. Bai Jingxi looked at me, legs crossed, wearing a smug expression, and her thoughts grew complicated. Wearing stockings. Was that really just his personal preference? Or was he merely using that excuse to give the girls on the island a better experience? This junior was impossible to see through. With most of her anger gone, I didn't provoke her any further. There would be plenty of time. I glanced at the deck. Xiao Lanyu was still standing alone there, holding binoculars and looking out over the sea. Luna followed my gaze and curled her lip. She's probably checking to see whether she can find Xiao Shangnan. I frowned. Her boyfriend still hasn't contacted her. No news on whether he's dead or alive. Looks bad. I looked at her slender back and sighed. Among the girls on the island, Song Ji had already been secured, and I had an 80 or 90% chance with Senior Bai. Only Xiao Lanyu still seemed like an outsider. Talk to her more when you have time. Luna gave me a sidelong glance. Don't worry, I get it. Just as she finished speaking, Xiao Lanyu on the deck suddenly turned around, her expression tense. Come out and look. There's something unusual in the sea over there. Several people immediately rushed out of the cabin. I walked over. What's wrong? She handed over the binoculars and pointed into the distance. Over there, there's a huge black fog. I took the binoculars and adjusted the focus. The view zoomed in. On the ocean horizon more than 10 kilometers from the yacht, a massive cloud of black fog, beyond imagination, lay quietly in the distance. Its color was as dark as ink, the lower half pressed against the sea surface, the upper half roiling upward, steaming dozens of meters into the air like a living thing. It covered at least 10,000 square meters. Beneath the black fog, there was dead silence and oppression. Even from so far away, it sent a chill down one's spine. This thing had never been mentioned in the game's announcements. I lowered the binoculars, my expression grave. Xiao Linyu said worriedly, that thing doesn't feel right. I nodded. It was obvious it was no good thing. If it were only me, I might have gone to investigate. But with burdens on board, I didn't dare take the risk. Lu Na, Songji, and Bai Jingxi took turns looking through them, each face filled with unease. The relaxed mood brought on by the abundance of supplies was instantly swept away. The danger of this world might have only just begun to reveal a tiny corner. The yacht adjusted course, circled around the black fog, and continued forward. A few more minutes passed. The outline of a small island appeared in sight. It was a yellow island. Its entire surface was a withered yellow, as if it had been scorched by raging fire countless times. There wasn't a single trace of green, and it was filled with a sense of death.